Please do not use the chat function on Zoom as this is a public meeting. Please raise your hand on Zoom by clicking reactions and then raise hand to be recognized. When voting, the clerk must be able to see your face as you speak. When the clerk calls your name, please state your name so the Zoom highlights your face and your cast your vote. We will not be voting today. This will be strictly a public hearing. If you're in person, please speak up with your microphone at all times, including when you're making or seconding a motion so the clerk can identify you. Thank you. Now I'd like to give an opportunity for my co-chair, Representative Luxembourg, to make a comment.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning to everyone. Grateful to be here at our first public hearing of the Housing Committee of this legislative session, and particularly grateful that we have a bit of a theme to the concepts being heard today as it relates to homelessness. Homelessness is on the rise for the first time in 8 years as of the last point in time count. We'll be getting more information very soon on the status of homelessness this year as they do the next point in time count. But I know that addressing homelessness in a thoughtful, meaningful, honorable way is a top priority of this housing committee, and I believe it's a bipartisan priority. And so I think it's very fitting that our first hearing is largely focused on addressing homelessness, rescuing the homeless response system, and funding the folks that do the important and challenging work to serve people that are unhoused and experiencing homelessness. So we're very excited to have a long list of members of the public here to testify, and we can't wait to consider their input thoughtfully and use it to help craft some of these proposals and make them even better as we move forward. Thank you, Senator Moore.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the recognition. I'm Senator Rob Sampson. I live in Wolcott. I represent the towns of Southington, Wolcott, Prospect, Cheshire, and Waterbury. And I'm delighted to be here in this hearing today, and welcome to the members of the public who are going to testify. I'm also very pleased that we have actual language for the bills that are on today's agenda. For the first time in this committee, we finally have language that we can actually discuss. It's noteworthy that that language is happening even before the public hearing. Since it was discussed that we need the public hearing to get the language. I'll be doing my best to make sure that this hearing is conducted fairly and that everyone has an opportunity to speak their mind and let the committee members understand where they're coming from. And I look for a productive day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. My name is Tony Scott. I'm representative. I represent the 112th district. I live in Monroe and represent Monroe. Half of Easton, a little bit of Trumbull. I'm excited to be here. This is my first public hearing for the Housing Committee. I'm really excited to be able to hear the people speak on the bills that we have in front of us today. I do agree with Representative Luxembourg about homelessness is something that we should have our eyes on. Some of the numbers that have come out are a little concerning, but today we'll hopefully get some information from the public on what they think about some of the ideas that have been presented to the Housing Committee. And I look forward to hearing those views from our constituents, our voters, and the people of Connecticut. So let's get it going.
Thank you. To begin with, we'll do our officials get the first hour, and then other people who have signed up will speak after that. It's 3 minutes. You will hear a bell go off after your 3 minutes, and you will hear our representatives here will ask questions. So let's get started. I'm really excited about being here today, to be in the building with the energy that we used to have it's like pre-war, pre-COVID, the energy. It helps us know that the people are watching and that you're engaged in it. And that's why we have these public hearings. We have a lengthy list of people, but I think a lot of them are here because they're able to do it remote. So it's a convenience for a lot of people. So the first person on the list is Michael Santora from the Department of Housing. Michael, are you here? Or are you remote?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am remote. Again, Michael Santora, I'm the Director of Policy Research and Housing Support for the Connecticut Department of Housing. I'd like to thank you, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and all the other members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you, and please accept this testimony on behalf of the state of Connecticut Department of Housing with regard to the proposed legislative item noted. The department strongly supports Senate Bill 908, an act concerning the Housing Trust Fund. When this program was first established, the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Committee played a critical role in the development of the regulations, policies, and procedures for this program. Since that time, which is more than 15 years, the program has successfully been used as an affordable housing finance tool by the Department of Housing, consistent with that original guidance. We believe the role of the advisory committee has served its purpose and is no longer necessary as constructed. The department regularly consults with a variety of stakeholders in affordable housing production, and it is this consistent and regular input that has allowed the department to continue to make successful strides in addressing our state's affordable housing need. On behalf of my commissioner, Salem Mascara Bruno, I'd like to thank you for your consideration regarding this proposed legislation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, did you provide written testimony?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Represent Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for being here, Michael. Through the chairman, I'd just like to ask a couple of general questions. I understand you're only here to testify on the Housing Trust Fund bill. And I don't want to drag you into the other bills on the agenda against your will. Just maybe some overall background in your position. I'm just curious if maybe you could help us answer a question that comes up a lot in this committee, which is the discussion about whether or not we actually have a housing shortage in the state of Connecticut. I hear people say it all the time. I'm not denying that there's a housing shortage. I just would like to know what the real facts are. It seems to me that the housing that has existed in Connecticut, over the last, period of time still exists. We didn't suddenly lose a lot of housing, and the population is not growing. I understand that we're actually losing population in Connecticut. So I don't know how we end up with a housing shortage. And I just, through you, Madam Chairman, maybe I could ask you for some detail or some insight since this is your area of expertise. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. I'll give you the short version. The short version is the fact that population isn't growing doesn't mean that the number of households in our state doesn't continue to grow. As people get older, they age into setting up their own households. We right now have the lowest amount of available housing stock that we have had in, well, since my 35 years working for the state of Connecticut. When they talk about a housing shortage, it's literally looking at the number of households versus the number of units available. We just don't have a lot of stock right now. We have a shortage, a lack of enough rental units, and we have a lack of ownership units. It is widespread across the board and in all income bands. The department recently published a study called the Ford CT. It is available on our website that actually breaks down the demographics in terms of households and what their needs are relative to housing. As a concept, obviously, everyone's individual housing needs are just that, individual. Some people want an apartment, some people want to own, some people want to live in a condominium, some people want to live in a retirement community. But need is a numbers issue, and it's real. Again, the numbers are available at the department's website. I hope that answers your question, sir.
I appreciate that answer. And just as a quick follow-up, I'm wondering if you can, without putting you on the spot for any exact data or anything, like what kind of numbers we're speaking about, and also what we can attribute the change to. Is it because the population's average age is changing substantially? Baby boomers, what's the reason that the housing needs have changed enough to really to be measurable against the number of available units. And again, thank you for being here, and thank you.
Certainly happy to be here. And again, I'm not going to try to quote you the numbers. There's a very detailed report available again at the department's website, again called the Ford CT. And it's all of the above, Senator. It's baby boomers have aged out. It's that the next generation after the baby boomers, and I forget what that generation is actually called, they have created new households, and those households have created new households. Again, I am a tail end baby boomer. I will tell tales. I was born in 1961. I'm at the very back end of the baby boomers, but I have 2 adult children. Many of my peers, people in my age group, have multiple adult children who have gone off and are trying to create their own households. When we look at the numbers, when we look at household composition, we see that there are a lot of adults living with other adults. That is, they do not have a current ability to create their own household due to, in part, a lack of housing stock. It's about aging in place. It's about people being overhoused in some part, and I'm sure you know what being overhoused is, but for the general public, what that means is I'm a single person or just an older couple, and I live in a 3, 4, or 5 bedroom house. I have more house than I need, versus people who are underhoused, where I have a need for 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms, and yet I'm living in a 1 or a 2 bedroom.
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Mr. Santora. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You also. Rep. Ms. Rochelle is in here. We'll skip over that, and when she becomes available, we'll have her speak. Next, number 3 is Shawnette James of the City of New Haven.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy Thursday. It's great privilege that I was given this opportunity to stand before this committee to present the concerns that are growing regarding lack of housing. As the City of New Haven outreach worker, every day in my daily task, I come across folks who are struggling with finding apartments. But the part that is more worrying to me is the folks that are currently have housing vouchers in their hands and still cannot find a place to call home. So we have folks here that are given an opportunity to find a place to live, but still cannot find a place to live because of all of the housing crisis that we are seeking. I come before this committee this morning asking that the funding will continue to provide these deeply affordable place for our people who are seeking a place to live. It's needed, it's wanted more than any other time. I've never, for the past 25 years, I've been working in this field, and I've never seen such a crisis. So I'm asking that this committee take into consideration the need for deeply affordable housing, and that we will meet the community that we serve where they are so that we can provide them the housing they stand in need of. Housing matters. It is a public health issue. It is a right, and we need to have this taken care of. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. James. Any questions?
Thank you, Senator Moore.
All right, thank you so much. Next is Kanisha Harrison, Columbus House. Is Kanisha here? She should be remote. We don't see her. We'll move on to the next one. Is Tanaya Taylor. Tanaya, are you here? Are you remote?
Yes, I'm remote. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I am going to testify in memory of Q Williams. Shout out to him for holding it down last year and encouraging the presence of people like me who are just regular people and tenants. So I just want to say that recognizing most landlords who are against bills like 909 and increased tenants' rights are not like mom and pop landlords. They're very large, profitable landlords who don't want to see, tenants, win and progress. And landlords are just a small majority of people compared to all the people who rent and are just regular homeowners. So, we give a lot of power to this population of very small people who, benefit greatly from people dying because of homelessness, because we know homelessness is a death sentence. No one wants to be outside. Mice and bugs are in my house because they don't want to be outside. It's just not cool to not have shelter, and is a human right. I have been a homeless adult and child. Last year I was experiencing homelessness, and as a child I also did, and it did not. And it negatively affected my quality of life and outcomes. It took me a long time to finish school. My food, acquiring nutritious meals was also a struggle, a multitude of things. So we're not looking at these eviction numbers and violating tenants' rights of how many, of these people being evicted and on the streets are kids. This is a lot of children being put out on the streets because we want to, let people who continue to profit to benefit. I run a nonprofit where I work with youth. We provide resources, stipends, education, food, and clothing at the Nonprofit Accountability Group. And I found that a lot of kids in my program are homeless or experiencing housing insecurity. And, the things that we provide for them as a small organization just isn't enough because housing just needs to be made more available. And when we say affordability, we should be more specific and talk about relativity to affordability. Like, general population, downtown Hartford, they call $1,200 a month affordable, but it's like affordable to who? Not for a mother with 3 kids, a single mother with 3 kids who, is taking the bus to work. So I have a friend who is low income, but they can give me $1,000 at any given moment. So when we say low income, race, Black people who are disproportionately affected by the current housing crisis, people affected by the injustice system, undocumented people. When we talk about like low income, who do we really mean? Aside from who can actually benefit, and housing is a necessity. It is shelter. A lot of people are underhoused, and because of that, it exacerbated the pandemic because people weren't able to quarantine. Kids weren't able to do homework and study because they did not have separate spaces. They did not have areas to study because they were underhoused. So staying home was not really an option for people. And funding housing providers is great, but we also just need to fund people and
Ms.
create.
Taylor,
Yes.
that's your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Yep, and create stronger housing structures, because when we fund providers, those resources get wrapped up into the nonprofit industrial complex, and these housing solutions are implemented in the way that they should. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Any questions, comments? Thank you so much. The next is Rick Bush. Is he online?
Rick, you're on mute. Okay. Hi, everybody. All right. Good morning. I did not expect to be up so quickly. This is great. I really appreciate you taking the time. Before we get started, I really just want to say that as somebody who's been testifying in front of these committees for several years, I want to just put a 1-second moment of silence for Rep. Q Williams, who was on this committee last year, who was a very valuable member, and he'll be sorely missed. Anyway, my name is Rick Bush. I own a construction company, a property management company. I'm a real estate broker. I'm a professional landlord. I do this full time. I'm coming to you from the basement of one of my properties today. I'm actually a handyman on occasional days as well. I am the president of the Connecticut Association of Real Estate Investors. I teach people how to be good landlords, and I'm also the treasurer of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. John Sousa is the president. Hey, so I appreciate the time today. I just want to say that, regarding the three bills I want to talk about, 906, an act concerning, I'm sorry, not 906. We're going to start off with 909, an act establishing the right to housing. So I just want to say that Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners and myself, we support people's rights to housing. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we are your neighbors, we're your friends, and just because I'm a professional landlord doesn't mean I'm not concerned about homelessness. The only thing that I would like to say on this is that it's important, as you establish a committee, that you add landlord voices to the committee. We're reasonable people. We're calm. We're members of the community, and we have a great position that we'd like to be able to share as you move forward with this right to housing committee. So that's what I want to say about 909. 907, the Fair Rent Commission. So the Fair Rent Commission just passed last year. There were 20. It was passed with 25,000 or more population per town. And I don't think it's really gotten off the ground yet. There's people who I know who are landlords who are going in front of the Fair Rent Commission, and the time it takes for the hearings to happen, and it's 3-4 months. So I think we kind of need to understand who's funding these Fair Rent Commissions, who's working on the Fair Rent Commissions. What type of responses that landlords can expect. Currently, the tenants can just continue to challenge it. And there's really no ability to resolve. So, there's going to be some other written testimony submitted by CCOPO, but I just want to encourage a little bit more careful thought regarding expanding this to towns that are 10,000 population. It's not really underway yet. And then also any decisions that are made, if there are any, they should be retroactive to the first date that the challenge was brought up in front of the Fair Rent Commission. Okay. And then I'm running out of time. 906, housing protections for victims of family violence. So there's already a law on the books, and
Excuse me,
landlords have been
Mr.
dealing.
Bush.
Yes,
That's your 3 minutes. If you want to wrap up for the committee, please.
absolutely. We fully support protecting people who are victims of family violence, but I don't think that the purpose of this bill should be to create a new protected class. There's a lot of language in this bill as far as lapse of time evictions that shouldn't be in there. And there's no time frame that people who are victims of family violence.
Mr. Bush, we have to wrap
so
up.
there has to be a lot more clarification.
I'm
All right,
sorry,
thank
Mr.
you.
Bush.
I'm done. I appreciate your time today.
Yep. Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Bush? Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. I just have a very brief question to Mr. Bush. I know that he's a landlord. He had said that during his testimony, and I was here last year when we began the process of establishing a rent commission, and he specifically mentioned the carve out of 25,000 residents or more. And I guess my question first is whether Mr. Bush, being a landlord, and it looks like he's a handy landlord, he's fixing something in a basement, which I've referred to over and over on this committee as a small business landlord. So, sir, my question to you, I guess, is are most of your rental properties and projects in towns of 25,000 or more, or 25,000 or less? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Almost all of my properties are in towns of 25,000 or more, so it doesn't really impact me specifically. But I do have a lot of landlords. I am a professional property manager, and I do have clients who are in towns that are less than 25,000.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up question, you had mentioned and kind of discussed briefly that the original bill that we passed last session hasn't really gotten off the ground yet. Could you speak to that? Have you heard of any
instances where this commission has been set up and adversely impacted landlords or tenants. I have not heard of anything yet, so I'm very skeptical about the program in and of itself because I don't even know, and I kind of agree with you. I concur that the program hasn't even been running yet, and we're trying to change it. Could you speak to that briefly? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I actually, one of my good friends who may testify later on in this hearing runs a rooming house in Hartford. He only charges $500 a month for the rent. And as most everyone knows, that taxes in the city of Hartford have increased dramatically, as well as obviously everything else. And he asked his tenants for a $50 a month increase to go from $500 to $550. And two of his tenants took him to the Fair Rent Commission. And it's been, I think, 3 or 4 months that there's been no hearing, there's been no decision. His tenants are currently still paying the $500 a month rent because they're refusing to pay the additional money and have taken it to the Fair Rent Commission. And there's been no decision. There's been no action on it whatsoever. So yeah, we have it's failing currently. Yeah.
Thank you. And that is a very enlightening response because it sheds more light on this issue and goes back to the original statement that I think I made last meeting where we are trying to create a solution to a problem that does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bush, for coming and testify in front of us today. I just got a question. Can you tell us where do you own your properties?
Yes, I own properties in West Hartford and East Hartford and New Britain.
West Hartford, Hartford, and New Britain.
East Hartford. I do not own any property in Hartford.
East
I
Hartford.
do manage property in Hartford.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bush. We'll move on to the next person on the agenda, August Miller. August Miller, we have you as a remote participant, and I see you remotely.
I don't see my own face. I've never been on one of these before, so I'm not very computer savvy.
No problem. Welcome to the Housing Committee. You have the floor, sir.
All right. I've been a landlord for 38 years. I recently downsized. I'm 75 years old, and I've dealt with a great many tenants. I owned a rooming house myself with 25 people there. And I think this rent control issue can just further complicate matters. I mean, I've dealt with so many tenants, mostly good tenants, but you are going to run across bad apples over time. And when you put in policy that allows a bad apple to take advantage of a landlord, well, that's not a good thing. These delays cost landlords lots of money. And when expenses go up, you have to be able to sometimes adjust rents. My policy has always been to reward good tenants. If they're paying their rent on time, they're not bothering anybody, they're living peacefully. I had a guy who lived for 12 years and I never raised his rent. These rent control commissions should have a limit as to, well, what's unfair? What kind of percentage increase? If you have 8.5% inflation, and taxes going up, insurance is going up. If you were to raise the rent 8.5%, is that fair? There should be some kind of a limit to, or something put in these laws that will not allow somebody to basically take advantage of a landlord just because he raised the rent and then tie him up for months and months in these hearings. And I understand that they can subpoena records and everything else. It seems to me very invasive. And I personally would not want to, fortunately, I've raised my rents very minimally because I like to keep tenants. I like to keep good tenants. And any sensible landlord is going to have that viewpoint. I mean, I've dealt with, I would say, probably 1,500 tenants over the past 38 years because the rooming house has more turnover than most type properties. But the other thing is there got to be more landlord input. I mean, I've attended a few meetings of the Landlords Association, and I think by and large, one of the facts that came out is there's not much input from landlords like myself into these hearings. And that's why I made it a point to definitely get on to this particular hearing to make our voices heard, or at least my voice heard, with the experiences I've had over time. I think every time there's a new right granted to a tenant, there has to be responsibility as well. And care must be taken in granting these rights to how is it going to affect landlords. I don't consider myself.
Mr. Miller, excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Miller, that's
Yes.
that's your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up for us, please.
Okay, well, I just want to see more landlord input overall, and more input from landlords. Okay, that's my wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We appreciate your input. Any questions from the committee members? Representative Gonzalez.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. You said that you've been a landlord for the last, 35 years? It seems like you're not happy with the bill 907. That's the rent, the fair rent. Can you tell me, when you said that tenants will take advantage of, from landlords, can you tell me if you think that it's fair that if a tenant sign a contract, let's say for the rent for $900, and then the next year they have to renew the contract, and the landlord raised the rent from $900 to $1,500. Do you think that's taking advantage to the landlord is taking advantage, or what?
I would agree that that's a ridiculously high rent increase, and certainly that should be addressed. But there should be, as the fellow mentioned before, about the rooming house in Hartford that went up only $50, and he had 2 people contest that. I don't consider $50 a month to be a very large increase whatsoever. There should be a cap. There should be some kind of parameter in this that says, okay, if it's more than, let's say, the rate of inflation, well, then a tenant can go ahead and take a case before the Fair Rent Commission. But if it's not, well, then it's an unreasonable burden on the landlord. So I certainly agree that that kind of increase would be outrageous, in my opinion.
And that's why we have to do something about the rent, because it's out of control, it's crazy. And that's why I think that it's very important that we pass Bill 907. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Any additional questions from members of the committee? Any on Zoom, any in person? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We are going to, at this time, because we're still within the first hour, we've been joined by State Representative Kara Rochelle, and we'd like to call her up to testify at this time. Thank you very much, Representative Rochelle, for being with us today. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Representative Rochelle.
Thank you very much for having me today. And it's great to see you all. To Chairman Luxembourg, Senator Moore, Vice Chairs Khan and Lesser. I just want to thank you for having this public hearing today with such important issues. I'm here to speak in support of SB 907, which is an act concerning fair rent commissions, and specifically to discuss some data about what's really happening for renters in the state of Connecticut and the importance and necessity to expand these fair rent commissions to more people so they have access to this type of recourse and mechanisms for protection when landlords are not doing the right thing. So current law establishes for rent commissions for towns that are 25,000 people or larger, but it doesn't really look at the percentage of renters within a town, which is the first thing I think we really need to be addressing. In my district, 50%, roughly 50% of my residents are renters, but because the population of the town is less than 25,000 people, they don't have access to a fair rent commission, despite that half the town is renting. And these commissions currently also don't look at things like ALICE rates. As many of you know, ALICE is a study done by the United Way each year that looks at data regarding folks' income, the cost for housing in the area, and other factors to determine how many residents are what's called asset limited, income constrained, and employed. These are residents that are working but are having measurable difficulty in making ends meet. And in my area, that's 50% of my residents. So every other person in my area is struggling to cover their rent, which is one of their biggest costs. You couple with that the fact that in the past year, CT Insider reported that rents went up 12%, and you're looking at skyrocketing rents. No recourse to say, hey, it's going up $200-300. I can't afford that. And you also couple that with the fact that we have data that shows that more hedge funds and out-of-state landlords are coming in and buying these multifamilies to make a profit without a concern for the dignity or way of life of the local residents. And so we're squeezing these folks. I've had house fires, and when folks lose their homes in our area, they cannot find a replacement. They can't find a rent they can afford. And there's nowhere else for them to go because rents have gone up so much. So you have folks that are 65 years old that can't find a place that's even within range of their previous rental. You've got young married couples with kids that are having to move to other areas, pull their kids out of school because they can't afford the rent anymore. And we're supposed to be one of the last affordable areas of the state. So I just want to highlight a couple pieces of information for you. Out-of-state companies and hedge funds are buying up properties, making it difficult to seek fair rent. Data from 2021 shows that it was the fastest year of increase in hedge fund purchases of homes in 16 years. And in 2018, a study of foreclosed homes in Atlanta showed that hedge funds were 68% more likely to file for evictions than regular landlords. So there is evidence from around the country and from this area that shows that these kind of larger organizations are taking advantage of the residents or are more likely to cause harm to these residents. We have the data on the increases in rent. And what we have is that there needs to be a broadening.
Excuse me, Representative Rochelle, that's your 3 minutes.
Yep.
If you want to wrap up, please.
I'll wrap up by saying I'm hoping that you guys will look at a regional approach. We know that small towns have trouble filling boards and commissions. So I think a regionalized strategy for these fair rent commissions would make the most sense to have some uniformity in how things are addressed, and so that folks across the region know who to contact and where to go, either from a regional board or from being able to access the next largest town that has one of these commissions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Rochelle, and thank you for your thoughtful advocacy, particularly of the Valley, which sometimes does get neglected in this building, but shamefully so. You do a great job advocating for your community, and we're very grateful to have you here. Any remarks or questions from the members? Looks like Senator Sampson has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Representative. Delighted to have you in front of me twice in 2 days on 2 different committees. I'm just curious if you are aware that there is no prohibition on local municipalities creating fair rent commissions if they choose.
I am aware of that fact, but there is a difference between having the option to create them and making sure that they're available. And I think where towns may not always have the capacity to act, the state has a responsibility at times to make sure that residents, no matter the municipality, have the access to these resources.
I don't mean to argue with you, but if the town has the capacity to act or not is still going to be the town's responsibility if this bill goes forward. And it sounds to me like you're suggesting that small towns may not have that ability to do so. I don't understand why you would advocate for a state mandate to require them to, if that's the case.
What I'm advocating for is access. Whether or not the town chooses to put one together, has the capacity to, we know that a lot of small towns are struggling to fill boards and commissions. And this type of commission does require a level of subject matter knowledge. So I think that there is a reasonable argument to be made that we want to make sure that these commissions are staffed with folks that have a base of knowledge, and that there's access regardless of your town's individual capacity or will. It doesn't change the fact that residents should have a right to recourse if they have predatory landlord situations or seemingly unfair rent increases.
I guess that would be the other thing I would ask you about is you've made several comments in your testimony. You just said predatory landlords and suggested that hedge funds somehow are more likely to be up to no good when it comes to dealing with their tenants. Have you got any evidence to suggest that these individuals or corporations or any of the landlords you're referring to are actually doing something that is illegal or outside the law?
So in my, not outside the law, but in my testimony, I did just reference a study in Atlanta that showed that there's a 68% increased probability or data that shows that they're 68% more likely to move to eviction faster. So there are differences in the way that hedge fund landlords versus small town, mom and pop landlords do behave in reference to the relationship to tenants around things like eviction.
I don't doubt that those types of statistics exist, although I don't think they tell the whole story. Do we know, how many of those evictions were found to be justified?
So,
I mean, that's an important part of that data. I think if you're going to bring up that there's an increased number of evictions, you should also know how they were adjudicated.
So I don't know if that data has been tracked, but we do have, I would imagine if there's 68% larger probability that they can't all be as accurate as there are other pathways that a fair rent commission could help to mediate so that we don't have what we are currently saying, which is a large increase in homelessness in our community. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be fair and reasonable, which is the point of a fair rent commission.
I appreciate that. And I'm very sympathetic to, the cause that, generates interest in these types of bills. Obviously, we don't want to see anyone homeless, and obviously we don't want to see people struggling. But of course, people are struggling across this entire state. Many of them are not tenants at all. Many of them in my community are senior citizens who own their own homes or they own their own mobile home, but they're being forced out primarily because of the cost of living, not just their rent. It could be the cost of electricity in the state is up 25%. Food. I just heard 12% per month increases over the last 3 months in the cost of food. This state is notorious for how much it taxes people. We have some of the highest property taxes. I think we rival only New Jersey for property taxes. These are all factors that are created by government that drive up these costs. And I just wonder if that factors into the thinking when we're voting on bills for labor contracts or state budgets that increase spending dramatically and ultimately raise taxes. I guess the thing is, I don't want to get into a debate. I'm supposed to be here to be fact finding, but since I have the chance to speak with a colleague in a rare instance about where you're coming from, I'm really trying to understand why we have this notion that somehow it's just the landlord that's being unfair. If they raise their rent substantially, they're facing increased costs. And ultimately, I guess what I would more concerned about is the notion that someone that serves in a state legislature has respect for the right of individuals to use their own property as they see fit. I mean, do you believe through Mr. Chairman that individuals should be able to determine how their property is used and how much rent they should be able to charge? Or should that be a function of government? Through Mr. Chairman.
I believe that consumer protection is something that we do in the state of Connecticut. We have a consumer protection agency, and this is another way to ensure that the consumer protection is had. We do have laws around price gouging. And I think that just like any other industry or business, we need to make sure that we're being thoughtful and balanced in the way that we do things. And so, when we look at people's weekly, monthly, or annual budgets, you do know that housing is one of the largest big ticket items. And with these documented large jumps in the increased costs, I think it's worth having a conversation and worth taking a look to make sure that we're protecting the consumer in a fair and balanced way.
Well, thank you. I don't know that you and I are going to see eye to eye on these
That's
things,
okay.
but I look forward to the conversation going forward. I would just remind everyone listening, I mean, the greatness of our country relies on the fact that people are trying to advance themselves. And one of the very common ways they do that is by purchasing property, either for their own benefit or to use as a landlord. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's why we live in the greatest country on earth, is because people have the opportunity to improve their own lives.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here and testifying in front of us. Thank you. And I just have a comment. I know that us legislators, and I know that other people, tenants that come here and testify, we don't have anything to prove that what we're saying is true, because especially us, we come here based on what people call us and their complaints. And I know that it's very hard for me to ask you for proof when I'm also be going through that. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make a comment, a little story about what's going on with the landlords today. Is that, well, it's not only that's been for years and years, there are some landlords that try to abuse. I came here with 3 kids and I was positive in cancer, and I ended up in the lines of welfare. So I was renting, and I was very young at that time. So I have a landlord that asked me, I will raise the rent, or you have to be friendly with me. And that's the kind of abuse that we have all over. The thing is that my story ends because I grabbed a bat and I went after him. That was the race and then I ended up going to court. But I know a lot of people, especially females, are not like that. And we're not taking a lot of abuse from the landlords. I am a landlord, but I don't abuse anybody because I went through that. So thank you for coming and testify. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing your story. It's unfortunately, I've heard similar things before. And so there are, of course, great landlords and bad actors, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything to protect against the bad actors.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez and Representative Rochelle. I would just like to add that I think this is a valuable discussion for the Housing Committee. I think particularly the distinction between large hedge funds and out-of-state landlords who have a very different fiduciary obligation than a local individual mom and pop landlord who owns a property. I think that may be part of why what you're seeing sort of at the very local level in your district, Representative Rochelle, is that as a increased percentage of residential real estate becomes owned by hedge funds and large out-of-state corporations, they have contractual obligations to their investors, a fiduciary obligation to their investors, which puts them in a position where they're beholden to those stakeholders, and they have less wiggle room to work out a deal with a tenant. Whereas a local landlord who owns their property and is renting to a tenant may say, I understand you've lost your job. I understand you got cancer. I understand something happened. I know you're a good person. I've known you from the community. I'm willing to structure a payment plan. I'm willing to work someone out, as opposed to evict first and ask questions later. And I think what you're forcing this committee to grapple with through your thoughtful testimony is, we're the neutral arbiters. We're not picking sides between landlords and tenants, but we're the neutral policy arbiters for the state of Connecticut. And as a higher percentage of tenants are in this scenario, through forces way beyond their control. They don't control whether a hedge fund owns the place where they live or whether their neighbor across the street in Ansonia or Derby owns it. The reality, the marketplace reality right now is that more and more of these units are owned by these large corporations and out-of-state corporations and hedge funds. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. We believe in a free market, but there are real world ramifications for tenants in that system, which is that it does tend to lead to an evict first, ask questions later stance, which is hurting people that you represent. So I think this is a very complex, nuanced issue that this committee will take a serious look at. And we are grateful for your thoughtful testimony. And I would encourage the committee members, both sides of the aisle, to get into the thoughtful policy details and see if we can make a difference to help people. So thank you, Representative Rochelle. I don't see any other additional questions. We thank you for your testimony, and we will move on to the next person on the list, who is an expert in the nonprofit sector related to housing. And we're very fortunate to have her here testifying, and that she's in person as well. We'll call up Amanda Gordon to testify. Thank you for being with us, Amanda, and thank you for your expertise in advocacy.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, Vice Chair Lesser, Vice Chair Khan, Senator Sampson, and Representative Scott, and other members of the Housing and Appropriations Commissions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raised Bill 655, an act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. As Representative Luxembourg said, my name is Amanda Gordon, and I work at Community Housing Advocates, serving households experiencing housing crises and those with substance use and mental health disorders in the Greater Hartford and Greater Middletown areas. I've been working in the homeless service sector in Connecticut since 2010. As the current Director of Quality Assurance and someone who handled funding at my last job, I can tell you that the nonprofits working to end homelessness in Connecticut are and always have been excellent stewards of the government funding that we've received. We are grateful for Connecticut's past investments in housing and homelessness, but it's not enough. Funding has gone to support the people we serve, but rates of homelessness are climbing about 39% in the past year. Rents are increasing, inflation and wage competition has been detrimental to our ability to recruit and retain staff, and has also increased our overhead costs. We're finally facing the precipice of decades of underinvestment in our homeless response system. We need only to look around us to see the impact of this in the rising number of faces on our streets who are increasingly elderly and young adults with children. You've likely heard that Connecticut is a national leader when it comes to efforts to end homelessness, and we are, and we're very proud of that. But the nonprofits that make up this system have done all that we can at this point to prop up the system by increasing efficiencies through collaborations, using technology, and thinking creatively and leveraging private resources. If the state of Connecticut does not act now, we are at risk of losing all of the amazing progress and national recognition we have received. Our frontline employees are the backbones of our agencies. Without them, the services we provide cease to exist. Throughout the pandemic, they showed up day in and day out to keep people safe, putting their lives and the lives of their families at risk. But when our own employees are calling 211 to ask for housing and food insecurity assistance along with the people they serve, we are doing them a disservice. However, stagnant grant and contract amounts do not allow for inflationary wage increases that the private sector and unionized state workers receive. The time is now to make the investment to make up for years of underfunding for the homeless service system and to make a commitment to continue to support it at increasing levels moving forward. As such, I strongly urge the legislature to invest $50 million to rescue the homeless response system as outlined in the bill. This funding will increase our ability to recruit and retain dedicated staff and to keep our doors open. It will allow us a reliable source of funding so that we're not scrambling each winter to piece together our safety net, which keeps people off the streets during these dangerously cold months, which we're experiencing right now. It will ensure that the statewide and regional coordinated system that we've built over the last 7 years is sustainable. And in addition, it will ensure we can flexibly and creatively respond to the unique needs of households in crisis when they need us the most. In summary, thank you to the committee for allowing me to testify. It is with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system, continue forward progress, and help make sure that Connecticut's residents have a safe place to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon, I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about how do you respond for homeless people right now on a day when it's going to be very, very cold and we're expecting really low temperatures all week long, what happens?
Sure. So right now in 55 minutes, we are in cold weather activation, which is activated by the governor's office. During those periods, we change how we operate and everyone is brought inside. What that means is that shelters and warming centers that might otherwise only be open during nighttime hours are open during the daytime hours as well. Cities and municipalities open day shelters and warming centers. We make available some hotel rooms, and we work with outreach staff and police officers to make sure individuals that otherwise might be sleeping outside are brought in during these very, very dangerous cold weather temperatures.
And what area do you serve?
Greater Hartford and Greater Middletown.
So do you have enough locations that you can take people in during these times?
It's never enough. Right this year, our warming center is 45 beds, and we have been turning folks away, not as often as could be, but I think the highest night was turning away 10 people. We have been working with other municipalities in Enfield and Vernon to try and help make sure people get placements. But obviously, as you know, some folks do not want to be brought out to those towns because it makes it harder to reach their services, their friends, the following day when there's no transportation to get them back.
Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you, Senator Moore, and thank you for your testimony, Amanda. Given the challenges in the labor market generally, how hard it is to find high quality, highly trained workers to do some of the most vexatious work that exists in the state, how does the nonprofit sector, which is basically solving this problem for the state of Connecticut, because the state of Connecticut's not providing, as I understand it, really direct service to people experiencing homelessness. We're asking the nonprofit community to solve that problem for us. And so I'm wondering, when we ask nonprofit providers to solve that problem and they get a day's notice or 2 days notice that it's going to be extremely cold, and now warming centers and shelters have to immediately be open 24/7. And now there's an instant need to quickly get hundreds, potentially thousands of people out of the elements to save their lives. How does, in that scenario, with no time, advanced time, and with a challenging labor market, how does the nonprofit sector instantly hire high quality staff and pay them a wage that would make them want to do that with no advance planning, notice, or additional resources from the state?
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg. It is definitely challenging. I will say that, within our regional networks, we have a team of very dedicated staff. And so for these cold weather programming, you will often see employees from one agency working a second job, a third job at another agency to make it work. Some of our agencies also use per diem staff, though that's been increasingly challenging over the years with the increasing level of acuity that we're seeing among the population. You really need people that are trained and who understand the challenges and barriers that this population exists. That exists in this population. And I would say that a lot of our program managers have been known to work 80-hour weeks to make sure that their programs are staffed and that they can, cover where they need to.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question from, if Senator Moore doesn't mind, we'll have Representative Gonzalez ask a few questions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and testifying. What are the regular hours for a shelter? Is that, like he was saying, 24 hours a day?
It depends. It varies all across the state. I will say that in the last several years, we have more shelters that are 24 hours, but it is not currently a requirement of state contracts. To get to that point, we would need an increased level of funding to support 24-hour staffing at our shelter system.
All the shelters are like that? Because I know about one in my community that they have to be in line at 3:30 in the afternoon, and then they have to leave early in the morning by 6 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Some are just overnight, though more have become 24 hours. Warming centers, which may be what you might be alluding to, those are definitely mostly just overnight hours, unless you're in the severe cold weather activation like we're in right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? It looks like Representative Weir has a question.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chairperson. Ms. Gordon, you mentioned, I got the number, is it 39% our homelessness is up?
That's correct.
Okay. And maybe I missed it, but over what time period is that?
That's within the last year.
Okay, 1 year over year. Okay. And what is the approximate number, from what number to,
I would have to get you the actual numbers, but I would say in my recollection, over the course of a year, we have about just over 4,000 people experience homelessness across Connecticut.
okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, we'd like to thank you, Amanda, for your thoughtful testimony and advocacy, and grateful for all the work you do every day for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you. Next is Morgan Miller. All right, we don't see Morgan. We'll move on to the next person. Michael Servillo. Thank you. Mr. Servilino. Moving on, Naomi Freeman. Is Naomi in the room, or is she?
Yes, I'm here virtually.
Hello, Ms. Freeman. How are you?
Good.
All right.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to quickly address, I'm hearing a lot of sentiment about small housing providers not being around so much, and a lot of the corporate housing. And I just want to say that it's bills that are being presented today and bills in the past that have been created that have actually helped to create that type of situation, forcing out small housing providers and the mom and pop. I'm a property manager in New Haven, Connecticut, and I only represent mom and pop housing providers. And I want to swiftly address some of these bills. Senate Bill 909, Housing as a Human Right, is rhetorical and a bit of abuse of language. It fundamentally distracts us from the actual issue, which is shortage of housing stock. Our state needs to focus on expansion of zoning and density instead of playing games that only serve political agendas. The state wants to offload the economic burden onto housing providers without upsetting the NIMBY voter bloc. Lastly, the Fair Housing Act bans discrimination, but does not allocate a housing unit or automatic mortgages to everyone. This bill, if passed, will be swiftly challenged as it goes against both federal and state constitution. Similarly, Senate Bill 907, again, short circuits the actual problem of housing stock shortage and instead focuses on creating further bureaucracy. The creation of fair rent commissions merely expands our already bloated government without reducing rents across the board. In fact, it would actually raise rents, as I have many clients myself, that because they have control over it, they're able to offer less expensive rents, versus if they're forced, everybody then has to go to market rate to prepare for unforeseen expenses like what happened in the past 2 years, which easily tripled expenses for housing providers, which is why you saw enormous increases in rent. So instead of spending money paying for useless jobs, we should be allocating the money to building more housing stock. We need actual work done, actual jobs that actually delivers Connecticut a healthy economy, a welcoming regulatory environment, and plentiful housing for all. Lastly, Senate Bill 906 creates further tensions between tenants and housing providers by cultivating a culture of theft and violence. The bill encourages and incentivizes a system that would give blanket cover to bad actors, creates incentives to perverse incentive structures. Additionally, in the event a tenant is in a situation of family violence, I can speak as a survivor of violence and also as an experienced property manager that has encountered these issues multiple times with tenants. If there is a true issue of violence, one of the worst places can be is for the victim to actually stay at the residence where the violence is occurring, as it is both a danger to the resident and to the other residents at the property. It's also a danger to the housing provider who is forced into a public safety situation.
Excuse me, Ms. Freeman, it's
Yeah.
3 minutes. If you could wrap up for us.
Yep. Property damage from abusive situation and forced loss of income, which hurts both tenants and housing providers. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Freeman, did you submit written testimony?
No, I did not.
Is it possible for you to do that?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Sampson has a question or a comment for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Naomi, thank you very much for your testimony. I thought it was very well thought out. You're very well spoken. I don't know if you've ever considered running for public office, but I know we could use a lot more people like you. You mentioned a lot of things in your testimony, so kudos for being able to squeeze all that into a short 3-minute period. But one of the main thrusts of your discussion really was about how it's the past and present policies that have kind of put us in this position. And I don't know if you want to elaborate on that anymore.
Exactly. I can give many, many examples of small mom and pop housing providers that have been forced to sell due to the large organizations. One that it just happened, I have a housing provider that due to the policies that are in place had a $10,000 loss on one eviction. That doesn't sound a lot to a large corporation, but to a small mom and pop housing provider that doesn't have a lot of income, that's a huge loss. And there's a huge misunderstanding in that people think that housing providers have money just coming out of their ears. And when, if you actually run the numbers, the income is minuscule. If you actually look at the cap rates, I mean, restaurants almost do better. And are we going to force restaurants to provide food to people? You know, so it's just, this is a rabbit hole that could take us all day, and just going about the short-sightedness of it is difficult to encapsulate in a few sentences.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony. I can vouch for that minuscule profit margin for small landlords personally. And again, please come back in the future and share with us your views, because you were very well spoken, and I really appreciated your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you.
Next is Jose Bernard. We see you, Mr. Bernard.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion on different proposals being discussed today. My name is Jose Bernard. I'm a local full-time real estate investor with properties and tenants in the towns of Meriden, Hamden, New Haven, and West Haven. In regard to the proposal 909, establishing a right to housing, I truly believe that you guys have the best intentions and the citizens' best interest in mind when drafting this bill. I share a lot of these ideas, as I also strongly believe housing should be a human right. However, the policies enforcing this right should have equal input from housing providers and real estate professionals on the committee to bring a balanced approach to any recommendations or solutions to the housing problems. Without that input from landlords and other real estate professionals in the committee, you're likely to arrive to a single point of view solution rather than a holistic solution that could be equally beneficial for landlords and tenants. In addition, it does not address the core problem, which is the lack of available rental units. If these conditions are not met, I oppose this bill as it lacks the proper representation of landlords in the committee. Regarding proposal 907, concerning fair rent commissions. Towns should have the option and not the burden of a mandate to create a commission. And I would like to see more changes in the rent commissions to make it more fair for both tenants and landlords. To highlight some of those changes needed, every commission should be balanced with equal representation between landlords and tenants. And there needs to be a clear definition of what is a harsh and unconscionable rent increase. In my opinion, that definition should be rent above fair market value of similar units in similar conditions, and how that increase measures up to the current inflation rate. There's a misconception to the profitability of a landlord. And when our cost goes up and we cannot keep up with that cost, it has a heavy impact on our finances and our families, and an effect on the supply of available rentals, as we cannot continue to grow our portfolios to offer more housing. Regarding the proposal 906, an act concerning housing protections, family violence is something that I wish no one has to go through. I acknowledge that victims of family violence need help. However, this bill needs to clarify that it does not allow a victim of family violence to violate their lease terms. They need to pay their rent, not create any disturbances in the property that impact the other tenants, and adhere to their lease terms. And the bill needs to specify what is the time frame in which someone can claim to be protected under the bill. As written, it appears someone can claim protection because of a violence at any point in their past and for any length of time, even if it happened many years ago. In conclusion, I just want to echo what has been said, which is we need more landlords' input in the proposed policies, and we need to focus on the core issues when it comes to housing, which is the lack of housing. Once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you, do you have a rent commission in your town?
I do, yes.
You do? Have you ever attended a meeting?
I have not, and I have not either have a tenant of mine brought up an issue to the rent commission either.
Okay, it's a place for you to bring information because they're locally controlled. I was just doing that as another opportunity to share your thoughts.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Jeffrey Kaplan.
Good afternoon, members of the Housing. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share. My name is Jeffrey Kaplan. I'm a 29-year-old third-generation landlord of a modest proprietary family business here in Connecticut. Our family business has prided itself on providing clean, budget-friendly housing to members of the local workforce since 1965. We have added value to Enfield and the surrounding areas by providing housing for people employed in essential services to the community, such as medical staff, union workers, government employees, as well as Section 8 tenants. And we are deeply invested in the quality of life here in the state. Much of the proposed upcoming legislation will inhibit our ability to remain profitable to such a degree that we will not be able to offer the same level of service due to rapid and persistent inflationary costs and the inability to keep pace with our obligations to cover taxes, debt service, insurance, maintenance, turnover renovations, and other costs associated with operating a property management business. Most importantly, we believe that a lot of the proposed legislation will infringe on some of our most basic rights to control our own property. Regarding Bill 909, to establish a right to housing, I truly believe that it is a tragedy if anybody has to experience homelessness. But my concern is the establishment of another person's rights encroaching on landlords' pre-existing rights to maintain control of their own properties. Bill 909 lines 62 through 95. I see a long list of proposed advocates for the various groups that are represented, but these are all groups that are bent towards tenants' rights. But there is a glaring omission for property owner representation. In a landlord-tenant agreement, there are two parties represented, and each one should have fair representation on the commission. This would foster more collaboration a better relationship, and it would reduce the rate of homelessness. Landlords are not a hostile force against the health of the community. We want it to thrive. And when the quality of life in a community improves, landlords and renters both benefit. I oppose Bill 909 the way it's written because of the lack of landlord representation. Bill 907 regarding fair rent commissions. I feel that there should be a detailed policy on how fair market rental values are calculated rather than subjective personal qualifications or logic as simple as this is too much for 1 year. Over the last 2 years, 2021 and 2022, the price of everything, cost of doing business, as well as rent has gone up dramatically. And landlords need to have the privilege to be able to keep up with market conditions. Additionally, forcing small jurisdictions to have fair rent commissions in place will have administrative and financial burden on these very small communities. And I feel that the laws of the competitive marketplace, predictable economics of supply and demand will prevent overcharging, because landlords do not want to deal with empty.
Excuse me, Mr. Kaplan,
units.
your 3 minutes is up. If you could wrap up for the committee, please.
Yes, sir. Just in short, I oppose Bill 907 because I believe it's anti-competitive and a drain on community resources. And I do feel that many of the upcoming bills are short-sighted and will have the opposite effect on the community that and on the intended beneficiaries. It'll be a detriment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kaplan. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Jeffrey, thank you very much for your testimony today. I thought you were very thorough in your remarks, and I liked a lot of what you were saying. It's not on this particular agenda, but one of the main topics of the committee over the last several weeks has been two things, really. The discussion about a housing shortage and how to rectify that, and also the focus of the committee on several bills that want to cap the ability of landlords to raise rents. I just, since you seem to be very familiar with all of the policy that's being proposed, just wonder if you had a thought on that. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. The most alarming bill that's being proposed is definitely the rent controls, and also limiting landlords' abilities to do evictions, and hiding eviction records are some of the ones that come to mind. Most of our rental units are in a Class C neighborhood, and we definitely are those landlords who would be definitely impacted by rent controls, as we operate on very thin margins. In Class C neighborhoods, rental units deal with a tremendous amount of abuse, as well as we have old stock. For housing, turnovers are very time consuming and expensive, and it's going to limit our ability to remain profitable, especially those who have lots of debt on their properties and are trying to get themselves off the ground as housing providers.
Thank you, sir. Anything additional? Representative Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Jeffrey, thank you for your testimony here. And I think it brings some new light into this discussion about the right to housing. And I do have a brief question for you. You said you're a landlord. You mentioned that you're a third generation landlord. And where I come from in the city of Waterbury, in the town of Watertown, we have many families that have built up their portfolio over the years, and not in an egregious way, but in a way of, just having some investment opportunities spanning back from the 60s, 70s through the 80s, 90s, and past everything down to their children and grandchildren. So I certainly can understand where you're coming from as what I would consider small mom and pop landlord. I guess my question to you, and if you could speak to this, is, are your tenants specifically, and I don't know, and I'm not asking how many units you have, but are your tenants specifically coming to you telling you that their rents are too high and that they would like to go to a rent commission in your town to take you to a rent commission or to challenge you on the increase? And in full transparency, do you have that discussion with your tenants? Because as the good chairman mentioned a little while ago, I think the root of this problem is in the larger cities where we have the out-of-state landlords with hundreds of units just sending out eviction notices willy-nilly every month. But the small landlords like yourself that are generational, that have maybe inherited or bought some property from the generation before, are the ones getting punished by this blanket law. So do you have a large group of your tenants that you would say would feel comfortable saying that they want a rent commission, that they feel that you've been unfair with them with their rent, and that they perhaps feel as if they're getting taken advantage of?
So I've been running point on this operation for a few years now. Not a single time has a tenant come to me and said my rental increases are egregious or unfair. And that they felt the need to go to a fair rental commission. Again, I don't want to see these units being empty. I don't want to have to turn these units over. Thompsonville, Connecticut is a very rough place to rent. Margins are very thin. And we want to keep tenants happy. I want them to be happy to be renting from me. I'm not trying to sort of lord the property over them and try to be unfair to people. They're happy renting from us. We keep our rents at market prices, even a little bit below market rates, in order to encourage them to stay, because we like having tenants. We take good care of them. We're very responsive for maintenance requests, and we consider most of them friends, because they treat us well and we treat them very well. We're fair and we keep the properties in very good condition.
Thank you. And I don't have any further questions. A very brief comment. And the fact that goes off the point that I made in the last several meetings is that the smaller landlord with some units in a small town like Thompsonville is not trying to take advantage of their tenant. They're not trying to go up astronomical with the rent. What they're trying to do is to fill their units, pay their bills, meaning they're providing jobs in the community, because a lot of times you're using maintenance staff, electricians, plumbers, carpenters to do work in the units, painters, etc., landscaping, you name it, dumpsters. So they're providing jobs in the community. And then after their debt service, after their property taxes, they have a little bit of money left over, and it's great. And you're able to have a business like this individual who's able to make a little profit and then hopefully hand it over to his children and grandchildren one day. So to group every single landlord into this big, monstrous, bad, evil, greedy person is ridiculous. And we know that just by hearing from folks like Jeffrey, that there are many landlords in the state of Connecticut, actually most, that are good actors, that are trying to do the right thing. They're housing providers. They provide people with a place to live. Yes, they make a little bit of profit, but we're all in this to make profit. The legislature gave themselves a raise last year because they felt like they weren't making enough. Minimum wage went up because folks felt like people weren't making enough. Property taxes go up every year because towns feel like they need to spend more. So making a small profit because you rent a unit is not a crime. And to try to punish someone like the individual that just testified here, in my opinion, is ridiculous. So thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm so glad to see so many more landlords testifying today, shedding light on the issues that really matter in this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaplan?
Yes.
I want to thank you for your testimony, and I want to thank you for you being a good actor. I wish there were more out there like you, but because there aren't many places, we could use someone like you. And the reason that there are rent commissions, because there are people out there that take advantage. But obviously you are not one of those. So I thank you for the work that you do and appreciate your testimony today.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Next is Catherine Zoll.
Yes, thank you for this chance to share a few thoughts. My name is Kathy Zoll. I'm the Executive Director of the New London Homeless Hospitality Center. We provide emergency shelter, a winter warming center, and a variety of housing supports for individuals experiencing homelessness in New London. I would like to speak briefly to urge support of Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. I think this bill includes a number of very important efforts at the level of rescuing the homeless response system, but I'd like to just very briefly speak to two pieces of this bill. The first is more sustainable funding for the Coordinated Access Network. I'm proud to say that in the homeless response system, we have finally gotten together and begun working as a system. I remember the old days before the Coordinated Access Network, where someone experiencing homelessness would have to somehow find the phone number of a shelter, would have to somehow start making calls looking for a space, be told that everything was full, and often be left outside without resources. But today, with the Coordinated Access Network, anyone experiencing homelessness can quickly get access to someone they can talk to. They can learn what their options are related to homelessness. They can get help in being diverted from homelessness, maybe with a short-term rental assistance or other, assistance, and they can get an orderly access to shelter. I cannot describe how much different that experience is when people are in maybe the crisis of their lifetime facing homelessness. The second piece of the bill that I'd like to speak to is the winter. The idea that we should, as a state, be able in cold weather to provide everyone with access to a warm space. The Homeless Hospitality Center started in 2006 when 2 people died outdoors in the New London area because they had no access to shelter. We've made slow progress in addressing the broad availability of winter warming centers, and this bill would help continue that effort. I just want to thank the Department of Housing, which has over the years pieced together funding from one-time sources to help us get some of these initiatives off the ground and allowed us to show that they can work. But we need the stability of regular funding in order to maintain these important efforts and to continue and improve. I'd just like to urge the legislature to consider investment because we've shown it can make a difference, especially for our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zoll. And thank you for the work you do, especially when we're facing right now some of the coldest days, and there are people who will need you more than ever this week. I want to commend you for that work, but you said something that bothered me, piece together funding. We've got to do a better job of supporting funding for organizations that serve the homeless. So hopefully that word won't come up in 2 years. You'll see us do better. So thank you. Any comments?
Yeah, I'm sure brevity will be rewarded as this hearing continues onward. But I too am grateful for your testimony, and I foresee one of our biggest flaws here is that we don't have a reliable permanent funding stream, particularly for serving folks that are unhoused and are housing insecure, experiencing homelessness in the winter, and that seems particularly foolish as a state because we know it's going to be cold in Connecticut every winter. And because we know that, we ought to have a reliable, stable, appropriately sized funding stream in place. And I think your testimony reminding us that when we're not prepared, people just die outside in the cold when we can't rely on that funding is very important for this committee to consider. And we thank you for your expert testimony.
Thank you. Next is Sean Gio.
Good morning, still, Senator Moore.
Good to see you, sir.
Representative Luxembourg, other members of the committee. I'm Sean Gio, Senior Policy Advisor with the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a statewide housing advocacy organization. Thank you for this opportunity to support Senate Bill 907, which will require municipalities with a population of at least 10,000 to create a fair rent commission. Just want to set some basic facts around our rental market right now. As you know, rents have increased quite a lot, in 24% since 2017. And that's an environment where already half of renters are paying what's considered an unaffordable amount of their income on housing, more than 30%. But what's truly remarkable is that there are about 120,000 renter households that pay more than half of their income on rent. So in that environment, and this, just be clear, this is a broad-based problem in the state. It's faced by renters in every community. For instance, I live in Cheshire. 11% of renters in Cheshire pay more than half their income towards their housing costs. And nearby my childhood home of Waterbury, 29% of renters are paying more than half of their income on rent. And we don't expect, even with the great efforts of the Connecticut Department of Housing and the funding that this legislature and administration has provided for housing construction, we still have a gap of about 80 to 100,000 units of affordable housing for very low income households. So saying all that, how do fair rent commissions fit in? Well, fair rent commissions respond to individual tenant complaints, and they have the power to reduce excessive rent increases. And the vision in an environment where, like Connecticut, where we have very old homes, decisions of a fair rent commission can reinforce code enforcement orders by delaying rent increases until repairs are made. These commissions often are tenants' only way to challenge excessive rent increases. Right now, municipalities with populations over 25,000 are required to have a commission. Yet this excludes renters in 145 of our 169 municipalities from rights that other tenants enjoy based solely on the size of the community in which they're renting. We strongly support the bill and believe all municipalities should be required to create a fair rent commission. I also just want to note, first, I want to thank Kathy Zoll. We heard Amanda Gordon, and I see Kellyanne here. Provide the critical services to preventing and ending homelessness that they provide in the state. And I ask you to appropriate funds for the homelessness response programs. You heard a lot of important, critical testimony today, and our coordinated access networks are crucial to keeping families out of shelter, streamlining response, and reducing costs in the overall system, which results in increasing stability for Connecticut's families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Comments? Representative Luxembourg.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Moore. And thank you for your testimony and your work in the affordable housing advocacy space. I'd like to know, since the adoption of our current Fair Rent Commission law, which has required the establishment of fair rent commissions in some Connecticut municipalities above that threshold, have you seen any chilling effect on the production of new affordable housing in those communities that now have to have a fair rent commission? Has any developer, has any private business person, has any nonprofit developer, has any multi-faceted stakeholder group that wants to produce new affordable housing or new mixed use housing said, we were going to produce it here, but now that there's a fair rent commission here, we're not sure we want to build there? Has that been a problem you've seen?
My organization provides support to a broad coalition called the Home Connecticut campaign, which includes a broad group of organizations, individuals concerned about housing, including a lot of home builders and developers. I have not heard that once. And in fact, main chilling effect, this is off topic, of course, is ones of inability to get housing permitted in a timely manner, and of course, the just scarcity of resources for construction of housing. As much as the state has provided, it's not enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you. I got a question. The lack of housing, do you think that is hurt more like the suburb, or hurt more the big cities like Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport? What do you think is?
The lack of new housing construction, is that like, is it more, is your question, is it felt more in some communities than others?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's population pressures in parts of the state, and where they may not be in other parts of the state. I think we can see that most of the new, is that me making that feedback? I'm sorry. Most of the new construction, private market construction we've seen in the state is only been in a few communities, in Stanford being the primary one, Danbury, New Haven. But there's different problems in other communities, and we've heard a little bit about that, about housing quality and the age of a lot of our homes. We have some of the oldest homes in the state. Part of that is because we don't build a lot of new homes, but we all live in older homes, and in a community like here in Hartford, or I mentioned Waterbury, those old homes have their own problems. They needing rehabilitation, and also just new housing stock in the city. So there's different problems, and we depending on where the market pressures are, and so hopefully that gets starts to answer your question. I don't know if you have follow-up question.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Paoletta.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. In your response to my good colleague here, you just mentioned a little bit about housing providers coming up with and building, constructing new places for people to live, right? If this committee and legislature were to enact some of these policies that we've seen, do you think that a private developer would be more inept to take a risk and come here to the state of Connecticut and develop, or less?
My testimony regarding fair rent commissions, as I mentioned to Representative Luxembourg, I have not heard any concerns about that. I think what's preventing our housing supply from expanding, there's a lot of other factors. And as I mentioned, primary one is the difficulty in gaining local permits.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer.
Anyone else? I just want to say we will be talking further on housing, and I hope you'll come and give your testimony in future hearings.
Thank you,
for
Senator.
your testimony. I see no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
The next is John Sosa.
Good morning, everybody. It's John Souza of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. I thank you, everybody, for taking time today to listen to us. Oh, do I have to start again? Did you hear me?
We can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, chairpersons. My name is John Souza. I'm volunteer as the president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. I'm a full-time landlord also. The Coalition of Property Owners is one of Connecticut's largest landlord property owner organizations in Connecticut. We have affiliates of small landlord groups all around the state, from Enfield to Wyndham, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Stanford. All of our members own thousands of units throughout Connecticut, and they consist mostly of small and medium-sized landlords. Over 20 years, we've been a constructive voice for responsible landlords on such issues as nuisance abatement, bed bugs, domestic violence, and many others. We're here to represent the small to mid-sized property providers. Most members are local residents of the towns they serve. These small business people often have other jobs, and as well as operating their property part-time, nights and weekends. We often know our tenants by their first names and value the relationships that benefits both of us. Today, I'd like to talk about three of the bills that are on your agenda today. The first one, 909, an act establishing a right to housing. I agree. Housing is very hard in this state to come by. It's getting harder. There's lots of barriers, including, bureaucracy controls. It's a lofty goal to create a system that can house everybody with, ease. And a couple of people have said this before, the ultimate solution is to have more housing. How to make that happen? There's lots of different ways to do it. We get it. But it's very expensive in this state to run housing. It's very expensive in this state to operate housing. Our members have tried for years to provide low and moderate cost housing for residents of the state with little or no money or cost to taxpayers, which is a big benefit, even as the barriers to our success have continued to rise. This bill, the act that establishes housing, I read it and I was like, they're creating a committee, which is fine, but there's no landlords on it. There's no real estate agents. There's no, attorneys that represent people in court. These are the people that deal with housing day after day. If they're going to do it, please put some people on it that have experience, landlords, housing specialists, people like that. And also, please remember that any of these solutions that are provided by this committee should be funded by the public treasury and not place more burdens on the shoulder of property owners who struggle as it is already. After the last 2 years, especially, I know many of our members just decided to pack it in and sell, unfortunately, because they just got beat up too bad. And you want to stop people from coming from out of state, and buying up property and don't care about the local residents. These are the type of things that happen that, make the not worth your time to do it. If it's too expensive to operate property and you can't collect the rents you want to collect to pay the expenses, then, at some point you're going to give up. So those are the two things I asked for in that one. The second one, 907, an act concerning fair rent commissions. I just want to,
Souza,
yeah.
We're at 3 minutes, so if you could just wrap up for the committee, that would be great.
Sure. Again, fair rent commissions has been around for a long time. If you're going to change it, there needs to be more changes than just the amount of time, just amount of population. There are changes that it's in my testimony that need to be done. And the protections of family violence basically overlaps the Violence Against Women Act, and most of that stuff is in there, and the bill isn't very well written. It needs time limits, and it almost creates a new protected class, which I don't think is reasonable. So that's my testimony. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Butler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank John for your advocacy. I know that many of the people that you represent actually are the good actors, and these bills that we have before us are actually looking at the bad actors and trying to do something to curb their activity. As many people said, that I think the main way that we can best address this housing market is to build more housing. Without that, we're going to be in a constant struggle. But I think that, as you have alluded to, that when we're actually coming forward with possible solutions, that we need to take a balanced approach, because ultimately we don't want to set, hard lines between tenants and property owners. We want to form an environment where both interests are met, available housing and those who provide it and those who take advantage of it. So I just wanted to ask you about your Fair Rent Commission perspective. You were about to allude to that. So I just wanted to know your perspectives on fair rent commissions.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Butler. So I don't know, earlier somebody spoke about, that was my case where for the first time in 30 years, somebody challenged my rent increase of $50. It was in a rooming house. Now, rooming houses are pretty much the first step off the street for a lot of people. We run them almost like a pro bono for society. We don't make a lot of money on them, But we run them, we make a few bucks, and it benefits everybody. This year in the city of Hartford, the taxes went up depending on the buildings, but between about 40 and 60%. And that, in this case, it represented $39 a month just per room per month increase. So we raised rent $50, and I had a lot of other expenses that went up too. Two tenants didn't think it was very fair, even though I spelled it all out for them. So they applied to the Fair Rent Commission in Hartford. It took literally 4 months to get a hearing, and I kept calling them saying, well, what's going on? They're like, well, they're backed up. I'm like, that's nice. Can you do it again? And they did not. It took 4 months of me complaining. And I guess if I wasn't even complaining, they wouldn't have been even 4 months. And when I got there, I didn't think there were any landlords on the commission. Nobody represented themselves as a landlord. They did deliberations behind closed doors, which I was like, wait a minute, that's not fair. We can't even hear how they think, what they're thinking. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to do these type of things, it's got to be fair to everybody. And right now, the way the law is in Connecticut, it's up to each town. So each town has their own individual idea of what fair is. I don't know if that's something reasonable. We need the body of the law needs to be filled in. We need to have, it needs to be resolved quickly. It needs to have some set of rules that everybody knows in advance what it is. It needs to have equal balance between landlords and tenants. And if you want to throw in a realtor or something like that, people that are reasonable people is fine. The new law that brought it down to 25,000 people in the town, it's just getting the wheels on. I know a lot of towns haven't even finished setting up their boards yet. I've seen some stuff going around. I think they need a year or two before they bring it down to 10, if they're even going to do that. We've lived without these boards in these towns for years and years and years. People have free choice. If they don't want to live and pay the rent, they can go somewhere else. I know it's easy to say, but sometimes it's hard to do. But landlords don't like empty apartments. It's very difficult. It's very expensive. So generally, they don't raise rents if they don't have to. I mean, another thing I didn't hear anybody mention today at all is interest rates have gone, doubled basically in the last 2 years, right? So if your mortgage reset and you have a large mortgage on a property, guess what? Your payment every month just went up tremendously. Never mind the taxes and everything else. So my point is that we're all free people. We can all make our own decisions. Yes, the landlord should be reasonable, but so should tenants. So let's wait a year or two before we bring it down another notch if you're going to do it, and certainly make more changes before that if you're going to do it too.
All right, and thank you for your perspective. I would encourage you to continue in your advocacy, because you sound like you want to bring forward a balanced and fair approach to this housing dilemma that we're facing. So I encourage anyone who has that perspective to continue to be involved. And I'd just like to also say that I'm really concerned about the fair rent commissions, because I know a couple of cities that already have the ability and have fair rent commissions don't even meet because they can't even have a quorum to actually do business. And others that we gave the ability to form fair rent commissions have not even established their fair rent commissions. So I think we need to take a further look at how they're currently operating before we talk about expanding it. Because if it's not currently working, I don't know if we want to expand activity that isn't currently working. We need to really evaluate how to support these commissions so that they can actually effectively do the job that we actually put them in place to do. So thank you, Madam Chair, for this time.
Thank you,
I'm done.
Representative Weir.
Yes, through you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Sousa, I have 2 questions. The first is, I don't, not to put you on the spot, but you mentioned taxes increasing and interest rates increasing without going into every penny. Can you give us a handful of other expenses where you've seen increase over the past couple of years?
Absolutely. So I have one building that I use because it's all 1 bedrooms and it's like, cookie cutter. So it's easy to describe and figure out the expenses per unit. I'm talking in Hartford now. The utility cost for gas has been rising. We know that's up about 15-20% year over 2 years ago. Our taxes in that building specifically went up approximately 60%, 55%, 60%, but that doesn't mean much. So let me give you a number. The 1 bedroom apartments approximately used to cost $205 a month just for the city taxes. And after the increase, they're up to about 275, 85, so roughly $65 a month per unit increase. Just to give you an idea, everybody wants affordable housing, but that building, it's 31 units. It's literally, almost $100,000 a year for taxes. And I had no choice but I never raised my taxes, never raised my rents that high in 1 year. Most people didn't complain because I laid it out on paper for them. I showed it to them. Our employees, we have 3 full-time employees, great people. I pay them well. They have insurance, everything else, but because the minimum wage is going up, they don't want to be paid $15 an hour, $18 an hour. They want the $19 an hour. The gas for my cars, we have 3 trucks, it's all the same stuff goes up. What else has gone up in the last couple of years? It's never ending. Health insurance has risen at a large rate. Electricity most recently has gone up dramatically at 25-30%. All the little expenses to do business in Connecticut have gone up. The insurance is dramatically increasing because of the building materials were so expensive and the labor is so expensive. So as your renewal policies come up, we're seeing 15-20% increases if you're lucky. We've tried to keep the expenses down by raising deductibles and stuff like that to help, but it's very difficult to do business in Connecticut. And, I'm sure this is nationwide to some degree, but, if you guys want affordable housing, they have to do something to keep the state affordable. And that's really what it comes down to. I'm happy to do my part. I try really hard because I don't want a vacancy. I like having tenants for long periods of time. I don't raise rents dramatically unless we absolutely have to. So I hope I was helpful.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I have one more question and through you, Madam Chair. You mentioned, there's a need for more housing. I've heard that mentioned as we met as a committee and we've discussed, that one of the major issues is supply and demand. So as we're giving careful consideration to the policies that we consider proposing for law, as we're again being thoughtful and trying to keep all parties in mind, as we increase the burden on the housing providers, are you more or less likely to invest in more housing in Connecticut?
I could tell you from my experience, especially during the pandemic, dozens of landlords, I'm talking small mom and pop operations, is just like, I've had it. The way that the state treated landlords, and I understand it was an unusual situation, but I had literally mom living on the first floor with her kid, owning the property, and they couldn't get the person out on the 3rd floor that was driving the other 2 tenants nuts, smoking marijuana, fighting. So they were like, why would I want to rent anymore? This is ridiculous. I don't have any control over my property, even during the pandemic. And, these people, we didn't get a court date for months. I've heard so many people say the same thing. I'm going to Florida, I'm selling out, and I'm leaving. And some people, even worse, is some people are just like, I'm not going to rent the extra apartment upstairs in my house anymore because it's not worth it to me. It's I don't have a mortgage anymore and I'm not going to deal with the tenants. I'm just tired of it. I think that might be the shot across the bow. If you really think about it, it's so scary to rent to people, especially small mom and pop. They think that everything's fair. They think should be treated fair. But once they find out how difficult it is to evict people, how difficult it is to raise rents, how difficult it is to do certain things, they change their minds. It's sad. Now, I make a living at it, and I'm getting tired. I've been doing it for 30 plus years, 34 years. And I want to keep doing it. I want to expand my business, but it's just not worth it. I'd rather go find someplace else to do something else at this point. If somebody asked me honestly if they want to sell everything at a good price, I probably would. So I'm being honest. I hope that's doesn't cut too close to the bone, but the more bureaucracy to do anything, the less likely people are going to do it. It's just the way of the world. It's the way business is too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I see no other questions. Moving on to the next person, Olivia Rinks.
Thank you.
Olivia?
Thank you. Thank you and good morning to the Housing Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from the town of North Stonington. I'm testifying today in favor of a couple bills. First, SB 909, an act establishing a right to housing. Housing is a human right and it's a basic survival need. As we have heard in many other testimonies this morning, the housing crisis is at an all-time high. We're seeing effects of the pandemic and COVID-related shutdowns on eviction rates and homelessness rates. Connecticut residents need to be able to access affordable quality housing, and they need protection from predatory landlords and corporate developers who value profit at the expense of their tenants. I'm speaking as a Connecticut resident and as an individual who's been employed my entire adult life, which is 14 years, and I'm not able to afford to live independently. I'm fortunate to have other resources, but that's not something that everyone can rely on. And legislators need to be putting efforts towards prioritizing tenants and unhoused individuals who need housing protection or who are in need of housing. Owning property and profiting off of that property are not survival needs on par with ensuring everyone has adequate shelter. I would like to echo those who have stressed the importance of putting efforts towards increasing quality housing supply in all areas of the state, in addition to ensuring rental prices are consistent with wages. I'm also testifying in favor of SB 907, an act concerning fair rent commissions. Rents are going up and wages are not, as we've heard from many of the landlords speaking today, like allowing large profit seeking corporate developers to rent apartments at exorbitant costs has the effect of forcing landlords to use utilities and services as collateral or raise rental costs themselves or face losing their properties. Fair rent commissions and rent stabilization, is beneficial for everyone. I'm also testifying in favor of SB 906, an act concerning housing protections for victims of family violence, because housing is a human right and individuals struggling with traumatic domestic events should not have to also worry about the status of their housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Rinks. Any comments, questions? Thank you for your testimony. We have no further questions. Next is Carlos Jones.
Yes, my name is Carlos Jones. I'm transportation here at the Columbus House.
Your reception is
And
poor.
I'm here to talk about House 654. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me see if I can move in my office somewhere else. Am I better now?
That's better.
All right. So once again, House Bill 65.
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry. I can't see you. Mr. Jones?
New Haven, Connecticut. Are we right now? Yes.
Mr. Jones, it's wobbly. We can't really, you want to go out and come back in?
Yeah, 1 second.
And I'll take you. All right. I'll take you next. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. So I'll go to Ashley Blunt. I don't see Ashley. Mark McWilliams. Mr. McWilliams, your volume. You're
Is
muted.
that better?
That's better, sir.
Okay, Mark McWilliams. I've been a landlord for 27 years. In addition to being a landlord, small landlord across Connecticut, I buy houses and fix them up. So basically, as a landlord, it's a break-even proposition. It's a challenging business, and we try and make concessions to be flexible with tenants. Nobody wants to have people out on the street. Eviction is a last choice. It's extraordinarily expensive. It's $5,000 to $10,000 when you go through the eviction process, and it's devastating. It's not anything you choose. It's brought on by multitude of circumstances. Tenants get involved with problems, and at this point of my tenants, I have 15% that I've got payment plans with. When we had Unite CT, I had more than 25% of my tenants applied for it and got assistance through it. I had to wait a year for those payments without fail. I'm waiting 7 months on one assistance program for a tenant that I'm working with, and it's really challenging. But let me speak directly to the bills. Fair housing, I buy houses around the state in small towns that don't have fair housing commissions. In general, up to this point, I've not experienced it. I haven't dealt with it. So I have a choice. I buy a house and it's basically not livable. I clean it out. I make it livable. I put kitchens and baths and make it so I can either sell it or rent it. And I have a choice. And when I'm looking at this, rent it, why in the world would I ever rent it? It's just crazy. It's scary that I'm going to get in front of a commission that's going to say, no, this isn't really your house. What you need to do is you need to wait for our decision in 4 or 5 months, and we'll tell you what you can pay, what you can charge in rent. I mean, why would I go for that? I mean, everybody deserves a place to live. I get that. But I'm making decisions of what to do with my capital, where to buy houses. I'm not buying from other landlords. I'm buying stuff that's falling down and making it livable for people. And if I can't make profit doing that, I'm not going to do it. And you're dealing with, I say this with respect, okay? Look, I have a number of tenants that have been my tenants more than 10 years, and I'm well below market rents. In some cases now, 30, 40% below market. I have a single family house that's renting for $850, and it ought to be $1,200. I raised it from $775 to $850, and the tenant made like the world had come to an end, and she was going to move right away. I said, "Look, my cost, I'm not even breaking even on this. This is absolutely ridiculous." And I appreciate you as a tenant. I have other units you could move to. She didn't take me up on it. Eventually you have to catch up closer to market. And if I brought all my units in front of a commission and said, look, they shouldn't be $850, they should be $12, rightly, they would say that's not fair. We should take 3 years to bring these rents up. But it hurts me as a landlord. And then when I go to sell the houses, their values, the buyers come in and say, why are your rents so low? This is ridiculous. I can't buy a 2-family with 2 units that are $950 each side. The market's $1,300, $1,400, $1,500. Why are your rents so low? What's wrong with this building? I said, there's nothing wrong.
Excuse me, Mr. McWilliams.
Yeah.
That's your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up for the committee.
Yeah.
Please.
Basically, I think a fair rent commission for under $25,000 is not helpful. It won't increase the supply on the market. But it should be landlords should be represented on these commissions for sure.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments? Appreciate your comments, but I also appreciate how you kept it steady and probably helped out a lot of people. I think that person who might have thought they could find something for thought that $950 was a lot, it's going to have a hard time finding anything in Connecticut at that rate. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next is, I want to see if Carlos Jones is back. Mr. Jones?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Jones. I'm the transportation manager here at the Columbus House. I've been here for going on 14 years. I'm testifying on behalf of the House Bill 6554, the act to appropriate funds for certain homelessness response programs. Being here at the Columbus House for as long as I have been, I started off on the ground floor as a residential supervisor. And with that work being done at the rate that we were being paid, a lot of our work is done from the heart. A lot of people here, they say that they don't come to work for the paycheck. They come to work because they love what they do. Because at the end of the day, 90% of us have other jobs to take care of our families. The rate of child care in the state of Connecticut, preferably New Haven, it's almost $1,000 plus a month. And here at the Columbus House, I only can speak on what I know is the rate that we're being paid to do the job. No one will be able to even buy groceries if they pay for child support. That's why so many of us have other jobs. Other issues as far as what we have going on here, I don't mean to jump around, but I only have 3 minutes and trying to cover more than one thing. The residential staff that we have here working third shift, I've witnessed this young lady, she has 2 jobs and she's working, trying to find a third job just to support her family due to the wages and the way that the rate and things are hiking up every day here in the state of Connecticut. We just trying to get everything on an even keel where we can survive and still do the things that we love to do, which is take care of the community that's the most needed, which is our homeless community. Like I said before, no one here is doing this job because it's the biggest paycheck in the world. We do this job because we love what we do. We try to support our communities and give them back in the best way we know how. I've been a part of many programs here, such as Abraham's Tent, where we used to go and get people from under bridges and people that would not come to the Columbus House. And we got in contact with churches, synagogues, mosques, and they were allowed us to bring the clients to them to let them sleep in their basements for a week during the cold months of the winter. That program at this moment is not going on due to COVID reasons, but that's a really great program that helped us out tremendously in the winter months. And the cold weather programs that we have opening, we have people working here and at the cold weather program just to make ends meet. And sometimes these things are very, very hard to do in the environment that we work in. It's a lot of people here who are dealing with things outside of work, but work on end is taking over. We're dealing with a lot of drug abuse here. We're dealing with a lot of domestic violence here at the Columbus House that, you know, outside of our own families, we're dealing with clients that come in and give us those same issues as well. And we have to do this with a grain of salt and not try to put ourselves in their predicaments and just respect their time and being of trying to make it to the next day. Is a lot of people don't understand the plight of living out of a bag, but that is very serious to live out of a bag, to not know where your next meal is coming from, to not know where you're going to be able to lay your head, to not know if someone is going to come and try to steal the little bit that you're holding on to that is yours. A lot of people don't know that. I was just at Tent City the other day here on the boulevard in New Haven, and it's a guy that works overnight at Amazon, but he's living in Tent City. I told him, I said, these two things don't correlate with me, but just having a conversation with him, he can't afford rent. That's the problem. The rent where he was at was so high. He took the choice to say, I'm gonna keep my job.
Excuse me,
and
Mr.
live in a
Jones.
tent. Yes, sir.
Your 3 minutes is up. If you want to wrap up the committee, we'd appreciate it.
That's no problem. Just in closing, I just would like to say that a total investment of this $50 million can go very far for every program that has their name on this bill. Please, 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 I beg of you, let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thanks for coming back in too. Any questions, comments? I see none. So thank you for your testimony, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next is Matthew Morgan.
Morning. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, ranking members and distinguished members of the committee. I'm speaking today in support of House Bill 6445. I'm a resident of West Hartford and have worked in the nonprofit sector for almost 20 years and have served as Journey Homes Executive Director for the past 12 years. And I speak today on behalf of the thousands of people who experience homelessness and who are unstably housed in the capital region every year. Journey Home coordinates the homeless response system in the capital region. We work every day with the warming centers, the emergency shelters, the street outreach programs, the rental assistance programs, and others to get people the housing and services they need. The coordinated access network structures have helped us to move to a shared responsibility in the community for the well-being of people experiencing homelessness. Can backbone support agencies like Journey Home provide facilitation and accountability to help solve complex cases? We use data to make more informed decisions, to create efficiencies, to identify gaps, and to prioritize investments. CANs use collective brainpower to support people to overcome barriers to move into housing and to remain in housing. CAN hub sites help accommodate people in person who do not have phones. While overall homelessness has been increasing, CANs have made amazing progress on reducing homelessness among special populations like chronic homelessness, youth and young adult homelessness, homeless veterans, and people who are homeless and living with HIV and AIDS. We need to expand that progress to everyone who's experiencing homelessness. Every person at risk of homelessness has a situation that's unique, and sometimes it's impossible to predict the different kinds of challenges or barriers that they face. In a highly competitive rental market, the clients we serve often can't compete with the people who have fewer barriers, and landlords do not want to wait for inspections and other regulatory hurdles because they lose money for every day that their apartments are not rented. We need flexible funds to pay for holding fees, for rental application fees, for pet fees, vital document fees, landlord incentives, landlord risk mitigation funds, moving expenses, transportation for people who experience homelessness to view apartments, security deposit assistance, utility arrears, and other barriers to housing that we can't predict ahead of time. Turnover in our staff at our provider partner agencies means clogs in our homeless services system. People experiencing homelessness desperately need services. When housing and shelter case managers leave their organizations, it causes delays in getting people housed during the time that we have to recruit and onboard new staff. Our system needs flow to be effective, flow into the shelters and housing programs and out of those shelters and housing programs. The longer people stay in shelter, the less capacity we have to accommodate new people who are having a housing crisis. Cold weather shelter programs have been essential this year to provide life-saving places for people to stay during the winter months when they would have otherwise been at risk of freezing to death without these programs. And just a reminder that many of the shelters were created because people did freeze to death. Housing is a human right, and homelessness is a prime example.
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. We're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap up for the committee, please.
Homelessness is a prime example of the failure of our society to take care of its citizens. The traumatic experience of homelessness often negatively impacts people for years, even after they've been housed. We need to rescue the homeless response system and change the trajectory of this vulnerable population in our state. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Housing Committee. Very, very grateful for the expert work that you do and for your expert testimony. You know, I think this Housing Committee is looking at a lot of big picture economic data. We're talking about supply and demand as it relates to affordable housing. We're looking at rental increases. We're looking at all sorts of topics, and I think economic factors are at the front and center of those. But one thing that I don't think has gotten a lot of discussion, I'd love for you to weigh in on, is sort of the opportunity cost of what happens when a nonprofit provider has an expert employee, maybe somebody with a master's degree in social work that's providing very, very specialized skills-based services, and they leave that job because the pay is not competitive with, for example, going to work at a place like Costco, which I'm sure is a fine employer. No disrespect to them, but do you see that on the ground as a nonprofit provider? And do you think there's sort of a significant economic cost when somebody who has a master's degree in social work and is an expert at providing services to people who are experiencing homelessness instead has to make the rational economic choice to go work at a Costco because they can get paid potentially better wages there. You know, I'd love for you to comment on that.
Sure. So I would say the number one issue that our partner agencies have had over the past 12 months has been losing talent and trying to retain talent that they have at their agencies. And it has a horrible impact on our system. So, for example, homeless outreach workers, when they leave, that means we have people on the streets now with no one to engage them. Whoever they're people that they were serving their caseload means that now there's nobody to go out and engage them, try to help them get into housing programs or into shelter if they're able to get to shelter. If shelter case managers leave, the same thing. When there's turnover, so first of all, it creates stress on everybody else in the agency to now pick up these caseloads. People who are experiencing homelessness are now reporting, their case manager has changed multiple times. And whenever those transitions happen, if somebody leaves quickly, there's not always a smooth transition for that person to be able to continue their progress and whatever it was, whatever their housing plan was or employment plan was. It's very difficult. It's disruptive to our system. And it means that our shelter system gets clogged because it takes longer for people to get housing. If we could turn over our shelter beds faster, we could accommodate the needs of people who are experiencing homelessness. But without the rental assistance and without the correct amount of funding that these agencies need to receive, we're not going to be able to make that progress that we want to. And lastly, for at the front end of our system, people just, facing homelessness, doubled up, overcrowded, and they're coming to the can for the first time to help. If we lose those staff, suddenly we have no one to meet them and try to help them get a security deposit or mediate with friends or family to prevent them from becoming homeless in the first place. And then when people do have those crises, they're calling 211, trying to schedule an appointment, and we're booked out for weeks, which is a dysfunctional system when that happens.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I see no further questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Yvonne Klein.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable chairs and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today in support of HB 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. My name is Yvonne Klein. I am the CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I'd like to first set the stage. Approximately 4,600 people in the state are homeless. 581 are families. 6 of those families are unsheltered. We are a state that has committed to let no family go unsheltered. We have seen a 39% uptick in homelessness. So we're here today on behalf of those 4,600 individuals. We're asking for the much needed and long overdue reliable funding to support a critical piece of Connecticut's emergency and crisis response system. It's taken us 4 decades to get here. First, we've had your housing committee identify homelessness as a priority. You've raised a bill directly addressing funding for staff as well as for programs. And we have the first ever public hearing on homelessness. We are grateful for your leadership today, demonstrating that homelessness can never be and no longer be ignored as part of the housing spectrum. Some of you and your colleagues have reached out to us asking us for help, and sometimes you've been frustrated because of the lack of staff to immediately address the needs of that person or family who needs help. People across Connecticut are facing housing challenges unlike we've seen in recent years. We need your help so we can help. HB 6554 is the right remedy at the right time. We can end homelessness in Connecticut. Passing HB 6554 is the first step. I also support SB 909, an act establishing a right to housing. Passage of this bill is key to ensuring housing is never put on the back burner again. I ask that you take action this session to rescue Connecticut's homeless response system by voting yes on HB 6554. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Klein.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Ms. Klein, for your testimony. I do realize that goes with anything in this building, that everything comes with a cost. So of course, I'm sure that there'll be a lot of discussion around this, but we should have this discussion because, as you said, it's very important, especially here in the state of Connecticut, to make sure that folks feel like they won't have housing insecurity. And there are people, unfortunately, that have fallen into that trap. And, my heart breaks for them. Is when I hear somebody's homeless, it really bothers me. And, I think we're all up here for the right reasons. And that's something that someone shouldn't be without a roof over their head. With that, I just have a very brief question. And I'm wondering if you could speak to it. You touched on it a little bit, but how much does it cost roughly, state of Connecticut, to house a homeless person through you?
Sure. Yes. So quite frankly, homelessness is very expensive to the state of Connecticut. And it costs the state of Connecticut, for each individual who is homeless, approximately $35,000 a year to, as we say, keep them homeless. Whereas a housing voucher for $15,000 a year will minimize what it costs the state. A homeless family, it's over $100,000 a year if someone is languishing in the homeless system, whereas a housing voucher at $35,000 to $40,000 a year has great benefits in keeping in housing a family, growing roots in a community, folks being able to maintain their jobs, reducing the trauma to children, which have long-term effects and costs on our system. Homeless individuals and families are reliant upon all of our public systems. You can see some folks frequently in and out of our justice system using emergency rooms. Our public systems are expensive. And the investment in our system and the investment in housing builds stronger people, stronger communities, and obviously a stronger state economically.
Ms. Klein, thank you for that information. Did you submit written testimony?
Yes, I did. You have my detailed written testimony.
All right. I really would ask you, the data you just provided, if you could send that to us, I think that's very helpful.
Yes.
And so thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Ms. Klein. Next is Richard Benz. Okay, I don't see Mr. Benz. We'll move on to Julia Lawler.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Julia Lawler. I live in Shelton, Connecticut, and I'm a recovery support specialist for New Reach. We are a nonprofit that's mission is to end homelessness. We have a multitude of programs throughout Connecticut. So here I am to testify in support of Raised Bill 6554. So I'm a young adult standing before you today to testify in support of this needed budget measure. It is essential in supporting Connecticut residents and their needs for services and bringing homelessness out of the state of Connecticut. I hope that my testimony brings light to the darkness. We are underfunded, we need help, but most importantly, your fellow citizens and neighbors need help. Many Connecticut residents live paycheck to paycheck and are only one check away from needing the crisis response system. The workers in the crisis response system are working relentlessly to help others in these situations. All the while, they are living paycheck to paycheck themselves. Our frontline workers should have adequate salaries to maintain their households while they're helping save the households of others. The workman deserves his keep, and we need to properly fund the work and wages of our homeless response nonprofits. With the rise of homelessness after COVID, it is important that we properly fund the system overall to meet the demand and need of our residents. Imagine you are living paycheck to paycheck. You lose your job and boom, you're in an eviction process. You have days until you must be out of your house and you call 211. Do you think there would be a shelter for you? Do you think that there would be a place to lay your head? Well, sadly, the answer to this question is no. You would be told that you would be put on a wait list. Our Connecticut residents are in desperate need across all socioeconomic classes, and they are calling into 211 to hear this harsh reality. And that is why we need your support. I'm here to support this bill so that we can combat this together. It's up to us to defend the fatherless, the widow, and those who have nowhere to go and give them a place to lay their head. If our crisis response system is properly funded, our no's could be turned into yeses. The losses and despair that many are facing can now turn into hope. Therefore, I'm asking the legislators to invest $50 million to rescue the homeless response system. We need your help. The numbers of families are rising and doubled since the pandemic. I'm asking you to properly fund our system for the hope of your fellow neighbors.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your thoughtful testimony and advocacy. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Julia. Next, we'll have Spencer Winkle. Spencer, are you with us remotely? Okay, we're going to move on. Not seeing Spencer here, so we'll move on to Kelsey Steele. Kelsey Steele, are you with us? Okay, we'll move on to the next person, Tabitha Brown. I do see Tabitha Brown on Zoom. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Tabitha.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, allowing me to be here to testify. I'm here to testify in support of Bill 6554. My name is Tabitha Brown. I'm a permanent supportive housing case manager for the Bethel Center in Milford. I provide support services for those housed in the housing units and surrounding communities so that they can continue to have stable housing with support services. I would just like to say that we would all like to solve homelessness, and it is solvable. The people and the legislators of Connecticut can make homelessness rare, brief, and a one-time experience by investing permanently and financially in what works, providing housing, support services, the people and the infrastructure that supports the system for those who are most vulnerable in Connecticut. As a constituent and a direct support worker, I support Bill 6554. By permanently funding this bill, we'll be able to make sure that we have staff and resources to support the system. Staff deserve a living wage to support themselves and to be able to be available for those in crisis. We see more and more staff becoming homeless because they have to work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet in the middle. These staff put aside their own crises to be there for those who need them. I just want to share a quick story about, I had a staff come to me when I was a shoreline diversion specialist who was asked to leave her home that she had shared with an elderly parent. The staff was already working 2 jobs. The staff had no idea where to even start because she had to leave so abruptly. We were able to assist the staff with finding a unit and helping with first month and security deposit. It took time, funding, and availability of units, which is scarce at best. There is nothing worse than getting to a client so close to housing, only to have them upset when either someone else gets a unit because of lack of available funds or housing. In the last year, we have seen nothing but the continued rise of prices from everything from rent to eggs. There is not enough income-guided housing for those individuals, such as those on SSI, SSDI, elderly, disabled, as well as the asset-limited income constraint employed, our ALICE population. As it stands, the majority of our staff are in that ALICE population, and they are serving those in crisis. This includes the youth homeless and our DEMIS population. No one experiencing homeless or or lack of services should be traumatized by a system that lacks the permanent funding to its homeless response system. After all we've experienced in the pandemic, we know what the system needs and how it needs to be used to be successful. Please consider how these desperately needed funds will be used to support these individuals and families in our communities. And lastly, let's make sure that our Connecticut homeless response system and all of its partners are able to provide the much needed services, housing, and a little bit better than basic needs, without question, by permanently funding our system. Homelessness can be temporary, but not without the funds funding our homeless response system or in a way that provides those in need with the appropriate levels of service and resources. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in front of you.
Thank you for your testimony and the important work that you do. Do you have any questions from committee members? Seeing none, we will move on to Ernest Saunders. Okay, Ernest, are you here remotely? Not seeing you, so we're going to move on to the next person who I do see on my Zoom screen, Andres Bernal. I hope I got that right, Andres.
Yes, thank you very much. Can everybody see me and hear me well?
We can. Welcome to the Housing Committee.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Andres Bernal. I'm a landlord. I own and manage around 35 units in 6 towns here in Connecticut. We have almost 67 tenants, and we work with a lot of Section 8 and a lot of program housing as well. I'm just going to give you a brief example why the Fair Rent Commission, in my opinion, I don't support it. And it's because I own property in New Haven. And in this case, I bought a property for fair market rent and market value. And then the tenant was only paying $600. This tenant, which is fine, and I agree with it. I wanted to work with a tenant. The tenant has roaches, has for years have a lot of problems that the previous landlord didn't work. And if I go to raise the rent to at least $900 or $1,000, whether fair market value is $1,300 to $1,400, then I get flagged for something that I don't think I don't think it's fair. To give you some perspective, the landlords here typically the profit is between $200 to $300 per month per unit, not counting any evictions, any renovations, and any unforeseen expenses that things happen. In Connecticut, landlords pay more renovation than any other state. You're very lucky if you get a house newer than in 1960s, and the repairs happen very, very often. We should also say that Connecticut is the 3rd state with higher property taxes in the United States. So the margins for us are really, really small. And I'm a mom and pops. I have 2 other employees, and I'm trying to work with every tenant. I don't evict. I try to work with every tenant. I have never had an eviction. But right now, the Connecticut laws don't provide landlords, and you have to wait up to 3 to 6 months, according to my attorney, to evict. Some hedge funds, I personally know some hedge fund manager, and these people are typically evict because they cannot work with the Fair Rent Commission. They invest in New Haven, which has a Fair Rent Commission, and they cannot agree because apparently it's a 2 or 3% that you can only increase. And imagine if that happens to me, this tenant that just pays $600, and then I work with a tenant, now she pays $900, and we can work it out so I can make those renovations with that money. I'm not trying to make a big profit. I'm just trying to make housing better. So my solution here is the town should have easier regulations in the way that allowing landlords to build and renovate, adding ADUs, convert attics to units. I have so many properties. Most of my properties have attics, and I cannot renovate to put people there because the zoning regulation they're very tight. I don't want to get into details because I'm short. My other solution is so there's a lot of industrial buildings. West Haven is my main market. And there's a lot of industrial buildings that can be shelters for with the right tax incentives to the owner. So there's a lot of things that we can do and we can work together. I don't want to say like landlords, tenants,
Excuse me, Mr. Burnell,
Yeah.
we're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
Yeah, so I think we just need to work together, but this bill, I don't think it's the right way to do so. And I also think that John was right about putting professionals into the these committees so they can have a good perspective on both ends.
Thank you, Mr. Purnell. Well, first of all, congratulate you on being a young entrepreneur. I think that's really wonderful. And I had a question. Do you have a rent commission in your town?
Correct.
You do? Have you ever gone before them to talk to them?
Yes.
Okay. So what has been your experience?
So my experience has been great. I have never been flagged because or not flagged, but never been called by the rent commission because again, I work with a tenant. My experience with the rent commission, the person that I talked to was very informative and he was very gracious, but at the same time, 3% of what the current 3 to 4% out of the current rent is barely, I cannot even make the repairs that tenant needed at that time. So if I don't buy these properties, there's going to be some hedge funds buying it cash. I received so many offers and the problem, I think it will be worse. So I'm trying to work as a mom and pop business and that's been my experience.
Thank you for your comments. We will be having other hearings on some of the subjects that you mentioned. And you should also think about keeping an eye on what's happening on the Committee on Planning and Development and offer some testimony there also. Any other questions? Representatives?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So really quick, Andres, your time kind of ran out right at the end, and I do want to give you an opportunity because what you were talking about did seem appealing to me about using some existing buildings potentially. So can you just expand on that? I'll give you a little bit extra time here just to be able to expand on that. I'm very interested in how we can use existing buildings to potentially help some of the homeless issues. So can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, my main market is West Haven, and even if it has a 55,000 population. And every time that I drive to my properties, I see these huge industrial buildings that can be repurposed for homeless. I'm not saying that it can solve the problem because I believe that homeless is the problem. The homeless is mainly education and mental health. That's just my opinion. I think these buildings can be by the town or the state of Connecticut can be repurposed for at least during the winter times, which is the most rough. Try to work in these buildings and try to condition it for at least spend a decent winter in these industrial buildings. I can count right now with two hands the buildings that I see between West Haven and New Haven.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to switch gears and now slightly over to the commissions that we were talking about. And you made some comments about, and since you have firsthand experience, that's what's valuable. And just like Senator Moore was asking, because you have the firsthand experience. So this is stuff that we're interested in, right? Because this is a very new law that hasn't really taken even full in effect yet. So just in your personal experience, how many times you had to go in front of these commissions to be able to understand the fair rent commissions, to understand a case against you or whatever? I'm also trying to find out the timing. What I'm trying to understand is how long is this issue extending out before you and for the tenant in these cases they do come up?
So sorry, can you rephrase the question? Like, can you clarify a little bit?
Absolutely. So in these fair rent commission meetings or, that's happening that you've attended, are there any that are personally that you are being brought into in front of the commission on that you have an issue? Maybe one of your tenants has brought an issue up. And if so, what's the timing? Like what's the timing with that specific case? Just trying to understand from a timing standpoint, someone makes a complaint, how long does it take until this actually complaint gets heard, dealt with in your in your personal experience, if you've had any thus far?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good question. So majority of my properties are not in fair rent commissions. I have never been to a meeting since I have never been involved in this kind of situation. So, but what I have been done is doing my research through a lot of phone calls to the fair rent commission. But again, I'm a new landlord in these towns that have a fair rent committee. I have never been called. I'm sorry. I have never been called because, again, I'm fairly new to this space, but I'm a landlord with a young landlord with plenty of experience.
Well, that's great. I think that's a acknowledgement to you and the way you've been handling it so far. The example you told us with that one tenant that while you're young, but you haven't been called yet. That's a good thing for you. And hopefully you can continue to be one of those good actors as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. Any other questions? I see none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Watch out for that planning and development. I think your testimony would be helpful there also.
Thank you.
Paul Januski.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Paul Januszewski. I work out of Enfield. And I serve as a landlord. I'm a full-time landlord. Have a few properties in Enfield and Windsor. And I'd just like to speak with regard to a couple of the bills. First of all, I did submit written testimony. So I will defer to that rather than reading it all because I only have the 3 minutes. But with regard to Senate Bill 906, victims of family violence, I only submitted opposed because there's a couple of details I'd like to have cleared up in that. We support, of course, the protection of victims of family violence, but I do think it duplicates another bill that came out very recently in the last couple of years, that is the Violence Against Women Act. So there's 2 points in my written testimony that I would like to have some clarification on. Then I think we could jump on behind this bill, although it does seem to be a duplicate. The other one is 907, again, opposed only as written, and that is the Fair Rent Commission. I work in Enfield. We do have a Fair Rent Commission in Enfield. I haven't been called before it. I've been doing this for 13, 14 years as a landlord. And while I think that Fair Rent Commissions have a purpose, and I think that people need to be able to bring a complaint against the landlord to somebody, the bill that passed last year regarding Fair Rent Commissions and dropping the population rate is a new bill already, and we haven't even had time for it to get up and running. So I did submit some ideas, 6 different points about Fair Rent Commissions that I would like you to consider, and then I think we could all jump on board with this Fair Rent Commission Act. The one I'd really like to stress a little bit of a problem with is that I strongly oppose Senate Bill 909, the right to housing. First and foremost, because the way that it's designed right now, I understand that we're not establishing a right to housing, we're establishing a committee to look into that. And as some prior speakers have said, that committee that's made up there is a whole litany of people that have a lot of experience with housing advocacy, tenant advocacy. There's even legislators that can be on there, and lobbyists and lawyers and so forth, all slanted towards the side of tenant advocacy. There isn't a single piece of representation from a landlord, a property owner, a property provider, housing provider, large or small or otherwise, or the attorneys that represent the housing providers. So I really would like to see that in order for a committee to come up with a fair representation of what needs to be done to address the housing problem in Connecticut, it needs to be a fair and balanced committee. So I'd really like you to consider that. And I have some details in my testimony. The other issue is whether or not housing is a right. And we don't have time to get into a discussion about housing as a right. But I'll tell you a little bit of the story. My wife and I have worked for a long time, used our savings for a long time, and we've labored countless years. I took an abandoned building in Enfield in the Thompsonville section. I took a blighted building in the Thompsonville section of Enfield, and we converted those buildings over. We're mighty proud of the work that we did. We're mighty proud of the housing that we provide. We provide fair, safe, clean, and affordable housing in Thompsonville. And we did that through our own sweat equity, through investing our savings, and through putting a lot of time into these properties. The tenants love these properties. We have a very good relationship with all of our tenants. I don't think anybody that hasn't done that has a right to my properties. Now, they do have a right to equal access to housing. They have a right to to fair treatment when applying for and looking for housing. And I think that's where we need to steer, is to make sure that everybody's being treated fairly and equitably. That I absolutely agree with. And I think
Excuse me,
most
Mr.
landlords,
Danuski,
yes.
your 3 minutes is up. If you could wrap it up for the committee, please.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much. And I knew I was going to run out of time fast. So I'll just stress that I believe the real issue, and it's been touched on a number of times here, is the real issue is a shortage of housing in this state. I've heard estimates of over 85,000 rental housing units short in this state. That's not a landlord problem. That's not a problem that can be solved by coming after the landlords. We do have a problem with housing shortage. Let's address that shortage issue. And lastly, I want to just wrap it up with, I've heard a lot of discussion about how bad landlords are. And I've heard even the earlier discussion today about hedge fund versus small business landlords. And I do want to stress, and for instance, I'm a volunteer as the president of the Greater Enfield Landlord Association. We understand and we've seen and heard firsthand stories of what's going on in some of these cities where tenants are being victimized terribly. And we sympathize with that. But this bill or these number of bills are not the answer. They're going to make matters worse. They're going to make housing more expensive. Might even make it more scarce. I wanted to invest in more properties, and my wife and I enjoy what we were doing with these properties. But at the moment in Connecticut, I won't invest any more time or effort in trying to rehab properties and provide fair housing. I'll wrap it up with that.
Thank you, sir. Any comments? Appreciate you. Thank you for taking time to testify today. We'll take that under advisement. Next is Kelsey Steele. We skipped over her. Is she there? No. We'll come back. Nicholas Christian?
Yes, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Nick Christian. I currently live in New Haven, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6554 and Senate Bill 909 with possible proposed additions to the bill. So I'm an internal medicine physician. I'm board certified in addiction medicine as well, with extensive experience seeing patients in New Haven and also taking care of veterans who are either unhoused or recently housed in my role as a postdoctoral fellow. I also lived in permanent supportive housing for 3 years. And so I've worked closely with people who are transitioning from homelessness to housing. And I just wanted to share a patient story highlighting the challenges that clinicians face in caring for patients experiencing homelessness. So I'm going to refer to this patient as Corey. He was a 33-year-old male, history of opioid use disorder. It was in remission, well controlled, but he came to me asking for help with his stimulant use, which he was using to stay awake to protect himself while on the streets, while experiencing homelessness. And so truly analyzing his situation, the treatment for his condition is getting him shelter. So while he was in the office, we called 211 together. And we were on hold for nearly an hour. Then eventually spoke with someone and we were told that the shelters were full. Sorry, there's nothing that can be done. You're going to have to call back later. A big challenge for someone who didn't have a cell phone at the time. And so I greatly appreciate House Bill 6554 that proposes additional funding and support for infrastructure to get people seeking shelter a roof over their head and hopefully eventually increase the shelter capacity. Because we often resort to getting patients like Corey into residential addiction programs because that's the only immediate housing that's available to them. And we know that people experiencing homelessness overdose at 12 times the rate of the general population. So I was genuinely worried about Corey going back to the streets. The other thing I was worried about with him is that he had been to the emergency department 130 times in the last 3 years up until I saw him. That's like over $250,000 worth of hospital stays. And why? It's because he was found sleeping in local parks or in the local community and brought in by police or EMS most of the time. And so I commend the committee for proposing Senate Bill 909, the right to housing. This is clearly a huge step forward. But until we decriminalize homelessness, we'll just continue to have a huge burden on our healthcare system to care for patients like Corey. So I recommend the committee consider ways to take this bill further by adding clauses that support the dignity of our neighbors that are on the street and give them protections from the criminal legal system that continues to pin them down and out of housing. And I'm happy to answer any further questions the committee might have at this time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments? Representative Luxembourg.
Yeah, could you opine a little further on some specific policy recommendations that would help us to sort of decriminalize the experience of homelessness as you described?
Yeah, part of the issue is that there's a lot of public land and no one, everyone wants to solve this issue. No one wants people on public land and in public spaces. But the answer isn't to tell these people when they're residing in these places that, sorry, you either can't stay here or you have to go to prison or you have to go into the carceral system. The answer should be we figure out ways to get them into temporary housing. And the only way to do that is if we expand funding for the amount of these temporary housing communities that we have. So therefore, I would say continuing to increase funding for temporary housing, as well as making it so that the first stop for these people that are just trying to perform their activities of daily living, they're just trying to stay alive, not allowing the criminal legal system to intervene in the process of getting them housing, which, as we all know, is the solution.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Thank you for your time and your testimony. Next, Maria Weingarten. Let's see. Moving on, Lisa Andrews.
Hi, my name is Liza Andrews. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Communications at Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I will be brief. We do support several bills on the agenda today, and I will just say quickly, domestic violence is the leading cause for homelessness among women and children. So that is the reason for our support today. We support Senate Bill 909, an act establishing a right to housing, and we appreciate the inclusion of a domestic violence expert on the proposed right to housing committee. We also support House Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. CCADV has 18 member organizations who provide direct services to over 40,000 survivors of domestic violence across Connecticut each year. They do work hand in hand with their local CANs to safely connect survivors to many of those housing and homeless services that would be bolstered by this proposed funding. We also support House Bill 6555, an act establishing a commission on homelessness. We do ask that an addition of a domestic violence expert be added to that commission should it move forward, just again, because domestic violence does have such an impact on causing homelessness. I am here to lighten the committee's load just a little bit on Senate Bill 906, an act concerning housing protections for victims of family violence. We thank the committee for raising this. We've been working with this committee for years. We know the deep commitment that the members of this committee have to addressing the unique barriers that survivors and their children face when accessing safe and stable housing. Housing is such a key to survivors being able to achieve safety and stability. We are happy to report this. This is a bill that this committee considered last year at CCADV's request. But we are happy to report that Public Act 22-82, obviously from last session, did add domestic violence to the state's protected class statutes, including those covering housing discrimination. So we do think that those protections afforded in Public Act 22-82 will address many of the types of housing discrimination that survivors face. We have heard from housing attorneys already that since its implementation or effective date of October 1, 2022, that it has already helped several survivors. So just want to let you know that it may not be necessary to move Senate Bill 906 forward this session. But again, want to thank you for raising it, want to thank you for your continued commitment to this issue. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments, questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Dina O'Neill. Dina's here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dina O'Neill. I am a case manager floater for SSVF for Columbus House. SSVF is Supported Services Families for veteran families, meaning we provide funding and try to prevent homelessness for veterans and their families. We are a 90-day resource service for our veterans, meaning they have 90 days with us. And if they need more time with us, we will provide it, meaning we provide funding for housing, we're security deposit, rapid rehousing, and try to get them VASH vouchers. I am support of the HB 6554. I feel that the 50 million will be a good start for our resources and any other resources, especially for our caseworkers. As I stated, I am a caseworker floater for New Haven, New London, and Middletown, meaning I have a caseload of homeless veterans and their families that I have to attend to, make sure they have a safe place to stay, whether if it's a warming center or permanent housing or even a transitional housing. As my coworker stated, we do this from the kindness of our heart, because the pay that we receive, it's not enough. I'm going to be honest. I myself am struggling and almost became homeless because of how high the rent is and how much we're getting paid. So I understand that this funding, it will be very, very beneficial. And I would just ask you guys to be in support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Thank you for coming this morning and waiting. I appreciate it. Next is Steve Werlin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Steve Warland. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm here today to offer testimony in support of House Bill number 6554. I have the honor of working for Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen, or DESK as we call it. DESK has been serving unhoused individuals in New Haven for nearly 4 decades. We began, like many others, as an outgrowth of the faith-based community, responding to the need outside our front doors. In the 1980s, Connecticut was struggling to emerge from a crippling recession while dealing with sudden and dramatic inflation, a shortage of housing, a deadly new virus, and an epidemic of street drug overdoses. Sound familiar? To put a finer point on it, the perfect storm that gave rise to urban America's post-war spike in homelessness is eerily similar to the situation we are now experiencing 40 years later. But all is not lost. This time around, we are better equipped with the knowledge to address and indeed to end chronic, widespread, and recurring homelessness in Connecticut. We have the benefit of 40 years worth of programming and best practice development, and we have built the systems needed to coordinate these services and train qualified frontline staff to get the job done. Yet it all hangs by a thread. If we don't commit the resources, then we cannot expect our well-designed system to function as intended. It's like buying a fancy new car and then refusing to fill the gas tank. HB 6554 puts gas in the tank of this well-oiled machine by paying the frontline workers, the outreach staff, the case managers, the employment specialists a real living wage. And it ensures that our coordinated access networks can provide the necessary emergency response so that when someone does slip into homelessness, the systems are in place to get them out of homelessness quickly and permanently. The bill also includes $5 million in cold weather funding. This winter, my organization is running an overnight emergency warming center to provide a safe refuge for those with nowhere else to go. We're one of 4 such programs operating alongside traditional shelters in New Haven and Hamden. Our site alone has saved the lives of more than 400 unique individuals since we opened just on November 28th. The temperatures tomorrow night are forecasted to drop below 5 degrees. When those 400 people enter a warming center tomorrow, they'll be looking for just one thing: to survive the cold night. The $5 million of cold weather funding is a very modest amount to save literally thousands of lives next winter. Additionally, this funding will help avoid millions of dollars more in emergency medical and deferred healthcare costs incurred by the most vulnerable residents of our state and paid by the general public. That is why supporting HB 6554 is not only the ethical decision, it is frankly a bargain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much. Next is Catherine Whitney.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Vice Chair Lesser, and Vice Chair Khan, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. My name is Catherine Whitney, and I'm a Community Impact Program Manager at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and I'm a West Hartford resident. I'm testifying today in support of this bill because I know that our homeless services providers do incredible and demanding work. I'm a former case manager, a social worker, but I believe that you don't have to be either of these to understand the devastating impact that a lack of funding continues to have on your constituents and my fellow Connecticut residents. Whether we see it or not, our providers respond to need in every community across Connecticut, making sure that our neighbors, family members, coworkers, youth, seniors, immigrants, those with disabilities, and veterans are seen, heard, and having their basic human rights served. Unfortunately, because of chronic underfunding, our providers and their staff are being pushed to the limit of their ability to perform this function. As you've heard from our frontline providers, some are even being pushed into homelessness themselves. To begin to turn the tide of this emergency, the legislature should invest $50 million to rescue the homeless response system. Only through this commitment to investment can we ensure that homelessness is infrequent and short-term, saving lives and public dollars. Of the total $50 million investment, we urge this committee to commit the following amounts as dedicated, reliable sources of funding. $37,046,452 to address chronic underfunding of homeless response nonprofits and to ensure adequate wages for frontline homeless response workers. $5.95 million annually in the DOH Housing Homeless Services line for coordinated access network infrastructure. $5 million annually in the DOH Housing Homeless Services line for the annual cold weather emergency response program. $2 million annually in the DOH Housing Homeless Services line for a flexible funding subsidy pool to subsidize housing and provide flexible assistance. Flexible funding has been found to reduce costs to the healthcare system and improve individual health outcomes. In closing, I very much appreciate your time and the opportunity to advocate for our sector. At the end of the day, we are all working towards a vision for our state where no one is left behind and everyone has the resources they need to thrive.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Nichelle Hilton. I don't see Nichelle. Glenn Ryan. Glenn, you're on mute.
Hi, I'm Glenn Ryan. I'm the Director of Special Services at the McCall Behavioral Health Network. We are a nonprofit organization which inspires hope and promotes wellness and healing through continuum behavioral health services, prevention, treatment, recovery supports, and community engagement for individuals of all ages and families across Western Connecticut. I'm here to fully support Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. I personally have been part of the homeless outreach team in Litchfield County for the last 2 decades. Currently, we are facing a perfect storm of inflation, rising home prices, low housing inventory, the opiate epidemic, increases in mental health challenges and issues, And the consequences of the COVID pandemic has certainly impacted the vulnerable homeless population. Restoring and increasing funding for our valuable homeless population has never been more important. So that's my comment, and it's brief, but being on the front lines for the last 2 decades, I've never seen it worse. And our ability to help the homeless and our clients that come to our agency I'm only as effective as the resources that I have. So so please keep on funding, and this is we need it more than ever. So this is not the time to reducing support in this area. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for your testimony. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, just thank you, sir. Next is Ronald Barba.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on particularly on 909 and 907. And I want to speak frankly to the underlying assumption in the idea that there's a right to housing or the creation of a fair rent commission in general. It seems to me that the proper role of government, including our own government, is to protect property rights. And the property rights in this circumstance are the landlord's property rights. And when we contemplate the sort of legislation that's been discussed throughout this hearing, it seems to me that we erode, or we attempt to erode, those property rights in favor of admittedly commendable ideas, but the idea of granting a right seems to me to be anathema, since the only rights that we have are the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is no ability of this state nor the federal government to create rights for the citizens, because frankly, any right that this government can create, they can remove. And it seems to me that it's a fool's errand to try to create a right to housing. It doesn't exist, and it certainly puts in direct conflict the right of an individual to their property. These are the rights that we hold very fundamental to this country, and what's made this country as great as it has. And I think when you see the sort of legislation being contemplated, it really doesn't pay attention to the other impacts on the supply of housing available in Connecticut, the restrictive zoning, the undue burden placed on non-corporate landlords. And frankly, I don't see the distinction between a corporate landlord and a mom and pop, in as much as they all have property rights. And the continued burden on regulations from the Fair Housing Act and the fair rent effort. And it seems to me that we have gone through and created an existing statutory framework to protect tenants in areas of abuse, and the idea of adding more legislation, more rules, more regulations on top of the ones that exist really creates the atmosphere that has many of our businesses and many of our citizens fleeing this state for more sympathetic states that understand and appreciate the rights of property and ownership and liberty. I understand that these are almost passe considerations, but frankly, once in a while, we do need to be reminded of the basic rights that belong to the citizens, and for this legislature and any other legislature to recognize that they're in the business of protecting those rights and not eroding them, even for the best reasons. A fair rent is really just akin to the sort of fixed prices that you see in New York City that were part of the World War II effort to try to make housing available. What it is it's an interference into the market that ultimately results in the degradation of available housing.
Mr. Barba?
Yeah.
You've hit about 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up for the committee, that'd be awesome.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the time. My only comment is that please, in the consideration of your legislative ideas, that you recognize the fundamental rights of citizens to their property. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Marilyn Hart.
Good afternoon, honored many members of the committee. I want to thank you so much for your opportunity to testify in support of Raised Bill 6554. My name is Marilyn Hart. I am the Director of Housing and Financial Sustainability at the Domestic Violence Crisis Center in Stamford, and I am a domestic violence survivor. I'm very proud to be here today representing Domestic Violence Crisis Center on such a momentous day. The Domestic Violence Crisis Center provides free and confidential counseling and advocacy services to domestic violence victims in Lower Fairfield County, covering 7 towns. Domestic violence is the leading cause of homelessness among women and children in Connecticut. This proposed legislation is critical to our clients because it not only will help survivors and families avoid homelessness, it will save lives. Lack of financial resources is often cited as the main reason why victims stay in abusive relationships. All too often, a victim will remain in a dangerous, physically abusive relationship rather than risking homelessness for themselves and their children. No one should have to make that choice. With our domestic violence shelter space and financial resources often being overwhelmed, we are relying more heavily on the state homelessness response network and diversionary dollars from our community partners. Before the pandemic, estimated deposit for first month's rent on average totaled around $4,000, and now in Fairfield County, that is about $9,000 for our requests. With rent prices soaring, housing funds are being depleted at an alarming rate. We have also noticed increased delays for processing permanent supportive housing voucher applications for people who are desperate for that support since the pandemic. With high rates of turnover and employee applicant shortages, clients are often waiting an average of 3 months for responses from organizations processing those vouchers. 90% of homeless women report severe physical and sexual abuse at some point in their lives. 63% of homeless women identify as experiencing intimate partner violence as adults. Furthermore, Fairfield County continues to have one of the largest income gaps in the nation and a well-documented shortage of affordable housing. Of the clients served by Domestic Violence Crisis Center, at least 85% are reported to be low income, and rents have increased by up to 60%, with competition for available apartments being unprecedented. Another consequence of this affordable housing shortage is its impact on our domestic violence shelters at DVCC. The average length of stay for clients has nearly tripled since COVID, being 58 days compared with 28 days where they were, and we are consistently functioning over capacity. Additionally, increased income funding for the Coordinated Access Network is absolutely essential. These meetings are essential to thoughtful and diligent prioritization of our most marginalized members, and we sit on those committees on a weekly basis. And finally, having flexible financial assistance can often alleviate community barriers for clients facing homelessness. To address this issue of homelessness and financial abuse, the Domestic Violence Crisis Center is working wide to help clients solve complex problems that often lead to homelessness in domestic violence victims. This includes helping victims recover from financial abuse. In addition, our advocates also work with several community partners to secure those diversionary funds. These partners include Community Action, Person to Person, Alliance for Community Empowerment, and the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. For example, in fiscal year 2022.
Excuse me, Ms. Hart.
Yes.
Your 3 minutes have elapsed. Could you please try to wrap it up for the committee?
With our financial support from CCEH, we've gotten over $77,000 in flexible funding that has been the barrier between people's life and death for domestic violence victims. That covers car repair, security deposits, utility assistance, rental arrears, childcare, and other flexible expenses that they couldn't have gotten anywhere else. I just want to say again that this legislation is absolutely crucial, and it's very important to the work we do, not just for domestic violence victims, but the homeless population across the state. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate your work. Thank you. Next is Adam Bonoff. All right, I don't see him. Well, we're going on to Keisha Gaddison.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, and sir, who are you?
I'm Adam Bonoff, 41.
All right, thank you, sir.
Should I start?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, honorable members of the Housing Committee. I wanted to talk about SB 907 and SB 909. Increasing fair rent commissions and increasing the powers of those, and the same with the bill, the right to housing. I kind of find it that these types of bills end up hurting the very people that they're attempting to help in the long run. I mean, if we're having, if we're trying to artificially bring the price of one thing down when the costs of so many other things that housing providers have to pay for, we're in a situation which is a no-win situation. You can't, why isolate, housing when, the costs of insurance and the taxes and every expense that you can think of, food, energy, have all risen dramatically. So how can you, arbitrarily say that, this price is too much, or this price, that housing is just cost too much. I get the feeling that people have that housing costs too much, and I feel for those. And I think that as a, as a community, that as a state, we need to contribute more dollars towards, helping those people that are on the bubble, that are going towards homelessness, that have housing instability. Then that's really where we should be focusing. Everybody on here has been saying we need more housing, and more supply would obviously bring the prices down. I've been a property, housing provider for a long time. Started doing it in 2001. For an entire decade, we had no increases really in the Naugatuck Valley area in rent. You could not go up on rent. So I would imagine that after things become more normal, after we get out of this post-COVID time frame, that things will become more normal again, and we'll have so throwing the baby out with the bathwater by taking away property rights, by creating artificial barriers, we're going to just continue to damage the long run prospects for those tenants trying to get back in the game. I mean, when we look at the state has come out last year with we have to have more free lawyers, and basically what that's all about is just delaying an eviction. And so now a landlord is spending $10,000 on an eviction when they were spending $4,000 or $5,000 on that eviction. Now it's harder for those people who are trying to get back into the game. They want to get back into an apartment, but how can that landlord take a chance on those people, without really scrutinizing and really weighing their so a lot of these things I think really need to be flipped, and you need to look at what are we trying to do? What's that?
Mr. Bonoff, your 3 minutes elapsed. Can you please wrap it up for the committee?
Okay. I just want to say, for those trying to craft these bills, I would urge you to take a look at what the long-term repercussions are. New York City has 40,000 empty apartments right now that landlords cannot afford to fix. And those properties are not on the market right now, and they are not available, and they very well could be. But affordable housing, not affordable housing, but, these types of price controls and rent controls and fair housing commissions and all these kind of things just make everything cost more in the long run.
Mr. Bonner, thank you for your testimony. I want you to stay tuned to some future housing committee hearings. And some of these topics that you've mentioned will come up in the future. I hope you'll be around to give testimony on.
Thank
some-
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Keisha Gaddison. All right. Augustine Lopez.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Thank you. Dear Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Augustine Lopez, and I wish to share comments in support of House Bill 6554, an act of appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. I'm the Director of Specialized Community Services for Mental Health Connecticut, a 114-year-old community-based nonprofit focused on the person-centered, recovery-oriented care delivery for evidence-based practices. MAC strongly supports this budget measure, which should undoubtedly help the state homelessness response system and address the inordinate demand for housing and homelessness services across the state. MAC provides critical services in the Northwest Coordinated Access Network CAN as its first phase interaction to provide those experiencing homelessness. Our staff plays an instrumental role in assisting individuals in navigating the options offered for community providers across the state. From July to December 2022, clients reached out to Mental Health Connecticut seeking housing services. Of that population, 1,263 individuals access crucial services, but still there are more that could be addressed. Although we are proud of some of these outcomes, more funding for homelessness response programs are needed in order to make sustainable long-term impacts on the levels of homelessness in Connecticut. One of the biggest issues some of the people face are availability for housing, especially those that are suffering from mental illness. Having a mental health condition has no impact on their housing, but most people can and do live independently in apartments on their own homes. Others, for cascading effects of mental illness, have seen the impacts on how precarious her housing situation can be, or even cause them to lose their home. Having a safe and secure place to live is an important part of recovery, along with those access services that enable those who have mental health conditions to live as independently as possible. Thank you again for the opportunity for testifying in support of House Bill 6554, which will help the community providers make great strides in properly addressing the homelessness crisis in Connecticut. I urge the committee to support the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Batista. Any comments, questions? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Virginia Henry. Adriana Norden. Teresa Ferraro. Jason Rinaldi.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and Honorable Chair, committee members. My name is Jason Rinaldi. I'm with the Housing Collective. My title is the Western Connecticut Housing Resource Manager. And my role involves really servicing the entire coordinated access network, including the homeless response system, and building bridges between private landlords to provide affordable housing with, again, the coordinated access network and the shelter system. Our area covers Fairfield County, it covers Litchfield County, and the Greater Waterbury area. So basically, the western third of the state. We have many partners in our system, and what's a consistent need is the need to fund and support the homeless response system as well as the coordinated access network. Now, we made great inroads in diverting many households from homelessness, but the need for homeless response and adequate shelter space and trained and seasoned shelter staff to stabilize those households is still there. It's going to always be there, and it's increasing as we see an influx of folks in Connecticut, unfortunately ending up in a difficult position and needing that shelter space. So in addition to that, we need increased funding to offer not just a living wage, but a competitive wage for our coordinated access network staff. We want to give people a competitive wage that's just for people who have skills and who will stay and become more and more seasoned to do the growing complexities of housing location, stabilizing households in housing instability, and really knowing, needing to know a multitude of skills to do their job well, to be able to house households who are in crisis. So our staff need a multitude of skills, including knowledge of real estate, business, marketing, as well as behavioral management, as well as administration. So we need to really support staff who could do this with just wages. In addition to this, we see the fact that because there's a 1% or oftentimes less than 1% vacancy rate in Western Connecticut, there's a need to incentivize the development and the participation in affordable housing from private landlords with housing mitigation funds, risk mitigation funding, landlord incentives, signing bonuses, and things like this. This is crucial for us to remain competitive in this very, very tight housing market, which is one of the worst in the country, it turns out. So we need to be mindful of those needs. We're really trying to make people who are in a great disadvantage, vulnerable households, we're trying to give them an access to basic, safe, affordable, dignified housing. There's a synergy between private home ownership and private landlords and the Coordinated Access Network and Homeless Response System. There's a synergy there, but it needs funding for resources to make that happen. And at the end of the day, we're all concerned about those vulnerable households who need that assistance. And the increased funding and the support of HB 6554 is a key piece of that. So I do appreciate you considering all these testimonies today. And I echo a lot of what many of the
excuse me, Mr. Rinaldi,
speakers have said today.
We're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So again, please strongly consider this. This is an essential need to stabilize our communities. It's an essential need for so many households who are at risk for homelessness, who are working very hard. And there's some other testimonies that mention this. People who are working hard who don't have access to the greatest paying jobs to keep up with the increased cost of living. So housing assistance and assistance from the CAN is essential for so many people in Western Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Jason. Moving on to Shonda Easley is next on the list. Shonda, are you there remotely? Going once, going twice. On to the next person, Sarah Epler Epstein from Connecticut Legal Services. You have the floor. Welcome to the Housing Committee.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Epler Epstein. I'm a staff attorney in the housing unit at the New Britain Office of Connecticut Legal Services, and I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 909, the act establishing a right to housing. I know the Housing Committee is considering a few more specific and immediate measures to address Connecticut's crises of homelessness and a lack of affordable housing. And I also support those measures, including HB 6554. But I also urge the legislature to provide an overarching goal that the state can aspire to in a right to housing. So every day I work with people who would benefit from a state policy prioritizing safe and affordable housing for everyone. I'm going to tell you two brief stories that show why the state needs to recognize the importance of housing in people's lives. First, this fall, I represented a woman who became homeless because she couldn't find anywhere to use her Section 8 voucher. It's really rough out there for people trying to find a place to live, a place that's affordable. She called 211 when the time ran out and was told there were no shelter beds available in the entire state of Connecticut. Like others we've heard, she didn't have an easy way to keep calling, a cell phone in use. She had to sleep on the streets for a few weeks until there was space in a shelter. She had to give up her dog to an animal shelter. She experienced effects on her mental and physical health due to homelessness. And another client, the second story I'm going to tell you, is about someone who left her abusive husband after a long time and finally found an apartment for herself. But due to unsafe conditions in her apartment, she had a disagreement with the landlord who evicted her, and they agreed upon a move out date, but then she has not been able to find anywhere affordable to live, and she told me she's considering moving back in with her abusive husband. So it's an urgent crisis. It's affecting people every day in dangerous ways, and establishing a right to affordable, decent, safe, and stable housing would help policymakers across the state work towards the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and the important work that you do every day. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, we will thank you for your testimony and move on to the next person on the list. We have Deb Pokrinchuk. I may not be pronouncing that name quite right, but from an organization called Fish. That I'm sure I'm pronouncing right, but it doesn't appear that Deb from Fish is here. So we will move on to Ron Faraci. Ron, are you here? Going once, going twice, moving on to the next person. Todd Thurston, are you with us? Nope. Todd's not with us. Next, Caitlin Rose. No. Next person, Vito Chiambriello. Are you with us? No. Tyler Terrell. That's a name I see on Zoom. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Tyler.
How are you?
Good. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and make it brief as possible, since most of this is probably going to be regurgitated from before anyway. But I'm a landlord. I've been doing this since about a housing provider landlord, probably about 2005. I'm actually coming out as of now opposing 906, 907, and 909. And it's just because of some wording that's in there with 906 on when you look at it on line 13, you know, nobody ever wants to, and I'm going to say this like everybody else says, nobody ever wants to evict somebody who's been the victim of anything. But if that also causes some undue ability for them to hold up their end of the lease agreement, how does that then affect the landlord? So again, if you can't evict them, if the cause of the eviction is due to the fact of the violence, like let's say a couple splits up, the main provider moves out, the lesser provider stays, can't afford to pay the rent, where does that leave us? So that's kind of one of my situations in there. I think that there's some wording that could be reconstructed because as others have said, it's kind of a recall of the other bill that came out, I believe, last year or the year before. And I stand with a lot of the other housing providers on this with 907 is the fact that it doesn't seem like there's anybody in our community that's on any of these boards or commissions. So I don't understand. Earlier, there was a comment where somebody had said, I forgot who said it, but you know, this is an unbiased area where you go over these things. But in a situation like what we're looking at now with so many variables, it's kind of hard to remain unbiased. So without having somebody on our end, I don't see how that's possible. That's just my opinion on that. So I think that's something that should be looked into. As of the right to housing, pardon my ignorance on that one, but I've read through this about 50 times. I'm not actually sure what it's telling me, so somebody might be able to fill me in, but I'm not sure if that right to housing is simply just funding that's being put together for other areas and avenues that you could possibly look to create temporary housing for people, or if this is going to be something that you're going to future use to maybe go out, find apartments that are available and then say, hey, we're part of this program. We need you to offer this vacant apartment for this individual. And in cases like that, that puts landlords in a catch-22. So again, pardon my ignorance on that one. And, you know, earlier in the beginning, there was a lot of talk. I believe Mr. Butler and Tatiana Williams made a comment that said, this isn't about the small time, housing providers like myself, but it's about the big hedge funds. And mind you, most of us don't really care for them either, because they're usually the blights on the street. That affects everybody. But in the rate that a lot of us feel like we're being attacked from last year's housing session that I sat in to this year, there's going to be a lot less of us and a lot more of them eventually. And it's going to be a lot tougher, because if we're not able to make the margins to be able to even support us doing this and, to make some kind of profit, it's not worth it. So I'll go back to something that you said yourself earlier, Mr. Lessenberg, to Matthew Morgan. It's very hard to keep good workers in Mr. Morgan's association, good skilled workers, because of the pay. So that same thing is going to happen to somebody like me. I actually consider myself a very, very good housing provider. All of my tenants would. We have great relationships. But again,
Excuse me, Mr. Terrell,
Yep.
you're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up.
Yep. I'm just going to say that if I'm not able to support it and cover my expenses plus make some kind of profit, it's not worth it. And a lot of us are doing this the same way that Mr. Carlos Jones said earlier. We don't make a lot of profit, and a lot of us still do it just because we actually do enjoy it and enjoy the relations we have with people. So there's a lot more common ground between everybody than I think, we care to realize.
Thank you, Tyler. Any questions from members of the committee for Tyler? Nope, seeing none. Thank you for testimony, Tyler.
Thank you.
We're moving on to Adriana Roca. Adriana Roca. I do see Adriana Roca on Zoom.
Hello, can everyone
Welcome.
hear me and see me?
We can hear you and see you. Welcome to the Housing Committee. You have a fast 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you everyone in the Housing Committee for your time. My name is Adriana Roca, and I am employed at Inspirica, which is a nonprofit in Stamford. I oversee both our family and women's emergency shelter. I'm here today to speak about Bill 6554, an act of appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. We are currently faced with a lot of challenges, specifically around staffing. We are an essential program, so meaning that we have staff 24/7, 7 days a week, and combating the current work market and finding the appropriate talent does create unique challenges. In conjunction to that, we are now seeing a new face of homelessness with individuals with more complex needs. Due to the staffing concerns and the complexities of which we're facing, does create gaps and missed opportunities for folks because they are with us longer and are not able to be served in a pace or speed that we prefer or would like. I am hoping with the appropriate permanent funds, we can attract the ideal talent and create a better flow for these individual folks coming through our CAN system, through our CAN hubs, and even emergency shelter. I would also like to stress the importance of annualizing cold weather. We have seen increased numbers due to folks being outside in inclement weather. Just to give perspective with some data points from Inspirica, during our last cold weather season, we served 134 people. That was 33 families and 34 individuals. So we are really seeing an increase, and I am hopeful with this act for finding the appropriate talent for staff and having staff paid a salary that is competitive with our other jobs that have been mentioned previously before, and also serving the overall need of our constituents in this area. I appreciate your time. I want to be brief. I understand there's still people to go through, but thank you again.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Have you seen one of the hurdles in your work that sort of increased upfront cost to getting housed in terms of 2 months security and first month's rent? And is that, I've sort of heard anecdotally reports that obviously as market forces have caused rents to increase, as landlords have in many cases switched from a 2-month security from a 1-month security because of some of the challenges they faced during COVID. You now have 2 months security plus first month's rent. And those numbers are higher. So is that, but I've heard anecdotally that that's particularly rough in Fairfield County, where you already have some higher housing costs. Are you experiencing that as part of the challenge?
Yes, we are. So typically, specifically for Stamford, and we serve larger families. So in our shelter, to give perspective, we can serve families as large as 7. So just to use a lifetime example, we have a multi-generational family in shelter currently with a housing voucher that is looking at a security deposit upwards of $8,000. So finding the flexible funds just to avoid them losing that subsidy and remaining in homelessness is presenting unique challenges.
Thank you for that information. I think this committee really appreciates hearing from you. Any other additional questions? Thank you for being with us. Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we'll move on to the next person on the list, Joshua Brown. Okay, Joshua Brown doesn't appear to be with us. Moving on, Jim Pettinelli, who I do see with us. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Jim.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. And thank you for the formation of this housing committee. I think this is a great opportunity for the state and for our sector. My name is Jim Pettinelli, and I work in New Haven, and I'm a resident of Hamden. I'm the executive director at Liberty Community Services. In New Haven, we provide a continuum of housing and homeless services across greater New Haven. I worked in the field of housing and behavioral health for many years. I stand proudly with my community partners in the state to advocate fiercely for this budget measure. When our community members have access to needed housing and homeless services, their economic and their health outcomes improve. Research has shown housing is healthcare. Over these last many years, COVID-19 aimed a laser-focused spotlight on our housing and homeless services system, a shining light on the impactful work accomplished and the amazing talent and resilience of our staff. Over the years, our system has seen remarkable collaboration and innovation, yet the necessary funding has been absent. It is imperative to get these focused rescue funds in place. Now is the time to keep the amazing work moving forward. Community providers remain on the front lines, led by our competent, talented, essential staff, far too many of whom are on the verge of needing services themselves. With these much needed resources, we can continue to work to support the critical needs of our community members, supporting health, safety, and linkage to services. Our amazing staff, these programs never came offline. We never stopped in-person engagement and support. There is no such thing as telehousing. It is with your support that we can truly rescue the homeless response system. I cannot thank you enough for the formation of a housing committee, and I want to really thank you for being able to be present via Zoom to provide this testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions from any committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We will now move on to Daniel Santorso from our friends at FISH, which I now have come to learn is Friends in Service to Humanity. That's the acronym FISH. Thanks. You have the floor. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the Housing Committee for listening to the public on this issue. So I'm Dan Santorso. I work at FISH, Northwest Connecticut. It's Friends in Service to Humanity. We're a homeless shelter and food pantry based in Torrington. Our mission is to provide the most basic of human needs: food, shelter, and hope. We ask that everybody supports Bill 6554. Connecticut does need help for homeless response programs. The FISH homeless shelter has 35 beds and 5 are designated for veterans. Our residents currently include single men and women, as well as 4 families with 8 children. As you know, it's unfortunately too easy to imagine how the rising cost of living can cause extreme problems for ourselves or our neighbors. And changes in life put individuals at risk, and price increases also, of course, affect facilities like FISH. So the responsibility of funding homeless programs doesn't just belong to the nonprofit organizations alone. I really appreciate that Representative Luxembourg acknowledged this situation earlier in this hearing. We need to partner with the state of Connecticut to help our most vulnerable populations, the homeless on the streets. To fund our homeless shelter from HUD funding, which the DOH distributes, we have seen no increase to speak of in the past 10 years or more to support programs or staff. FISH, Northwest Connecticut fundraises nearly half of our budget costs. So it's scary to think if we failed to raise 150,000 to 200,000 annually, our doors would close. Also, to fund our emergency cold weather shelter for the region, it's a necessity. During the pandemic, CARES and ARPA funds helped, and Connecticut needs to fund this on a statewide level. Lastly, I want to say we truly need an improved 211 system to help desperate callers who just frequently give up. Funding needs to be found. The funding in this bill would reinforce the stability of places like FISH, immediately increasing the quality of life throughout the state. So just Bill 6554 helps protect the most vulnerable people in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and it's nice to see you here. Any questions for Dan from members? Seeing none, we'll thank Dan very much for his testimony and all of the good work that our friends at FISH are doing. And we will move on to the next person on the list, Robin Letourneau. Robin, are you here? Seeing that you may not be, we will go on to Rachel Merva. Rachel's here. Welcome to the Housing Committee. You have 3 minutes, Rachel. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. I'm a resident of Milford and a board member of Bethel Center, which has a shelter program, supportive housing, diversion and outreach services, and soup kitchen. And thank you for the opportunity for me to testify in support of raised Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. In my city, approximately 45% of renters and 26% of homeowners are considered cost burdened. Our teachers, food service and prep workers, transportation workers, office support jobs, and sales related jobs can't afford to cover housing costs in addition to food, healthcare, academics, etc., which is why homelessness is on the rise. The diversion specialists, CAN teams, and providers like Bethel Center are desperate to stabilize and staff appropriately to prevent further increases in homelessness through programs that proactively prevent eviction and foreclosure. These are proven solutions that work, but there are too few resources today to be scaled to the need. Preventing and ending homelessness rests squarely on the shoulders of community-based nonprofits and the frontline professionals they employ. Every day, these essential workers assist people in navigating one of life's most devastating circumstances, finding themselves and their family homeless. While their work is critical, they are considered underpaid, and many are themselves just one paycheck away from homelessness. We've heard these stories earlier today. This funding would allow Connecticut's homeless response system to work as designed, to respond to people's housing emergencies and allow housing and homeless service providers to hire and retain qualified staff, and to ensure homelessness is infrequent and short-term, saving lives and public dollars. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. It is with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system and help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and stably housed.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And at this time, we would like to call on Ron Faraci, if he's with us. Ron. I think we're told Ron is being perhaps led into the Zoom as we speak. And we see you, Ron. Welcome to the welcome to the Housing Committee, Ron. If you want to take yourself off mute, you'll have your 3 minutes.
There we go. And I apologize. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not technically adept. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm kind of a unique individual in this situation, I think. And I hope to just talk on a couple of points, and I'm not going to make economics one of them. My wife and I own and manage almost 800 low-income units throughout Central Connecticut, Class C units, and 137 units in Jacksonville, Florida, which I've recently purchased. In addition, I also am a co-owner of the 5th largest real estate investors association in the United States, right here in Connecticut, with 12,000 members. So believe it or not, I don't want to talk about the economics of being a landlord. We all know taxes, electricity, insurance have skyrocketed. Our average margins are hovering around 9%. That doesn't change. So we're a business, costs go up, prices go up. What I want to talk about is really the protections that we offer to our tenants. I'm a good landlord. I provide good, clean, safe, affordable housing to really awesome people who just happen to not make a lot of money. The problem is that if we're going to do lapse of time evictions, what I think people are maybe overlooking is that there are certain amounts of tenants that are menaces, just like there's menace landlords. And when you get a menace tenant who's holding parties at 2 a.m., smoking weed, stinking up the building, drug dealing, bed bugs. I just had to terminate a tenancy about a month ago at a building I own in Manchester. This tenant was bringing in bed bugs constantly over the course of like 3 years. Finally, I've had enough. I feel bad if you're a good tenant and you are forced to live next to a menace now because the state won't let me protect the good tenants by getting rid of the menace that lives right next door to them. And frankly, if I get that call and we pass this law, I'm going to tell them to call the legislators. I can't get rid of them. You're forced to live next to this guy. The last point I'll try to make as my time expires here is that by doing these things to landlords, I've sold buildings in Connecticut. I'm the living embodiment of the problem. That I bought 137 units in Jacksonville, Florida. The reason I did that is because I'm rewarded and incentivized to provide a better product. In Connecticut, you pass a rent cap, what happens is, as I'm turning units over, I'm not going to put stainless or granite in there because I'm only getting $1,200 a month. I'm actually de-incentivized to make my units better. So we end up with less units that are degrading in quality. And then you're taking the greatest economic wealth builder in the history of capitalism away from the people that need it the most. So I coach people on how to acquire rental properties. And this is a guess, but it's an educated guess. I've been doing this for years. Probably 40% of my students are minorities. You are telling my students the greatest pathway to wealth, you can't do it anymore. It's not profitable anymore. The average eviction is $10,000. You can only raise your rent 2.5%. My God, you're shutting off the only pathway they have to a better life. And I'll tell you, and I'll end on this, guys, and thank you for hearing me out. I'm a high school educated guy with a record a mile long. And I'm taking this call from my beach house in Florida. And my intelligence and my education don't allow that. except for rental properties. By providing a good product to really good people, I've been elevated to a station I probably don't deserve that other people can do. Take away that incentive, I can't honestly recommend Connecticut to invest in. And that's sad because I'm a big Connecticut fan. So I appreciate you hearing me out. And I know it's a different tack that I took. And pardon my voice, I'm getting over something. I'll end on that, even though my 3 minutes is enough.
Thank you, Mr. Faraci.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you winding up.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Any questions for Ron? Any questions from committee members? Thank you, Ron, for your testimony. Moving on,
Thank you.
Nurali Butala from Yale University.
Hi, thank
I
you.
apologize for that mispronunciation of your name.
No, that was
Welcome to
perfect.
Welcome to the Housing Committee.
Thank you. So my name is Nurali Butala. I'm a pediatrician at the Yale University School of Medicine, and I stand in support of House Bill number 6554 to provide funding for crucial homelessness response programs. I practice as a pediatric hospitalist at Lawrence and Memorial Hospital in New London, and the views expressed in this testimony represent my own opinions and not those of my employer or the Yale School of Medicine. My job involves caring for infants in the newborn nursery, and a large portion of this care entails safe discharge planning. In New London, this is not always easy. On any average week on service, I identify at least one parent of a newborn struggling with housing insecurity. Recently, I attended the delivery of a healthy, full-term baby girl. She was born to young, healthy parents. They were so excited to meet their daughter, and they were cheerful and engaged throughout their hospital admission. She was gaining weight, feeding well, her nursery course was seamless. And on the second day of their admission, I walked into the room early in the morning, anticipating a straightforward discharge talk in preparation for them to go home. When I asked about their safe sleeping arrangements at home, the parents' demeanor changed. They became anxious and guarded. I explored a little further and found out that they used to live in a subsidized apartment complex when they first became pregnant, and that the apartment complex had closed down. So they spent most of the pregnancy rotating through trailer parks, hotel rooms, and even living out of their car, until eventually the mom had to live separately so that she had a place to stay with her parents. The dad lives in a room right now where he doesn't even have a refrigerator, so he's worried that he'll never be able to babysit his daughter, given that he can't refrigerate her breast milk. They're anxious to live together again, for a place to call their own, and for the father to have unrestricted access to his child. But the lack of job security and housing availability in their area makes them nervous, and their concerns are valid. In my first 7 months at this job, I've cared for children and adolescents of all ages experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to share all their stories today. My patient, like so many of these children, has no medical risk factors at all, but her parents' housing instability will predispose her to a myriad of potential negative health outcomes. She's at risk for fragmented primary care, developmental delays, malnutrition, infections, psychological trauma, and this is all purely as a result of her socioeconomic circumstances. Children require safe, permanent housing, and prioritizing access to affordable housing for families is a cornerstone for reliable access to healthcare and for school attendance for children. As a pediatrician, I support House Bill number 6554, and I ask the committee to support this legislation. I've also submitted written testimony with supplemental information. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful testimony. And I think if I could add, for illustrating what I hope policymakers are starting to really wrap their heads around and make a reality, which is that housing is in fact health. And that unless we align our policies and move towards a housing first model to address these issues, a lot of well-intentioned resources that are being spent will not have the type of success that we need unless we stabilize people's long-term affordable housing first. And I think your example is a powerful one for why that work is so important. We appreciate your testimony and advocacy, and also the work that you do as a doctor and a physician every day. So thank you for being with us. Do any other committee members have questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your thoughtful testimony. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to Kellyanne Day. Are you with us, Kellyanne Day? In person. Bone bonus points for being with us in person,
Thank you.
Kellyanne.
It's nice to be here in
Welcome to
person.
the Housing Committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and other members of the Distinguished Housing Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to support Raised Bill 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. My name is Kellyanne Day, and I live in North Haven, Connecticut, and I am the CEO of an organization called New Reach. We are ending homelessness for close to 35 years through homeless prevention programs, crisis services and shelter, and affordable housing throughout Greater New Haven and Fairfield County. I'm here today to speak in support of this budget measure, which will help our state's homeless response system respond to the overwhelming demand of housing and homeless services statewide. As a nonprofit CEO for the past 28 years, I have lived through ups and downs of funding for this organization, and I have seen folks come and go through our systems, and sometimes we have enough funding to meet the needs, and sometimes we don't. But right now, we do not have nearly enough funding to meet the needs of the folks coming through our doors. So I would like to point out some facts that some of the members of the committee might not be familiar with. Shelters do not receive reimbursement for the services that we provide. We are simply not funded for all the necessities that people require. Food is a luxury in a shelter, not a given. To put this into context, New Reach, who operates 2 emergency shelters for women and children, we've been serving over thousands of people over the past few years, and we do that receiving 58 cents on the dollar from the state of Connecticut. The rest we have to raise privately. Myself and my colleagues chose this profession to help people, but we are not being given the resources to help. Our staff, and you met Julia earlier today, are trained, educated, passionate, and in many cases have lived experience of their own that they bring to their work. Most of our staff are women, many women of color and people of color who have dedicated their careers to making our community a better place. It is frankly disrespectful that they are not valued as essential workers when they show up every day, every night, and every holiday to provide care, safety, and basic needs. They deserve competitive compensation, benefits, healthcare, tuition reimbursement, and retirement. Unfortunately, we as nonprofits are not always able to provide these benefits. And as a result, we're losing compassionate professionals to other sectors. And this has a direct result to the quality of services that we can provide. Therefore, I am here to ask the legislator to invest $50 million to rescue the homeless response system. We need your help. The number of families who have been experiencing homelessness has doubled since the pandemic started. I'm happy to answer any questions, and please ask you to support this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your thoughtful advocacy. I have one question for you. I think one of the bigger picture policy questions that some committee members may have has to deal with an awkward dichotomy that's embedded in this bill that we're hearing today, which is, on the one hand, we know it's cold every winter. We know homelessness is on the rise dramatically because of a lot of complex economic factors that may be outside the control of the Connecticut legislature. And we know that it's inhumane to not provide high quality services to people that are experiencing homelessness, and also a pathway to stable housing. But there is I think a question mark about sort of permanent funding streams, permanent supports for homelessness to nonprofit providers, and sort of how do you juxtapose that with the notion that we're trying to reduce and potentially end homelessness. And I'm wondering if that sort of bigger picture funding sustainability and what is the vision of the nonprofit providers, if you could shed some light on that topic for us.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So when I first started doing this work, the only intervention we had for homelessness was shelter, which is again a temporary solution for tonight. We've been able to progress to providing permanent supportive housing to folks who are, seriously in need of both the services and the affordable housing. Then we started providing some services upstream. So we're helping to divert people from shelter. So when we talk about ending homelessness, we define it as making it rare, brief, and one time. All three of those components have to be invested in if we're going to end homelessness. And one of the areas that we are not investing really any money in is prevention. And I'm happy to talk to all of you about that at a separate time. And I would love to talk to some of the landlords about it, because homeless prevention can actually really work very well in partnership with landlords. But until we start going upstream, it's going to be very hard to slow the stem of people into the crisis system. And having said that, the crisis system is not equipped and it's not fully funded to respectfully and safely protect everybody who is falling into homelessness. Now, our organization works largely with families, and one of the largest predictor of being a homeless adult is being homeless as a child. And we do not have enough shelter units for families in this state if folks ask for it. So again, if any of your family members, friends, or neighbors were to become homeless and need a shelter bed tonight, they would be put on a wait list.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful input, and we hope you'll circle back to us and work with us on some of the ideas you have around prevention.
Happy to do that.
At perhaps this session and perhaps in a future legislative session as well. We'd love to get your expert input as we move forward together as a committee. Any questions for Kellyanne? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will move on to Katrina Bayram. There is it, Bayram. Katrina Bayram. Perhaps not with us remotely. We'll move on. I see Eli Sabin from Connecticut Voices for Children, and he is in person. Bonus points for you, Eli. Welcome to the Housing Committee. You have your 3 minutes. Make sure you turn on your mic for us there, Eli. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the esteemed members of the Housing Committee. My name is Eli Sabin, and I am testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. I submitted written testimony, but today I just want to speak very briefly in favor of HB 6554, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. At Voices, our focus is on improving the well-being of children and families across Connecticut, and we strongly believe that the $51 million investment in this bill would make in homelessness services is crucial to ensuring that all children and families have access to safe, stable, and nurturing environments to thrive in. With homelessness up significantly this year, and Connecticut residents making nearly 400,000 calls to 211 related to housing and shelter last year, we need this surge in funding for our homeless response system to get people housed now, find them health and employment support, and help them regain stability. At Voices, we believe that this is not only the right thing to do, but it also is a wise investment because our state is stronger and our communities are stronger if we leave no one behind. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Eli. Oh, sit tight just in case we have questions. I do see Representative Kevin Brown has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you, the question is, you talk about the effect of homelessness on children. Do you have any data or information on how that impacts their education?
Yes, well, we do know that children who experience housing instability are more likely to have emotional and as well as health problems and develop behavioral problems, which obviously affects their ability to focus in school. And we've seen, especially over the last couple of years, a rise in chronic absenteeism in our state. And I think that we can draw a direct line from the rise in housing costs and housing instability to the fact that more kids are having trouble making it to school every day, or parents are having trouble making sure that happens. And then kids are also having a hard time staying focused or doing as well in school as they could because of the challenges that they are experiencing at home. And we know these are all connected issues, and our state economy, our families obviously are stronger when all of the kids in our communities have a stable place to live. Thank you for the question.
Any additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, I think you're off the hot seat, Eli. Thank you
All
for your
right.
testimony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Avery Lenhart. Wondering if Avery is with us remotely. Oh, I see you, Avery, but take yourself off mute for us if you don't mind.
There we are. Okay,
Welcome.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of raised Bill 6554 and act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. My name is Avery Lenhart, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Windham Region No Freeze Project in Willimantic. We are a seasonal emergency shelter for adults with year-round services for housing support and hygiene. As part of the statewide CAN system for more than 6 years, I can attest to the positive impact it has had on the state of Connecticut and its homeless population. With the support and guidance of the Department of Housing, DEMIS, CCEH, United Way 211, and other partners, each agency member of the CAN plays a role in identifying and assessing needs, diversion, sheltering, and helping people move into and maintain stable and appropriate housing. Plainly and simply, this system works and should be fully funded. We are currently seeing a rise in the number of individuals and families experiencing homelessness, particularly among elderly and disabled populations. Housing is scarce and expensive, and shelters are over capacity. Cold weather shelters fill up every winter with people who would otherwise be at risk for dying in the cold. Funding is crucial to keep these programs running. The Windham No Freeze Project's operations are funded almost entirely by donations from individuals in Eastern Connecticut. We have 5 year-round staff members and 10 part-time seasonal staff members, all working on a true shoestring budget. Last spring, we were gifted the funds we needed to purchase a building of our own. That we can do this work at this level speaks to the generosity of a community that cares for its people and doesn't want to see anyone suffer in the cold. Connecticut is full of caring people who are willing to help those in the greatest need. But we cannot and should not be relying on donations to pay for the very most basic needs of a community. Those who are experiencing homelessness in Connecticut should be able to access emergency warm space, support, and housing through a stably funded system. If I could, I would also like to comment on your question to Kellyanne, Representative Luxembourg. A wise person once said that the homeless response system represents a failure on the part of every other system in Connecticut. And what that means is that for every person I have in the shelter, I can see where some other system has failed them. And so yes, prevention, Kellyanne's response was spot on. Prevention is what's going to be able to actually end homelessness for us. And we are very far from that. So I firmly believe that we should fully support and fully fund the homeless response system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Next is Amilcar Perez. I don't see that person. I'll move on to Jeff Shaw.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Great to see you. Good afternoon, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jeff Shaw. I'm the Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association representing community nonprofits. The Alliance supports HB 6554, which would provide $50 million for the Homelessness Response Program. Connecticut's Homelessness Response Program is managed by community nonprofits and is the safety net for finding emergency housing and support services for people experiencing homelessness in Connecticut. Community nonprofits are 46% behind where they were in 2007. During the last biennium, the legislature stepped up and provided 2 cost of living adjustments to nonprofits. But over the last 2 years, nonprofits have been hit by historic 16% inflation, which has entirely consumed the gains of the last biennium. That's why the Alliance is asking the legislature to increase funding by 9% in fiscal 24 and 7% in fiscal 25 for nonprofits that provide essential services on behalf of the state. After the biennium, nonprofit funding should be indexed to inflation. We urge the legislature to make a significant investment across the entire human services delivery system, including homelessness response program. The state budget is healthier than ever, yet nonprofits continue to be in crisis with an unprecedented workforce shortage, increased essential costs, and skyrocketing demand for community services. We can finally afford to solve this problem. Indeed, unprecedented inflation has eaten up the increases housing and homelessness services received in the last state budget. Also, the increases were limited in use and were not equally distributed among provider types. As an example, in the housing world, Medicaid rates did not receive a COLA, and the Connecticut Housing Engagement and Support Services, otherwise known as CHESS, that combines Medicaid health coverage with a range of housing services for state residents struggling with homelessness and chronic health issues, is funded by Medicaid, so they didn't get a COLA. While every American has experienced inflation, nonprofits like the ones that provide homelessness services have been hit particularly hard. The most significant factor is wage growth. According to an Alliance survey from December, nonprofits report that wages have been the most significant driver of their costs, with 85% of respondents saying their budgets for payroll have grown by more than 10% since 2019, and 10% of respondents saying their payroll budgets have grown by more than 45%. The workforce shortage for health and human service workers is getting worse, with some nonprofit providers reporting 30% vacancy rates. Some emergency shelter providers cannot find qualified applicants to staff cold weather emergency shelters, especially worrisome as dangerously cold temperatures are expected tonight and over the weekend. Finally, the increased demand for services has skyrocketed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, both with people in need of permanent affordable housing and emergency housing for people experiencing homelessness. The legislature can address many of these issues if they make the investments like the proposed $50 million for the homelessness response program. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions or comments? Thank you so much. And I have your briefing. I've been going through and reading. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Christina Paredes.
My name is Christina Paredes, and I wish to share comments in support of House Bill. In August 2021, they showed my apartment building from under my nose. It was hard to find a place to live, and I was able to stay with a friend until I found an apartment. It took almost a year to find an apartment. It was so great to have a roof over my head. I am very happy to have a place of my own. I feel sad for people who are all still homeless. I pray for them every day. I was able to get a lot of support from Mental Health Connecticut Independence Center. They were able to help me fill out housing applications and look for places on their computer and the newspaper, and they were a big help. Staff there were the ones who helped me get me into my place. I was in love. Now I feel staff were my backbone at this time, and they were able to big help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Well, I feel very.
Yes, go ahead. Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I feel very sad that there's a lot of people homeless these days. I have a lot of friends that are homeless now. If you have any questions for me, just ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we all feel that way. I think that is a common interest that we all have. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is Mary Ellen Shuckero. Verify that last name if I messed it up, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee and Representative Senator Moore and Representative Luxembourg. I have submitted my written testimony to you, and I've been here since the hearing started. My name is Mary Ellen Shuckero. I'm the executive director currently of St. Vincent de Paul, Middletown. We are a soup kitchen, a food pantry. supportive housing provider and a frontline service agency for the homeless, addicted and mentally ill. I am also on the board of the Hope Partnership in the lower Middlesex County, which is an affordable housing developer. And I served at the Chrysalis Center and the Chrysalis Center Real Estate Corporation for 17 years here in Hartford, both on their executive leadership teams, building affordable housing, managing affordable housing for special populations. And Chrysalis Center is one of the largest affordable supportive housing providers in Connecticut. So I'm going to set this aside because you can read it, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I think my colleagues that are here today, in and out, know me as a straight shooter. I have testified before different committees at this legislative building for 22 years. And we've heard a lot today from landlords. I pay landlords in supportive housing. I pay landlords that have large buildings and small buildings. We have excellent relationships with them. And I pay lots of securities and all of that. A question was asked, how did we get here? The homeless response system, and I am in support of your bill. We got here because 50 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, churches largely were the providers of emergency services like shelters, including in Middletown. My agency ran a shelter, and we ran an overflow warming shelter with our church. It is the issues of homelessness are very complex right now. And when you look at homelessness or hunger, you have to look underneath. What you find if you talk to the homeless, there's often mental health issues, there's addiction issues, there's trauma issues. And so that's what we deal with every day. The Department of Mental Health handled homeless services until the Department of Housing was formed several years ago. Our state does the most of many states for those less fortunate. What I'm going to say, because I'm in the last 7 years of my career, I'm going to retire in 7 years, is we have to think differently. We have to infuse money into the system and be creative. Simply taking the homeless out of homelessness and plopping them in an apartment with case management, sometimes it's a win-win, many times it is not. And whether a nonprofit owns that housing or does not, another landlord, they fail. I'll tell you 2 quick stories. I had a woman in our services in an apartment building, very successfully, very mentally ill. She was in our offices. We had her connected. She was in my offices a month ago. She was failing psychotically. Her psychiatrist checked her. We stayed close. She went home that night and jumped off the 8th floor to her death of the building. Last week, I had a tenant who is a fire starter. She's very psychiatrically ill, refusing treatment, self-medicates. She set an apartment 2 years ago. We were obligated to move her into another apartment. She was ideating, almost starting a fire in the unit. And I went to my local mental health authority and I said, I can't house her because I pay her rent. If she burns the building down, I will be liable if someone dies. We couldn't find her for 2 days. I finally found her last Monday. She started a car on fire in Meriden. The ambulance came, the fire came, police came. She assaulted the ambulance driver. She assaulted the police officer. She's very psychotic. She's in jail. I called my local mental health authority again. I said, she does not belong in prison. She belongs at the local mental health at CVH. Connecticut is a strong advocate for people with these addictions, with these mental health conditions.
Excuse me, Ms. Chuckrow.
Thank you.
That's
I'll
3
wrap it
minutes.
up.
You could wrap up.
And
Thank you so much.
Thank you. 10 of my 22 employees are people with lived experience, both from mental health, homelessness, and addictions. So we can solve these problems, but you in this committee can't solve this problem without your committees on Department of Mental Health and other providers. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
I want to thank you for that testimony, but I want to question, you told us, you did mention what doesn't work. What do you think works?
I believe this homeless response system needs to include not just supportive housing and shelter. We need respite housing. We need to bring back transitional housing. Many of the homeless cannot functionality handle going from homelessness into a lease that they sign because they can't live by it. And the supportive housing model to this day with the Housing First model says when that person is put in a subsidized supportive housing unit, they are not obligated to take any services. And that's where it's failing. And I know our housing advocates would probably disagree with me, but you can talk to all of us on the front line. We need in this continuum, this flow to bring back respite units where people can go under supervised care until they're ready to get that care. We need more sober houses before we place people in apartments on their own. They're not making it. I'm fixing apartments, raising money to landlords just to keep them renting to me from damages that are caused by psychiatric or addictions or both.
I just read an article last night on your organization and some of the work you're doing. So I appreciate that as I do my research on the homelessness. I think you hit it right on the head when you talk about preparing people for that journey. If you don't prepare them, we're setting them up for failure. And that's that cycle that keeps happening. So I hope you'll look for things coming up in the future hearings, because Representative Butler brought this up in a meeting the other day about respite care for people who are homeless. So I think you'll be hearing more about that, and I hope you'll contribute to that conversation.
And the last thing I'll say is I'm building a new building behind the soup kitchen building, and I'm taking back our warming center, and I'm probably going to operate a warming center all year round, putting a soup kitchen environment together and supportive housing. The last thing I'll say to you before I leave is each of you needs to get out in the field, spend an hour in a nonprofit, come to Middletown. You need to see and feel and touch, and it helps you form where we're going.
Well, Representative Luxembourg spends more than an hour, I think.
And Matt Lesser is certainly a big proponent of Middletown. And so thank you for your time.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your expertise and the incredible work that you do. I've actually worked directly with your nonprofit agency. In fact, I was somewhat ironically working with your agency this morning. And you are one of the best nonprofit providers in the state of Connecticut. And I can say that from my own experience partnering with you. You and your team do an outstanding.
You're talking about Chrysalis Center or St. Vincent's?
Nope, I'm talking about St. Vincent's.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
I know the difference between the two.
Thank you.
And
They're both great agencies, actually.
Indeed. And we are just very, very grateful for your expertise, and we hope that we can rely on your expertise to help inform some of our work moving forward.
I would be
and we hope you'll
happy.
keep in touch with us.
I will be happy to serve on any committee. I will be happy to talk to anyone. And I'm aging myself, but I've been here since the beginning, and I'm still here, but only for 7 more years.
You keep going.
Yeah, no, I told.
I
my
don't
bishop-
know anybody who really retires that does the type of work that you do.
Well, I'm in my 60s, and I told my bishop I would give him 10 years because we're a Catholic institution, but I am passionate about saving lives.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Any
much,
other
and God bless you
comments?
all.
All right, thank you very much. James Patel. I don't see him. Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 907 concerning fair rent commissions. I have submitted written testimony, so I will briefly summarize. First of all, we're concerned that the bill is premature. As you know, the state recently adopted legislation that would require towns with a population of more than 25,000 to create fair rent commissions. We haven't had the opportunity to do any kind of cost benefit analysis to determine the costs associated with that and the benefits provided under such a program. In addition, particularly for small towns, we believe that this proposal is overly burdensome. small towns have a lot of difficulty in trying to ensure that they find volunteers to fill the wide range of committees and boards, commissions and ad hoc committees on the local level. And it's very difficult. And the nature of the work that would have to be performed under the Fair Rent Commission involves issuing subpoenas, holding hearings, and other things that would require the smaller towns to retain legal counsel, to retain consultants and so forth. And we are concerned that at this point, that would be a severe burden. We're also concerned that the proposal may be counterproductive. A lot of the focus on the state level to promote more affordable housing opportunities has focused on those middle housing units, trying to create more opportunities for accessory dwelling units, duplexes, 3-family apartments, and so forth. And there is a concern that to the extent that you make it more difficult and burdensome for rental housing owners to invest in these types of units, that this is going to be counterproductive and that you're not going to have the kind of rental units that you're hoping to get to address the need for more affordable housing. And lastly, we're concerned that it's inefficient. We often get criticized that there are 169 different municipalities and they each are reluctant in some cases to regionalize or to consolidate services, which is not true. We have a lot of great opportunities and efforts underway to regionalize various services, but this would mandate that you have a Fair Rent Commission close to 100 different municipalities throughout Connecticut. So I would encourage you to think about a more efficient approach if this is something that the committee feels strongly about. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Sorry. Thank you for your testimony. Any comments? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Rocco Rosen. Robert Jackson. David Rich. Holly, are you there?
Yes, I am, Senator. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Holly.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Holly Hackett. I live in Brantford, and I am the Office Administrator for Keep the Promise Coalition. It is a grassroots group of Connecticut advocates with lived experience of mental health conditions, addiction, and co-occurring disabilities. In my position, I speak to a lot of our members and a lot of other people that just call in looking for help to many different resources. Most of the requests or concerns that our members talk to me about are about housing. I myself, excuse me, have personally experienced not being able to find housing in a timely manner. I became disabled after my 5th and 6th brain surgeries and lost my home because I couldn't work. I did not get into elderly disabled housing for 5 years, so I was technically homeless, but was able to stay with family for those years. If I wasn't as lucky, it would have been extremely detrimental to not just my physiological health, but especially my mental health. We have heard so much about every legislator's concern about mental health. If you were also concerned, you would absolutely agree that housing is a human right, along with food and health care. You should support SB 909. No one is saying that we want to get rid of the free market or we just want to give our community members what they need to thrive. What does a thriving community do? People are able to spend money on the special things. They don't use the state's precious resources for entitlements, which is what a lot of people claim. So I truly don't understand why you don't want our communities to thrive. I am listening to the hearing as I type, and I am extremely disappointed by a few of our legislators. Shame on you for not seeing that this is not about taking away profits. It's about people who are suffering, people who are dying on the streets because they cannot pay for their rent, They cannot buy food. They cannot pay for medications. There's a shortage of truly affordable rents, especially for those of us who are elderly and or disabled. Through no fault of our own are we disabled. And the waiting period for income-based housing is 5 to 10 years. Please understand, this is about human beings, not dollar signs. We are in this mess because local, state, and federal legislators have allowed market value and even luxury housing to be built in areas like New Haven, Bridgeport, Hartford, and Stamford, just to name a few, that local people have been priced out of. You need to stop allowing these luxury homes to be built until our homeless population is taken care of. We should take the abandoned buildings, of which there are many, train people in the trades as we rehab them, give them the first chance at an apartment in these buildings as a sweat equity program. This will solve the problem of not having tradespeople, blighted properties, and people will be taken care of and have homes. I heard also someone say, we only have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, passed or adopted December 10th, 1948, states, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. So I urge you all to please support, especially HB 6554, SB 909, SB 908, SB 907, SB 906, and HB 655. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. And if there are any questions, I will take them.
Thank you, Holly, for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Comments? Thank you very much. Next is Melanie Alvarez. Jaliek Roberts. Bob Bolerman. Sylvia Mascarello. Stephanie Boyce. I'll come back to Robert DeCosmo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for all that you do for supporting housing in Connecticut. I'm the manager of the Connecticut Property Owners Alliance. We represent landlords of all sizes, been an advocate for housing since the mid-1990s. Many of our members today couldn't participate. As a lot of the property owners work full-time jobs, but I understand they submitted written testimony. And I hope you consider their testimony as well. You know, I pick up on a line on a previous testimony. How do we get here? Let's talk about the housing crisis that we're in right now. We had an unprecedented pandemic and we shut down the housing courts for 20 months. And when we shut down the housing courts, we shut down the supply of apartment units. At the same time, New York, a neighboring state that has more aggressive laws that favor tenants, their investor population started to look at Connecticut as a greener pasture. And what happened in Connecticut with the 20 months of non-payments, a lot of the tenants, whether they lost their jobs or not, just didn't pay rent. So the mom and pop landlords who supply the backbone of the affordable housing in this country were starving. They were going through personal savings. They went through credit lines. And they had it. They get to the end of their financial resources, and they began to sell their properties off. And the New York absentee investors looked at them as bargain rates because a 3-family in New York is 800,000. And they came to cities like New Britain, which I think the baseline was starting around 225,000. They bid those property values up to $350,000 and $400,000. Okay. Right now we're talking about capping rents and fair rent commissions. I'm doing 2 events next week on appealing property taxes. My property taxes on my home went up 66%. So while we're in January, we're talking about limiting rents. In July, we're going to be facing massive property tax increases. I caution the committee not to overreact. I believe the situation is now resolving itself. Units are coming back online. The moratorium is up. A lot of people are moving out of their apartments. We've got some transition back in the market. These rents will come down as property values are already coming down. So really take caution. I did reach out to CHFA and DOH. I begged them to create a program to help bail out the local mom and pop investors of multifamilies, but they only extended the financial bailout to owner occupied buildings, which is tragic. We lost mom and pop Connecticut owners to absentee New York investors. I think it's the situation is very fluid. Again, caution not to overreact. Do want to talk a bit about the fair rent commissions. Number one, harsh and egregious needs to be defined. A rent increase that exceeds the fair market value as published by HUD should be instituted in statute. And there should be a time frame quick to get these hearings up in front of the committee. Waiting 3-4 months for a committee is just not acceptable. We don't want to lose the mom and pops. They do supply the backbone of the affordable housing in this country. Some of these policies seem like they will absolutely have a devastating impact on that segment of the market. And also good tenants. I think landlords will become skeptical about.
Mr. DeCosmo, you've reached 3 minutes. If you could wrap up your testimony, please.
I guess in summation, I'm going to give caution to the committee about taking a look at how we got here and not trying to overreact to the situation that I believe the normal market conditions will resolve itself and sooner as opposed to later. And I do appreciate the ability to testify this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And like I've mentioned to others, this is the first of our hearings. I hope you'll stay with us and follow this through to see where we take it. Your ideas are well noted and they've been discussed among us and other people. So thank you. You have a question? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Real quick, Bob, you talked about the things that New York was doing that was causing some issues there that was driving people to Connecticut. Can you talk a little bit more in detail of that? I'm really interested in understanding what other places were doing, obviously right, but also wrong, so we can make sure that we're not doing those same wrong things that was driving people potentially out and investors out of Connecticut.
Absolutely. They've restricted the use of previous eviction records when screening tenants. So landlords have no ability to check the true history of who they're renting to. They have rent control in many situations, and they actually have extended the process that it takes to evict a tenant, making it a longer process. Therefore, your losses are mounting up higher. So limiting eviction records, extending the eviction timelines, and actually having rent caps or rent controls are 3 of the driving forces that people have left New York to greener pastures, and Connecticut happened to be a nearby state. So we got a lot of these absentee investors buying up our properties. Unfortunately, they don't understand the dynamics of our rental market. And they thought, what you can get in New York for rent, you can get in Connecticut. And in many of these markets, you simply can't do that. It's impossible to get those kinds of numbers. And I fear we're going to have a whole wave of foreclosures because, as was mentioned, mortgage rates have gone up. And taxes are going up, and Eversource just doubled its generation rates. So you can only collect so much rent, and I really always advise my clients: don't tell me how much rent you collect every month. Tell me how much rent you collect every year from that unit. You don't want to set the high water mark on a rent to have a tenant there for 3 months and stop paying you. So, the market conditions will improve because supply and demand is going to come back to a normal situation. Again, we just completely choked off the supply of housing units in Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very mumuch, Madam Chairman. Bob, thanks for joining us today. Appreciated your testimony. You squeezed a lot into 3 minutes, so well done. You seem to focus on, the issues in New York that drove some housing providers into Connecticut. But I'm just curious about your reaction about Connecticut's current policy. I know we're here to discuss potential changes to the policy that we have in Connecticut that affects landlord tenant law, but we have a lot of laws on the books. And I'm just, what's the overall sentiment of your membership about Connecticut's housing law situation anyway?
Senator Sampson, I think the majority by far would state that the eviction process in Connecticut is too long and too cumbersome. I know we're talking about expanding the protections of free legal aid attorneys. All that's really doing is driving up the arrearage that's owed by the tenants. It's delaying the inevitable. If we had a quicker process, property owners would take more risk when it comes to renting to applicants. If it's going to take 6 months to get someone out, they're not going to take a chance on someone that's got a marginal payment history or prior evictions. And I believe we're talking about doing a study about the eviction process and the impacts. I'd love to see a comparison between the states that have a quick eviction process, say Florida, South Carolina, versus states that have slower processes like Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts. And I'm willing to bet states that have a quicker process have more affordable housing, less urban blight, and less homelessness. Because it just makes sense for me to put someone in my unit and then be only able to possibly collect 2-3 months and now go through 6 months of trying to get them out plus legal fees. I'm not going to put that person in my unit. So it's about risk mitigation. So our members try to mitigate risk, and we've got some very burdensome extended timeframes in Connecticut to get rid of someone that's no longer compliant with their lease. So by far the number one concern from my group is the eviction process is way too long in Connecticut. And because of that, they're unwilling to take risk. And again, some of the measures that I hear that are being discussed, that's just going to make it harder for the average tenant to find shelter, because if I'm no longer able to look at someone's full background, I'm going to raise my underwriting standards when I'm renting my apartment. So now instead of 3 times rent coverage, I want 3.5 times rent coverage. Instead of a 620 credit score, now I want a 700 credit score. Because again, they don't want to go through the process of having to get somebody out and then wait 6 months to 7 months to get the unit back.
Yeah, those are all fabulous points. It speaks to your final statement of your opening 3 minutes about supply and demand.
Yeah.
And the policies that are currently in effect in Connecticut, and also the threat of future policy and the kind of things that we're debating here today, certainly affect the thought process of those considering real estate investing in Connecticut or continuing their role in that process. So it seems to me that the Connecticut General Assembly has repeatedly resorted to only one tool in the toolbox when it comes to dealing with our housing shortage, which is to punish housing providers in favor of tenants. Can I just ask you, are there policy changes that you think might use a different tool, like maybe creating incentives for landlords to do more investing and offer more housing? It seems to me if you would want voluntary participants in the marketplace, both as tenants and landlords, to have a positive relationship, if you continue to cultivate, a conflict and to use the state government as a tool to enforce that narrative, you're going to just develop a decreasingly valuable relationship. So I didn't mean to make questions so long, but I guess I'm trying to give you a little flavor of, are there things that we can do instead of punishing landlords and therefore potentially causing them to reduce the housing supply because they're fearful and they're mitigating risk, as you said, and instead open it up more by giving them incentives so that more housing is created, therefore driving down the cost of rents.
You know, Senator, there's at one point in time, I had the most amount of subsidized housing redevelopment projects in Waterbury. And then the funding was something I was always tapping into. And then the funding requirements became more restrictive and more burdensome. And to the point where I stopped tapping into the funding to redo the redevelopment. So streamlining some of the requirements that a developer has to go through to access some of the available federal and state programs would be step number one. Number two, I mean, we're talking about homelessness prevention. You know, you almost want to think about expanding the rental assistance program, but I also understand it's very difficult right now for tenants that have housing vouchers to get units. Because again, temporarily the market values may exceed the fair market rents by a degree. But the Section 8 program went from a program where landlords rushed to get Section 8 tenants in their building to right now, because of the burdens and the bureaucracy, they're trying to avoid it at all costs. And one of the big issues is the ground rules for Section 8 housing used to be safe, decent, and sanitary. And today the unit's got to be damn near perfect, or that unit gets rejected and the owner's forced to make another improvement to accept that Section 8 tenant. You know, and I got into some meetings with people and everybody was afraid of getting sued because the unit wasn't perfect. And we've got to start looking at some of the requirements of the programs. Section 8 is way too burdensome right now with its inspection protocols. And owners are really trying to get away from that clientele, which makes it hard for the person that's trying to get affordable housing. So, I mean, I don't know how you limit some of the liability, but that's a fact that the Section 8 program in Connecticut is become so burdensome. It's not really desirable anymore to rent to that clientele.
Bob, thank you so much. This is amazing and really excellent dialogue for the committee to hear. I especially appreciate that, you know, you're being very forthright and honest about, you know, the view of the housing provider when it comes to, you know, the situation, what's good, what's bad, what's driving their decision making. And it's so much more profitable a conversation than some of the other rhetoric we heard about, you know, predatory landlords and, you know, greedy corporations and all that. It's just, it's tiresome because, you know, certainly in every industry, there's good people and there's bad actors. And we certainly want to do our best to prevent any negative input into any marketplace. And we should be working hard to have policies that do that. But I think that some of the policy that we discuss hurts the good people just as much as the bad people. If you could, you know, certainly share with the committee, not necessarily now, if you've got an idea, you can certainly mention it. But if you have real live changes that you could say, update the Section 8 housing requirements in such a way that might encourage more landlords to willingly participate. I understand that every landlord has to participate, but there's a big difference between having a marketplace that people want to be in. You know, and I think that's the biggest thing we're challenged with here is that I think that when you start to try and solve a problem by negatively impacting those that are in the only position to solve it by investing more and providing more housing opportunities and therefore using the market to drive down prices, you don't end up with a positive result. So I'm so excited to hear you talking about real live solutions that might encourage housing providers to want to invest more and create more opportunities in the marketplace. So thanks again, Bob. Appreciate being here.
Appreciate it so much, Senator Sampson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say, so Section 8 is federal.
Yes.
You know, we have the housing choice voucher as Section 8, and then the rental assistance program, the RAP. And I really do want you to tune back in because I think that'll be coming up in some future conversations that we'll be having either in committee or public hearings, and provide some testimony on that.
I
appreciate your
appreciate the
testimony.
opportunity, Senator. Just a comment that I made years back to Mr. Podolsky from Legal Services. But I was always an advocate of taking the dollars that we have in the program and spreading them out further. So I think we're trying to subsidize the 30% of their income. I'd almost like to see that percentage of subsidy go down, but get more people into the program to give the benefit out to others. And I also am in favor of getting more people on a RAP certificate. But the problem that's going on is inspector will come into a unit, say, I'm failing the unit because you got a cracked floor tile in the corner. I mean, that really doesn't have anything to do with the safety of the unit, cracked floor tile, and they're not passing the units. Or you're missing a knob on the stove. We're going to fail the unit because you're such minor defects are causing these units to fail. It's preventing that tenant from occupying the unit. It's delaying they have to come back for another inspection. In the past, the housing authorities used to have their own teams of inspectors.
Yeah.
And now we've kind of shipped that out to third-party companies to do the inspection work. So
Thank you.
it's gotten
Thank
to
you
be
for your
very picky.
testimony. I hope you will stay with us and follow us through to the end.
I will.
Your testimony is valuable.
Thank you so much.
sir. Next is Stephanie. Stephanie Boyce, are you on now? We'll come back to you. Oh, you there? No, okay. So I have Patrick Power. Douglas Losty. Douglas, are you there? Deanna Bensavengo.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Deanna Bensavengo. I'm the Director of Supportive Housing at Chrysalis Center in Hartford, Connecticut. At Chrysalis, we provide housing and supportive services in over 28 permanent supportive housing programs spanning over Northwestern, Central, and Northeastern Connecticut. I have collectively been working in this field for over 14 years. I support Act HB 6554 to increase funding for the homeless response system with a 9% increase in the 2024 budget and a 7% increase in the 2025 budget. The homeless response system has been working with monies that has been pieced together in recent years with discretionary funding. We cannot continue to provide the vital life-saving resources without a workforce that is trained well, consistent, and dedicated to the job they're doing. The staff turnover and vacancies across all nonprofit agencies in our system is unprecedented. I feel mostly due to frontline workforce that is grossly underpaid, trying to provide very difficult and emotionally intensive services to highly vulnerable populations. Why do I keep doing what I do? To witness the success of the people I serve. In the years that I have been part of providing permanent supportive housing to our homeless population, I have had the pleasure of being part of watching people grow, succeed, and overcome barriers in their lives that they never thought they would achieve. I have attended graduations for participants that had to drop out of school. I have had the pleasure of witnessing someone going off to the first day on a job when they had not been able to gain employment for years. I have seen people get proper life-saving medical care they need due to having a stable home. People that have engaged in treatment for mental health and substance use issues and been able to maintain their treatment because they have a stable home. The pleasure of handing keys to a person who is standing in their first apartment after being homeless for many, many years with tears of joy and gratitude in their eyes that they have been given a chance, or even more rewarding, a chance at another stable life. Because of generational poverty, racism, and trauma, it is difficult for our participants to engage in trusting relationships, to be vulnerable enough to open up and begin to work on themselves. By increasing funding to our homeless response system, I feel that we will be able to transform jobs into careers of choice for frontline workers and the homeless response system, creating opportunity and stabilize the system for those we serve. Thank you for letting me testify tonight.
Thank you for your thoughtful testimony and all the incredible work you do at the Chrysalis Center. Any questions? Oh, we have a question. Representative Kevin Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I recently had the opportunity to tour one of your facilities in my district in Rockville, Connecticut, that houses supportive housing for veterans. And I'm curious as to if there are any other programs like that. I was impressed with what was there, and I would like to see more programs like that. So if you have any more, I'd love to know about it.
Yes, we do. We actually, we have over 28 different programs, some scattered sites, some that are part of our CREC Real Estate Corporation that is falls under the umbrella of Chrysalis. We do have Phelps Mansion in Rockville that you were speaking of that serves veterans. We also have Cosgrove, which is here in Hartford, that serves veterans. We actually provide services at Victory Garden and Newington that serves veterans directly. We also have some scattered site programs that serve veterans. We have the Elms in New Britain that has subsidizing through the Housing Authority that is veterans services. I know you just kind of, also Cortland Arms in New Britain that has some set aside units for veterans.
Thank you, Representative Brown, and thank you folks from the Chrysalis Center for your expert testimony. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for being with us. We appreciate your testimony. All right, we seem to have worked out some technical glitches here, and I think we now have Stephanie Boyce from Hands on Hartford next on the list. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Stephanie. I know it's not your first time here.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Moore, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 6554. As Jeff introduced myself, I'm Stephanie Boyce. I work for Hands on Hartford, a local nonprofit here in Hartford. I oversee our homeless prevention and outreach programs that we have here. I'm here today to speak in support of this budget measure, which will help our state's homeless response system respond to the overwhelming demand for housing and homeless services statewide. The homeless response systems have been underfunded for a number of years. Without adequate funding and resources, it has taken longer to move unsheltered individuals into housing. I want to share a story as to just when our system is underfunded, what that can look like for some of our folks. In the winter of 2021, while conducting street outreach, I encountered an individual sleeping outside of the Hartford Public Library. At first, he didn't want to share his name, but was thankful for food, warmer socks, and hand warmers. He was also open to having the outreach team engage with him again. After engaging with him for several months, he shared his story with us, and he was ready to find housing. For the next 9 months, we explored every single housing opportunity possible. He was very close to getting housed when he was assaulted by a group of young adults while he was sleeping. He defended himself, and it unfortunately led to his arrest. He was incarcerated for a period of 6 months, and he lost that housing opportunity. In the spring of 2022, he was released and went back to sleep outside of the library. I was able to connect with him again. He was excited to begin work on housing, so we restarted the process. On May 18th of 2022, he let me know that he made an appointment for his ID, which is something that you need. On May 19th, I was informed that he passed away at some point the previous night while he was sleeping. I often wonder, what else could we have done for him? If only we could have gotten into housing quicker, maybe he would not have been assaulted. If we could have gotten him into housing quicker, he would not have died outside alone. It's time for us to restore the funding that will rescue the homeless response system. We must do better. No one should ever die outside while they wait for housing. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. It is with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system and help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and stably housed.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for sharing that powerful story with the Housing Committee. I'm wondering if you might be able to tell the Housing Committee a little bit about some of the innovative work that's happening in the homeless outreach space in terms of what the homeless outreach program looks like. Who goes out there? Who do they find? You know, is it tracked? How many people get housed from that homeless outreach effort? Is it, you know, is it 1 day a week? Is it 6 days a week? Enlighten the committee on what that on the ground work really looks like.
Of course. So right now, our outreach team is a collaboration with Connecticut Harm Reduction Alliance and Wheeler Clinic. We are out Sunday through Thursday. During Monday through Thursday, we're out during the evenings. So from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're really going out into the woods, under the bridges. We're really trying to engage and work with housing on folks who don't enter through this CAN system that we've all spoken about today. We really, if folks want shelter, we're able to advocate for shelter placement, but a lot of the work is done with the folks that never called 211, they don't want shelter, but they are ready and open to working on housing. We've done really well, and we've housed, I don't have the exact number, but we've housed a number of individuals with this team over the past couple years. It's hard work, and it's been great to see that we've been able to house individuals who are considered chronically homeless, been outside for a very long time, and we're able to work with the systems in place to find safe, affordable housing for them.
Well, we appreciate that information and very grateful for the incredible work that you do every day, and grateful for your expert testimony. And we hope you'll help us improve this system and improve it not just for the people who are doing the very, very challenging expert work, but also improve it for the people that we're hoping to serve. So thank you for being with us, Stephanie. Any questions from committee members? All right. We'll see you soon, Stephanie. Next, we had a tech difficulty, so we lost Sylvia Mascariello, but I apologize for that, Sylvia. Welcome to the Housing Committee.
You don't think I'm used to it? Hi, my name is Sylvia Mascarello. Thank you, Senators Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and the rest of the honored members of this committee. I work at Liberty Community Services in New Haven, Connecticut, and I live in Waterbury. We were founded really to assist people experiencing homelessness, HIV, mental illness, and addiction, and we've continued to do that. Our services run from outreach, and we have been very innovative leaders in the outreach world, all the way up to specialized housing, case management, prevention, diversion, employment, and basic needs. I'm here today, obviously, to support Bill number 6554. We are really clear that today marks the first ever public hearing dedicated to citizens facing homelessness and the systems that work together to respond. And we are really, really pleased with that. Having worked in the nonprofit sector for over 40 years, I've seen how often we're forced to mete out entirely few resources to fill gaping voids. We're treating a massive head wound with a Band-Aid. And I often feel that way when I'm doing my work. Instead of our focusing on long-term solutions, we are really spending our time setting up a system, an elaborate system to basically manage paucity and be fair about it. There's really nothing fair about people who have to be unsheltered and have no place to get out of the elements, or that housing and utility costs are out of sight, or that food assistance buys about half what it did last year. It's not fair that homeless services workforce has been traditionally undercompensated in that they must pray never to use medical care because of the huge out-of-pocket liability, deductibles, and copays. It's not fair that workers need rental assistance as badly as the people they serve honorably. Today marks a change in that strategy. Our wonderful state, and I am born and bred in this state. I love Connecticut. I don't care who knows it. But we're a leader in all of the work that we do in Connecticut. Every sector I've worked in, we are at the top because we are innovative and collaborative and enthusiastic. And Connecticut's been today we're changing the way we do things. So as the pioneer in our enthusiastic efforts to tackle homelessness, we learn from our mistakes and we're unafraid to admit that we've made mistakes. And we have in the past. We have underfunded what we need to fund. So it's time to make a change. Our time should be spent on resolving health and housing instability, which this bill looks at for people that served and those who serve them. Today, we can finally embrace the need to change and put what we learned into action. We recognize that we must invest appropriately in developing safe, deeply affordable, accessible, decent housing. This bill gives our state legislators the chance to build a system that's multifaceted, that focuses on filling a big gap. Chronic underfunding is far more expensive than adequate investment. It costs human suffering. Imagine carrying all of your belongings on your back with no place to safely put it down. Imagine how your feet feel after walking each day, and imagine what it's like to be sick with no bed to rest in. Imagine being a child that doesn't know where you and your family will sleep tonight or what these appointments are you're dragged to all day. Imagine what staff that must access the highest need to do. Our staff must assess who's in highest need to get a shelter bed when everyone is in need. And then we say to a woman, sorry, there's nowhere to go. Maybe you can go to the hospital waiting room tonight so you can get out of the cold. Anyway, we have faith in you. And we know that these things cost far too much to continue. And we know that you're going to support this bill because it's humane and it makes sense. And I thank you all very much.
Thank you for your thoughtful testimony. Any questions for Sylvia? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Sylvia. Appreciate you being with us. I have a note perhaps that David Rich, who we called, might be in the room for in-person testimony. And so, you know what, David, why don't you come on up since you're here?
Thank you.
You get bonus points with the housing committee when you come visit us in person. We're happy for you to be here, David. Do us a favor and pop that mic on in front of you. And welcome to the housing committee.
Thank you. And it's wonderful to be back here in person after being virtual for the last 2 years. And Senator Moore, Representative Luttenberg, Vice Chair Lesser, and Vice Chair Khan, and the rest of the distinguished members of the appropriations. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill 6445, an act appropriating funds for certain homeless response programs. My name is David Rich, and I'm a resident of Salisbury, Connecticut. For the last 20 years, I've been an active participant in our statewide campaign to prevent and end homelessness. I'm also president and CEO of the Housing Collective, an organization that aligns local, state, and federal housing resources and provides backbone support to over 250 agencies throughout Western Connecticut who are working to end homelessness and ensure equitable access to safe, affordable housing. We, alongside our many partners, know that safe, affordable, permanent housing is the only solution to homelessness and the only viable pathway to stability for Connecticut's most vulnerable residents. The data is irrefutable. When our neighbors have strong housing, their economic, educational, health outcomes significantly improve over time and alleviate the need for more costly state programs and interventions down the road. During the last 3 years of the COVID pandemic, the critical need for permanent housing solutions for Connecticut's most vulnerable residents was made even more evident. I'm here today to speak in strong support of this budget measure, which will help our state's homeless response system adequately respond to the increase in overwhelming demand for housing and homeless services statewide. In my written testimony, and as you've heard from many of my colleagues and those with lived experience, the legislature will need to invest at least $50 million to rescue the homeless response system this year. Here, though, I part with my colleagues and my written testimony with some unpleasant truths, which I think we need to be said. Our frontline homeless agencies have provided heroic and tireless support to our most vulnerable citizens through the pandemic. Frankly, with minimal support from the state of Connecticut. We have heavily relied on federal funds and bake sales for these first 3 years of the pandemic, but these funds run out this year, and we do need the state to step up and meet its fundamental obligations to its most in need residents. Unfortunately, we have a dilettante governor from Greenwich who demonstrates a callous indifference and a stunning lack of empathy, sympathy, and compassion towards our state's most vulnerable neighbors. How do we know this? His budget this year and every year through COVID has had zero additional funding for homeless. When he was handed $2.3 billion in federal funds to support the state during COVID, he chose not to allocate a dime to support the homeless, those on the streets and most vulnerable and most likely to die during the pandemic. I find that breathtaking. I could go on, but will just give one more appalling example of his flagrant disregard towards the homeless of the state. When COVID swept through Connecticut, it hit Danbury first, with every shelter there, all run by elderly volunteers, closed within days. 80 homeless were wandering the streets with nowhere to turn. We were scrambling, and the Chancellor of WestCon stepped up and offered one of their dorms, now empty, to temporarily house the homeless. The city fire marshal set off marching the homeless down the downtown street to the campus, only be turned away by the National Guard on the governor's orders. The governor said he had more important things to do than to house the homeless in that dormitory, which actually stayed vacant for the next 18.
Sir, excuse me, we're just going to ask you to keep your testimony to the agenda item.
Yeah.
We don't use the housing committee to disparage
No,
any
I'm getting there.
any
To 18,
individual, but we'd ask you to keep it focused.
the
on
homeless were
agenda
forced
items.
to return to the streets. Without the governor's moral leadership and direction, the hands of capable commissioners are tied. The homeless and those on the front line of supporting our most vulnerable neighbors have nowhere to turn but to the legislative body of the wealthiest and one of the most segregated and inequitable states in the nation. For you to have the courage to stand up to this governor and advocate, yes, for financial support for those most in need. You have a chance to draft.
Mr. Rich, your 3 minutes. Mr. Rich, your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Yeah, sure. More compassionate chapter in this state's history. I implore you to take it. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Rich? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Moving on to Patrick Power. We heard from Patrick Power. Number 84. Patrick Power, are you with us? Moving on, Douglas Losty. Douglas Losty, are you with us? Okay. Vahig Vartanian. No? Okay. Carmen Colon, I see is with us. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Carmen.
Good afternoon, Representative Luxembourg, and thank you to Senator Moore. She happens to be my senator in my district, so I want to thank her for everything that she does on behalf of the population that we serve. I'm here in support of House Bill 6554. I am a City of Bridgeport resident. I have lived here my entire life since our relocation from the Great Island of Puerto Rico. And I am the Vice President of the Bridgeport YMCA, here representing Alpha Community Services YMCA. We're the largest providers of permanent supportive housing in the state, and we operate a family emergency shelter. And 2 years ago, I had to open up a warming center for those afflicted with homelessness in our city. When no other doors were open up for our homeless population here at the YMCA, we said, yes, we are here. No, we didn't do this alone. We did it with our partners here at Opening Doors Fairfield County. We did it with our partners at Park City Communities. And one of the things that I say day in, day out is that we can't do this alone. We have to make sure that we partner up. I've heard testimony from many landlords, and we are here to work with all those landlords. We are here to assist in anything and everything that we have to do. But we need your help. Too often, I am called every single day to make sure that we're assisting our legislators' constituents, and we are here to help them, but we do need your help. And simply put, I really need to make sure that we are having enough funds to make sure that we're paying adequate salaries. We have an average of master level social workers making in our industry, making less than $40,000 a year. You've heard it time and time again from folks out there that they have to work three jobs to be able to even make ends meet. What does that mean? They're leaving their children with babysitters. They're not there for their children. I was one of those people once upon a time. I worked at the YMCA. I worked at Bethel Shelter. I worked at Prospect House. And I can tell you that it is very difficult to be able to raise your children when you're not home. And I am here to make sure that we can do something better. I also urge you to please make sure that we annualize the budget for cold weather. Next year, I will not be able to open up that same warming center that's saving lives today if we don't annualize that budget. You have heard from many of my colleagues, so I am not going to bore you with that additional information. You have that information, but I ask you to make sure that you are creating a pathway by which we can all work together with the landlords, with the housing authorities, the RAP certificates that you guys have. One statistic that I will give you at my agency, we heard earlier that supportive housing might not work the way that it works because many individuals do not take advantage of the support services. In my agency, 95% of our residents do receive supportive services. And we make sure that that happens because we don't have high staff turnover. So I urge you to please support Bill 6554. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony, Carmen. We appreciate your input and all the incredible work that you do. Moving on. Oh, any questions from committee members? Not seeing any in person or on Zoom, so we'll move on. Gerald Gray is next on the list. Thank you, Carmen. Gerald Gray is next. Do we have a Gerald Gray? Seeing no. I have an Ann Din. Okay, we're going to move on. Christina Emery. Christina Emery. Michelle Condorino. I see Michelle Condorino on Zoom. Excellent. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Michelle.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Michelle Condorino. I am the Executive Director of Open Doors in Norwalk. We are a homeless and housing service organization. I am so happy to be here today to have this conversation and to support HB 6554, an act appropriating funds for homeless programs. As a homeless service provider for close to 20 years, I understand how incredibly fundamental our homeless services are to the safety and security of everyone in the state of Connecticut. I think often people think our services only benefit those that we serve, but in reality, we help create a much safer environment for everyone, easier access to emergency care when people are served appropriately. And so our services are a real part of our crisis response system in this state. and they should be treated as such and funded as such. Last week here in the shelter, we had one bed available and we were debating between two people and essentially deciding who do we think was less likely to die outside. Those are the conversations that we're forced to have when our system is not funded to the level it needs to. And so all we're asking is to not make us have those conversations, and to be able to treat everybody who is experiencing homelessness with dignity. Dignity, having a bed, having somewhere safe to sleep where they are not at risk. Because we don't enjoy having those conversations. And our staff are incredibly dedicated to the work that they do. And they don't want to have those conversations. They want to serve as many people. They want to house as many people as they can. They want to prevent as many people as they can from becoming homeless. But they can't do that while also being afraid that they are going to become homeless because they cannot make enough money to live in this state. So thank you so much for being willing to consider this bill. I hope you will put this through and vote because it's incredibly important to everyone in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you very much for the work you do and your thoughtful advocacy. And I can only speak as one member of this committee, but I think it ought to be a goal that no provider in this space ever have to be faced with that horrific Sophie's choice that you, I think, described eloquently. Any questions from committee members for Michelle? Seeing none, Michelle, thank you for your expert work and testimony and advocacy. We appreciate you and wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to Jennifer Paradis.
Hello, good afternoon. Long day, so thank you for your work. I'm here to thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to support the Raise Bill 6554 and act appropriating funds for certain homelessness response programs. I'm here on behalf of the Bethel Center in Milford, where I serve as executive director. We engagement, diversion, emergency shelter, our warming center, and permanent supportive housing, as well as crisis food programs for people who are experiencing homelessness and who are at imminent risk of homelessness. I'm also a proud board member of the Connecticut Coalition on Homelessness. But I think what's most important is that I'm here as a person with lived experience. I experienced homelessness for 5 years of my young adult life. With the last comment in mind, I think I've waited my whole life for this moment to be able to speak to you all specifically about homelessness in the state of Connecticut. Bob and Judy, my parents, died prematurely in 2014 and 2020, respectively, because of the impact that unsheltered homelessness had on their lives. And their deaths were expensive, with lots of medical interventions along the way, and both were preventable. If they only had the potential to access the benefits of the system that we have today, and that so many people in the state of Connecticut are in need of. Last year, Bethel faced, and my colleague Michelle just noted this, unprecedented requests for shelter and housing assistance. We were able to serve hundreds in our community through prevention, outreach, shelter, and permanent housing. However, we served as many as we could, knowing that there was still nearly a 10% unmet need in our community. We are here today to support Raise Bill number 6554 and to speak in support of this measure, which will help our state's homeless response system respond to the overwhelming demand for housing and homeless services statewide. A study completed by the U.S. Government Accountability Office estimated that a $100 increase in median rent was associated with 9% increase in estimated homelessness rates. On average, we know now, you've heard all afternoon, that rents have increased by 12% in 2022 and 24% since 2017. We have not invested properly in our homeless response system to respond to this. And we know, because you've heard from many of my colleagues, that we've seen an increase in homelessness by 39% over the past year. So these $50 million that we're asking to be allocated in the way in which the bill outlines is critical to ensuring that we have what we need to keep moving forward. I've heard two comments frequently. One is this difference of housing being a human right and kind of comparing it to the rights of others. And I have to tell you what a gut punch that is. Housing is in fact a right, and it's so much of a fundamental right that it preserves the right of all others. It preserves the right of our ability to access all other things in our life. And so let's be clear, although we need everybody at the table, and I do mean that we need everybody at the table to face these problems and solutions.
Ms. Paradis, we're at 3 minutes now. If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you so much. The sides are not weighted equally. We are here talking about life or death situations. We are not here talking about profit margins. And so we need to be very clear on that. And so with that, thank you for your time. And I encourage you to support raise bill 6550.
Thank you for your testimony and work, Jennifer. We appreciate your expertise and advocacy here, and grateful to have your input in the process, and we hope you'll keep in touch with us. Any members have any questions for Jennifer? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Jennifer. We're going to move on. Thomas Burr, I see, is with us on Zoom. You have the floor, Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Representative Luxembourg, and thank you to the distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Thomas Burr, and I'm the Public Policy and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. I'm testifying today in support of HB 6554. NAMI is a national organization that is dedicated to building better lives for those with lived experience with mental health illnesses and their families. NAMI Connecticut and its 9 local affiliates here in Connecticut provide support groups and education programs for people with mental health conditions and their loved ones, and advocates for policies to improve the lives of people affected by mental health conditions. As the country's largest grassroots mental health organization, we know that people with mental health conditions are overrepresented in the homeless population. Personally, as a NAMI family support group facilitator for over 10 years, I hear over and over from caregivers who are overwhelmed trying to care for loved ones living at home with a mental health condition, but have nowhere to turn as supportive housing is in very short supply, and the only way a person can currently qualify for supportive housing is to literally be homeless. I myself was faced with this awful choice when my adult son was not doing well with his mental health, and we could no longer care for him as home, as we had 2 other children who were 3 and 5 years old at the time, who we were caring for, who absolutely didn't need to witness the chaos happening daily around our son. Honestly, others like Steve Werlin and Mary Ellen Shuckero, who work directly in the homeless response systems, have expressed it way better than I ever could, the reasons why HB 6554 should be passed. I just want you all to know that NAMI Connecticut and its membership are all behind this bill. And the leadership will be hearing from many of our members, if you haven't already. And yes, this is only one piece of the puzzle, and you will hear us asking for funding for things like respite housing, as well as other services. I should also mention that I have been before the legislature advocating for these services for the past 15 years. And this year, finally, we have the money as well as the room in the budget to make these ever so important investments. It is simply the moral and fiscally responsible thing to do. So in conclusion, I, along with our membership, support the passage of HB 6554. I appreciate your time listening to my testimony today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. This is now Senator Moore. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Alex Melendez. Sarah Fox. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad to be back in the building again. Thank you so much, Senator Moore and Representative Luxembourg and the Housing Committee for hosting the first ever public hearing focused on homelessness. You've heard today from my colleagues across the state about the importance of the work we're doing. I am Chief Operating Officer at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and I am proud every day of the work we're doing on the front line. And I truly believe that Connecticut can end homelessness. Rep. Luxembourg, you asked a question earlier that really resonated with me. You asked about the dichotomy we face and the fundamental decisions that, and the legislative agenda that we're presenting that really drove to this bill. Are we ending homelessness? If so, do we need this level of committed funding? And to that, I say so many times over, yes. We have a system, an emergency crisis response system that we built across the state that responds to emergencies. When COVID arose, our coordinated access networks rose to the challenge, making sure that people were safe. Every day, hosting sites across the state for isolation, figuring out and answering complex problems together. When I started in this field over 12 years ago, we did not have this level of coordination. Today, we have a system to respond to emergencies. Over this weekend, we will be responding to Arctic cold across the state and saving lives. As a person also with lived experience of homelessness, I was homeless as a child. My mother lives in permanent supportive housing today. And I face family members who even just last month were facing eviction, who were able to be housed today, but that's only because something happened. And I will tell you that as a person with lived experience, that lives with me every single day of my life. And for all of those individuals facing housing insecurity today, the challenge is the same. We know we have a 22% increase in evictions. For every family facing that today, it is a crisis. You have heard today from shelters across the state about the choices they have to make. The fact that people are standing in line for shelter. I hear every day about people who are dying on the streets. I also hear from providers who have people just like me falling into homelessness, who can't make ends meet, working multiple jobs without a livable wage. There are many things that we know. We know how to end homelessness. Today, homelessness looks far different than it did when I began in this field. Today, we have housed the majority of people who are long-term homeless and disabled, known as the chronically homeless. We don't see the same people on the street today because we have done such tremendous work across the state. We were also one of the first states in the nation to end veteran homelessness. And when we say we end homelessness, it does not mean we do not need a system, because we know when people have evictions, when a crisis arises, you need a system to respond. That is what the homeless response system does every single day. We save lives and we save public dollars. To the cost end of this, for those people who are long-term homeless and disabled, we save about 75% of public costs by not having them use emergency shelters and other emergency response programs. For children, we know their mental health depreciates 50% upon entrance into shelter. These are challenges that people are facing every day. I believe we can be a stronger state. We need to have a fully funded homeless
Ms.
response
Fox,
system.
we've reached the magic number of 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you very much. So please help us to have ongoing committed funding. Help us have the workforce that we need and have them be equitably paid. It's fundamental. It's who we are. We need to be a better Connecticut for people experiencing housing crisis. It is the main issue we're facing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? I agree. We need a comprehensive approach to this problem. So thank you for your testimony. Next is Rafi Podolsky. Raphael.
Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and members of the committee, thank you very much for my being able to be here. As with others who've testified in person, it's really a pleasure to be able to come and actually see people live in person. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm an attorney with Connecticut Legal Services, and I'm a housing policy advocate for the legal aid programs in Connecticut. I've been involved with landlord and tenant issues for many, many years. And also, as relevant to something on today's agenda, I was a former member quite a number of years ago of the Hartford Fair Rent Commission. So I've had some very direct experience with fair rent commissions. I've submitted written testimony on 4 bills, Senate Bills 906, 907, and 908, and on House Bill 6555. But I'm only going to try in my time now to speak kind of indirectly to Senate Bill 907, which is the bill that deals with fair rent commissions. And one of the reasons I want to do that is earlier in the hearing, we heard a lot of testimony that really kind of sort of treated the commissions like a devil. And it does not in the slightest match up with what I know about those commissions. And I want to make sure that you know something about them. The Fair Rent Commission Act goes back to 1969. So we've had half a century of fair rent commissions. It's not something new. There are 24, before this past year's bill to expand fair rent commissions, there were 24 towns with fair rent commissions, most of which had them since at least the 1980s. There will be 45 towns by July 1st when last year's bill is fully implemented. But it might help you to know what kind of towns have fair rent commissions, because it's going to surprise you if you don't know. For example, large towns do, most large towns, Stamford, New Haven, Hartford. A bunch of medium-sized towns, Norwalk, New Britain, Manchester. But how about this? A bunch of suburbs, West Hartford, Hamden, Farmington, Glastonbury, Wethersfield, Rocky Hill. And what about some small towns? Think of Clinton, Westbrook, most recent Fair Rent Commission, Killingworth. The reason I say this is people have said things like, well, you'll destroy the housing market. There won't be any development. That's just simply objectively false. Stamford, their housing market has been destroyed because they have a fair rent commission for the last 40 years. I don't think so. The suburban towns, I don't think so. And so you need to realize that this is not, that the fair rent commissions are well-established, long-term existence, and they work within a limited structure. Their powers are limited, but within that structure, they work. It's also been presented as a false dichotomy between landlords and tenants. In my experience, first of all, a large number of Fair Rent Commission complaints are settled because what was really needed was the landlord and the tenant needed to be able to talk to each other. And by filing the complaint, you end up with some form of third-party intervention. In addition, most Fair Rent Commission's decisions are by consensus. There'll be a mixture of landlords and tenants and homeowners on the commission, but most of the cases are not like 3-2 votes or 4-3 votes. They're typically unanimous votes. It's not to say there aren't times when there are genuine divisions because people come to it from a different perspective, but that's the reason you have the commission. And one of the reasons that's so important is because the standard for the commission making its decisions is essentially an exercise in equity. The commission looks to see if something has happened that is not conscionable, that is unconscionable. And
Mr. Podolsky, we've hit 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up for the committee.
I would say so. Let me conclude then. So I think you just, in looking at the bill 907, you should look at that context so that you know that what you're looking at is something that is well established and reasonable. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I'd like to thank you personally for being a great resource and bringing me up to snuff on a lot of things to do with housing. I know you've been doing it a long time, and I'll continue to use you as a resource, as all of us will. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next is Ann Gadwa.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Ann Gadwa. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer for Sierra Club Connecticut. Thank you, Housing Chairs Moore and Luxembourg, Vice Chairs Lesser and Khan, and Ranking Members Sampson and Scott. I'm glad to be here today. And on behalf of our 11,000 members here in Connecticut, thank you for giving us that opportunity to testify here. Sierra Clubs Connecticut supports Senate Bill 909. Housing is a human right. The current eviction and homelessness crisis in the state is disproportionately impacting our most vulnerable residents. There are not enough resources to address the immediate crisis, and the current safety nets in place are often not getting to the folks that need them the most. We need strong advocacy and legislation to help alleviate the problem. So Section 1 in this bill begins to address this problem by establishing the right to housing. The right to housing includes protection from housing loss, right to safe housing, right to housing and affordability, assistance, special circumstances. This would put housing as a human right into the statutory language in the state, which we really see as an important step. And of course, as the Sierra Club, we would like to recommend guaranteeing equal access to energy efficient housing, as well as affordable, safe, and clean energy within the home. Section 2 of the bill would create a right to the housing committee. The committee's charge would be the implementation of this right to housing and assessing the gaps and needs of vulnerable populations. We support both the broad scope of vulnerable populations named in the bill and the expertise requirements for the members of said committee. We would recommend that the committee would require inclusions of community members from affected communities to make sure their voices are included in the conversation and within the recommendations and legislations that come out of the committee. So you might be thinking, why are the Sierra Club testifying about this right to housing? As I said in the beginning, we know that housing is a human right. I'm glad to expand on this anytime with anybody if they'd like. But also, when I look at the list of within the bill of the vulnerable populations, it's the exact same vulnerable populations that have historically and unfortunately continue to bear the brunt of our fossil fuel economy, the waste management system, and industrial facilities. Many of these populations were either redlined into existing industrial unhealthy communities or live in communities where polluting facilities are far too often cited. This gets to the concept that certain communities have to be sacrificed in order to sustain our current system. And this is a larger systemic problem that is directly related to the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, the food insecurity crisis, the climate crisis, and a public health crisis. These problems are all connected and they all need to be solved in similar ways. And until this systemic problem is addressed, we really have not a lot of hope of solving any of them. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Lynn Yang.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Housing Committee members. My name is Lin Yang. I manage a few rental properties in New Haven area. I submitted my written testimony against SB 906 in the current written form. Many issues already been mentioned before by people testify before me. That's the lack of clarity and safeguard against abuse and waste in this bill as currently written seems to me a very concerning issue. I'm also against the bill 907, the Fair Rent Commission. Again, it's mentioned before, we just passed a similar bill last year with much lower population threshold and with added financial burdens to cities and municipals. Shall we wait to see what those committees actually do? As someone just before me said, a lot of times disagreement was settled between landlord and tenant already. But I want to say something about the bill 909. I wrote a written testimony against it because my first response is this just another committee with fancy names and the public money without much people care what it actually do. I always feel our scarce public resource should towards real people who really need things other than another layer of government bureaucracy with a very fancy and noble name. But then listen to many of you arguing for this bill. I almost want to rephrase it a little bit. It's the accessibility to affordable housing. I believe that is a fundamental human right. Such that, shall we look at the cost end of things? Connecticut has a real crisis. I know that the rent is so high. Why? Because tax is going up and many cities assess rental property different, so they bear a much heavier tax burden. Utility is up. And more importantly, Connecticut is famous for a lot of rules that we have, small and big, all type of liabilities, so that housing providers need to shield themselves with layers and layers of insurance, they still get sued by predatory organizations forced into settlements that demand huge amount of money. End of the day, are we interested to ask who benefit other than those few attorneys that really made a rich living out of all this? So sad that, the Section 8 voucher process was brought up as well. It's simply how our system doesn't work. So it's really not about gross margin. I agree. But is it time that we look at the root cause of our current housing crisis, why it is so expensive? And then I feel for years we are giving the wrong medicine for the decades-long issue, just getting worse and worse, and we just keep on dose the same wrong medicine. So sad that I plead to this community, please be gentle every time you pass more policies that tell us what to do, how you do it, which form, how you sign it. And I come from a communist country, and I feel a lot of times market is very efficient. It works wonder. Secondly, facing all this real challenge and all those brave young men and women working towards all those problems, shall we bring all parties into the table to work out a solution? It's really just so very easy to have housing providers be scapegoated. That's how I feel. But there are public-private housing providers, big and small.
Excuse me, Ms. Yang, we're at 3
Shall
minutes.
we?
If you
Thank
could
you.
wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah. Shall we all work together to make our system works more efficient? And with that, I thank you very much, and hopefully we can work something out this year. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Yang, for that testimony. Any comments, questions? Thank you. The next is Mendel Deach. Catherine Johnson.
That's me. Thank you.
You know, Ms. Johnson, I thought you just loved us and that's why you were still here.
Oh,
But
listen.
thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator, is it? Yes, I want to make sure I'm right. I can't see your names from here, Senator Moore. Yes, is it my things on? I'll try hard to do this. I'm here. First of all, thank you. Thank you for taking all this time and sitting here all day, like this. I'm here to for number 5, Senate Bill 907, the Fair Rent Commission. I'm a former first selectman of the town of Oxford, and I'm on the Housing Authority in Oxford for the senior housing. I am here with my husband Wayne today, but moreover, and most important, we are the parents of a brain injury survivor. At age 23, he was injured in a car accident, was at Gaylord 11 and a half months. By the grace of God, he was able to become cognitive enough to live in his own apartment. We mortgaged our house to buy a trailer in the Beacon Falls Trailer Park. It's called River's Edge. It's a very small trailer park with a lot of senior citizens in there and people disabled. The gentleman that owned the property didn't offer many amenities, but we didn't mind because it was affordable for us and affordable for my son. Beacon Falls does have high taxes, but we were able to do that. Well, right out from under us, surprise, surprise, the owner sold the property to a big company in Florida called Athena. And of course, they immediately went up on the rents, where this other fellow was just going in small increments that we could handle. So I heard a lot of things here today concerning being fair, concerning renters and all. My older son is a real estate agent, okay? I'm here to support these people because we don't know what's going to happen. There aren't a lot of amenities in that trailer park. They have to now, since the owner sold, mow their own lawns, etc. I'm concerned because there is a population regulation on how we can have this commission. Well, Beacon Falls only has 6,000 people in it. I want to thank Senator Cabrera for coming to Beacon Falls and for standing up for us. But we're going to get left behind if we can't increase the amount of people or find another way to remedy this situation. And I am constantly protecting my son, Robert. I mean, we paid $70,000 for that trailer. If the rents go up there and people leave, that trailer is not going to be worth anything to us. So I understand owning a trailer. I'm probably almost out of my time. I can't help it. I'm a talker, but I'm here I just want you to know that what I expect as being a politician myself and more of an activist is that I want to see you legislators find some common ground here. We don't have to be far left Marxists or far right Ebenezer Scrooges. We have to be people who care about each other. Please, please do that. We can figure this out. I want protection for my son. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for that. I just want to say, I'm with you.
Thank you.
We have to find some common ground, what's good for everyone.
And by the way, may I just add quickly?
Yes.
It just so happens that I was 13 years chair of the Oxford Democratic Town Committee. I was deputy treasurer of the town, and I also was a minority selectman. I changed to the Republican Party. My husband is sitting here as a Democrat. Now, I don't want to be known as a good Democrat or a good Republican. I don't want to be a far right Ebenezer Scrooge or a far left Karl Marx. I'm a middle of the road gal. And if my husband and I can live together, you legislators here can work. And I wish that Senator Sampson was in this room right now, because I did go after him out in the hallway. And by the way, he deserved it. Listen, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope we can get this done so it's fair. You know what? I heard a thing that says it's not fair. I'm afraid, and all this. Well, to all those people who are our own property owners, we own that house. Okay. I want to have someone be fair with my son. Okay. I want the same thing they want. And guess what? We're scared too. Thank you.
Oh, don't leave. I think Representative Luxembourg wants to ask you a question.
Oh, he does. All right. Oh, you poor thing, you. Okay, go ahead.
I may reconsider that position in light of new information, but I just want to thank you for your testimony and also for being here in person. And I just thought I'd add that I suspect Senator Moore and I have been called worse than Marxists and Ebenezer Scrooges, but I can relate to the point. Thank you for your zealous advocacy and also for your career in public service. We appreciate your input.
Well, thank you. And I can assure you that being the first selectman in Oxford, you get beat up too. My first day in office was the anthrax crisis when we lost that dear lady, Otley Lundgren, 94 years old. The quality and tranquility of one's life can change in a nanosecond. All she did was get her mail. And I was in front of the press. And I guess because I'm half Greek and half Italian and from my family from the same village as Themis Claridis, I guess that's why I can communicate, and I have the heart of an Italian and the big mouth of a Greek. So thank you.
Any other comments? I want to just thank you for that energy at this so late in the day. I really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And I really appreciate you legislators putting up with me. I don't want to brag about myself, but I've learned a long time ago, you get more attention when you tell people. By the way, I'm also a retiree of Yale University School of Medicine. I have probably read every woman's pap smear at least once in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, senators, and thank you all of you there. Even the Republicans. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Middleton. Is Margaret there? Who's waving the paper?
Oh, she's trying to get in. I've set 3 different people in the same link for her.
Margaret, we'll come back, okay? Don't give up. Kelly Fitzgerald? Shuli Lieber? Rodney Rollins? Arsene Andre Jr.? Hope Hammond? Bingo. Who is that? Who is it?
Oh, there you go. Um,
Please give your name.
I also want to say Margaret Middleton is here. Yes. Hi, my name is Hope Hammond. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and the distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Hope Hammond, and I'm a case manager at the Columbus House, a resident of Hamden, and speaking to you in support of House Bill 6554. I provide permanent supportive housing services through case management. In my day-to-day, I assist clients who face numerous of issues, including housing, financial, mental health, substance use, and more, through linking resources, providing support, and advocating on their behalf. On a daily basis, we as case managers wear multiple hats. The work we do reduces crises, assists our clients in maintaining housing, reduces recidivism, and provides the support for growing independence and well-being, all which save the state money. Yet our impact is not met with financial support and stability. Many nonprofits are expecting exceptional numbers of turnover in case manager employment because we are overwhelmed, understaffed, and underpaid. Many cannot afford to remain in this field, including myself. House Bill 6554 addresses this growing issue. Case managers are currently burdened with the financial instabilities their incomes cause, leading many to either leave the profession or be forced to work multiple jobs. I myself am a witness to how underfunding impacts case managers' abilities to remain in this work of addressing homelessness. In the 8 months that I have been a case manager in my program, I've watched the second case manager position in my program be filled, now going on 3 case managers in 8 months. I now, the only person in my program, have to take on a caseload of 30 clients. That's 2 caseloads, 30 clients with very unique issues and concerns and crises. I also am assisting clients in their specific circumstances and needs. 8 of these clients need housing and are either literally or chronically homeless. 2 are being evicted, and 3 need to be moved because they can no longer pay their rent. I'm overwhelmed and overworked. I have a client who is a single mother living in an apartment that has failed inspection 6 times, who is paying for an apartment whose monthly rent is 1 whole paycheck. She can no longer afford her rent, has lost her job and has been unable to be properly linked to community resources, and is now just receiving case management while in a financial crisis. This is a huge issue, a growing issue. Case managers like myself who are extremely passionate about this work cannot afford to remain in this field. I am a recent graduate. I received my bachelor's in social work. And like Representative Luxembourg mentioned earlier, people who are equipped to work in this field, who are qualified to work in this field, do not have financial incentives to continue. I'm matriculating into a master's of social work program. And while I love working in this field, I do not know if I can afford to anymore. This is a serious issue, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any comments, questions? Have a good day. I'm going to go back to, is it Margaret Middleton? Margaret, are you with us now? All right, the last one I have on this list is Stacy Volante Coat. Are you with us?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I realize I am between you and the end of a very long day. I want to thank you all for this hearing today and say hello to you, Senator Moore, and you, Representative Luxembourg, and our Vice Chairs Khan and Lesser. You've heard from a multitude of people today. My name is Stacy Violanti-Cote. I'm an attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy, where I provide direct legal representation to youth experiencing homelessness in our state. And I also co-chair with a young adult and a provider, a statewide group of folks addressing the needs of youth experiencing homelessness. I'm here to support 6554, and you've heard from wonderful people today. You heard from the wonderful case manager just before me. You've heard from statewide advocacy organizations. The perspective I wanted to bring to this hearing is that of youth and young adults who are young people experiencing homelessness. Some of them are minors under the age of 18. Some of them are 18 to 24-year-old youth. If you'd like to know how many we have in the state of Connecticut, our last numbers, and when we last did a statewide count specifically for youth experiencing homelessness, was in 2020. And we estimated about 7,800 youth in our state were experiencing homelessness or serious housing instability. But more importantly, of those, 2,462 were estimated to be called what's called literally homeless, meaning on the streets, in a shelter, or in a place not meant for human habitation. And these are our young people, many of whom are also people of color and gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender youth. Connecticut's only fully state-funded program for youth experiencing homelessness is directly affected by this request for increase in the Department of Housing youth homelessness line item. That program served 173 youth over the past year. What we know is when youth and young adults get crisis housing, outreach, or permanent housing, they return to school. I had a young person who'd been out of school for more than a year, given the number of times he had moved around from couch to couch to house, and sometimes literally outside, depending on the night. They go to college once they're permanently housed because they have that springboard from which to get more education. And they work to be able to contribute and to be able to support themselves. These youth are vulnerable. They need immediate services when they experience homelessness. That 2020 youth count found that more than 50% of those youth did not have a high school diploma. More than 50% were not employed and had a high level of criminal justice and child welfare involvement. So that homeless youth line item is a lifeline, and providing services and housing young people is critical to ensuring we don't have.
Ms. Violanti-Cote, we're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
Yes, so want to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony and also for the work that you're doing. Any comments, questions? Thank you. So I think we have Kelly Fitzgerald. No? Margaret Middleton.
Hi.
Hi, Margaret. Thanks for waiting.
Oh my goodness, I'm so grateful to be here with you guys. Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Luxembourg. Oh, now I can see myself. My name's Margaret Middleton. I'm really proud to serve as the CEO of Columbus House. We serve just under 3,000 people a year who experience homelessness in New Haven, Middlesex, Hartford, and New London counties. And I'm a resident of Hamden. And you just heard from my amazing colleague, Hope, was really moved by that. I've been on the hearing all day, so I know that there's a lot of people on this committee who are pretty sympathetic to what the homeless services sector is saying to you. And if you pass Bill HB 6554, which I'm here to support today, and it goes to the Appropriations Committee, your colleagues on Appropriations are going to say to you, all the nonprofits in Connecticut are coming to us with this problem. They all have staffing issues. They all have problems hiring and retaining people. They're all underfunded. Why should we be putting $50 million into homeless services? And I'm here to tell you, homeless services is different. We are underfunded in a different way than our colleagues in other sectors. And those are our friends and colleagues. Many of them have been on today. We love them. We work with them closely. They are underfunded and you should fund them. But if you think about nonprofit funding as being like a cake, other human services are funded by the government with a cake. They may not like the cake. They might think the cake is too small, or they don't, have issues with the cake, but they get a cake. In homeless services, we get the flour, and the government says, here's the flour, you come up with the eggs. And for 40 years, we have been coming up with the eggs. Just to give you an example, at Columbus House, we run an outreach program, and outreach workers, if you guys have heard today, go out into wooded areas and under bridges to engage and connect with people with serious mental illnesses, mental health issues. Folks at Columbus House who do this work get paid less than $20 an hour. These are not lucrative jobs. And we started the year knowing that we were going to have to come up with 12% of this program's budget using charitable donations. So we started out off the jump knowing that we were going to have to depend on something totally unreliable, which is, charity, in order to make an essential program that people consider part of Connecticut's state programming viable. Like, we have to come up with 12% just to make the program exist at all. And I think you guys would agree with me that people experiencing homelessness, people who are experiencing the largest crisis of their life, deserve better than that. They deserve to have case managers who are paid well, trained adequately, and able to use the years of experience that they've built having a career in homeless services, supporting these folks. These very same folks get served by other parts of our nonprofit human services system that are much better compensated than people in homeless services. And there's just no reason for that. It's just a historical anachronism. We're here today asking you guys, asking this group of people who've been hanging on here so long today to correct this problem. It really is different, and we need $50 million to correct the problem. I also want to mention that the funding in this $50 million for cold weather services is utterly essential. Without this, I can tell you Columbus House, we run emergency cold weather programs in New Haven, Hamden, and Middletown. And it's not an exaggeration to say that without this funding, if this funding is cut
Ms.
from the
Middleton,
budget.
we're a little over 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up now, please.
I can. It's not an exaggeration to say that for us, we will not be able to run those programs next year if that money isn't included in the state's budget. That's it.
Thank you so much. And thank you for waiting, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thanks, I
At this
appreciate it.
time, I just want to announce that there are several people not in the room because they had to go to other meetings and they're still in those meetings, but also there's many representatives who are online watching virtual. Is there anyone who has not had an opportunity to give testimony who would like to? Is Kelly there?
I'm here.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Would you like to give testimony?
I would love to, and apologies for the delay. I was on here all day and had to get the kids off the bus. So
Not a problem.
thank you for that. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Luxenberg, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Raise Bill 6554. My name is Kelly Fitzgerald. I'm Senior Director for Financial Stability at United Way of Greater New Haven, and I am a resident of Cheshire. United Way is the backbone to the Greater New Haven Regional Response System, Homeless Response System, otherwise known as the CAN, which you've heard about a lot today. This system is a coordination effort to make homelessness rare, brief, and one-time. Seeing that I was number 100 and something, I knew that much of what I was going to say was just ditto to what many of my colleagues shared already. But what I want to add is that while we're calling this bill as a way to rescue the homeless response system, what we're really saying is, or asking for, is to finally acknowledge the work and cost of the essential service to our community. Listening to the testimonies earlier from landlords, I honestly I asked myself, wow, what if they were funded the way that we are? at far less than the actual cost to do business. It just wouldn't happen, right? And what you just heard Margaret speak to of the fact of having to go into every service, basic service, not the above and beyond, not the icing on the cake, but the basic service we are asking nonprofits to fundraise for. It just wouldn't happen anywhere else. So while all the elements of this bill are important and have a story of their own, I really want to highlight why the continuation of the $5 million annually for cold weather services is so important. We've had to change the way we provide services since the pandemic. This year in Greater New Haven, we had to identify and fund 8 sites, 8 warming center sites compared to the 4 previously. We've served over 300 people in winter shelter, and we're only halfway through the season. The investment made from the state and the Department of Housing the last 2 years has been a game changer, and it's absolutely an investment we cannot lose. So short and sweet, without this, there just won't be enough shelters and warming centers. And ultimately, people will be outside. Your constituents will be sleeping outside. And we go into this weekend with a wind chill of -17. Can you imagine a day where people are outside because we didn't make a choice today to provide adequate funding? So when you leave here after 6+ hours, I really just hope that what sticks in your mind is that Bill 6554 is not a nice to have, it's a must have in order to support the needs of our community. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you so much for that testimony. I appreciate it. Any comments? Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that's online who'd like to give testimony before we close it? Ernest Saunders.
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Ernest Saunders. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just wanted to say that my name is Ernest Saunders. I'm a resident of East Haven. I'm a recipient of some really, really important help that helped me in my life directly from Margaret Middleton. One day in 2016, she handed me a voucher and said, Ernest, your information came through. You can get out of your truck. I was in my truck for 2 years, trying to come off drugs and all kinds of stuff. My life was going to a better place. And right now I have 7 years clean, and I am housed as a result of that help. I wanted to just comment that Columbus House for me has been tremendously helpful. I'm a person who lost her parents as a teenager, and as a result, I was homeless my whole life until I was in my late 40s. I'm 53 now, but I was always on couches. I never really had anywhere to go after that and so I had drugs and mental illness to wrestle with. I did get into treatment through Columbus House and then got into BH Care, and that's been wonderful and started to receive help. But one of the things that I wanted to comment on is I really do think that the HB 6554, I believe it's called, is a good idea. But I also believe that there are some other things that could be really helpful. I've noticed in Connecticut over the past number of years, while I've been clean and seeing this whole world with a new eye, so to speak, really cleaned up in so many ways and being able to notice what's really happening. I've noticed that when I go downtown New Haven and I see all of the homeless people and I see the big giant buildings all warm and empty, and I'm thinking like, how does this make sense? I realize that it's because it is true. People have mental illness and they have drug problems and they have fear and trauma that they haven't healed from. And the biggest problem that they have is they really don't want to go to where everybody wants to send them because somebody just says, hey, here's a list of places that are renting, but clearly they might not fit in that community. And there's so many things that just make the people difficult to deal with or unhousable. And I've noticed that there's a hard to reach element out there. They're living across El Grasso Boulevard by the water, while others spend tens of thousands of dollars to have soccer events. These people are living along the water. Good people, very good people. But the reality is that the reason why we have this problem year after year after year and keep investing all this money into programs that are clearly working and are helping a person like me. Since this day, I've never missed a bill. I've been on disability. I've been doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm a great tenant. And I've took the work, the help that was, and I did the right things with it to make better value to my life. But I know that the blight that we see everywhere, the reason why we can't get past that is because of one reason only. We're not taking the statistics that show that all of these people that when they're in these institutions prisons, hospitals, wherever they're at. Some of them function, not to say they need to be in any place like that, but the reality is when they had their own space, that's the point. These people don't have their own space. Renting and signing leases is a hard thing for them to keep up with. They can't comprehend that every month they have to keep up with this list of things, and they have to do it despite their conditions and what's going on in their head. So as a result, I think that it would be a good idea if we took some of this money down the line and actually bought some space, right? And kind of, let's say, say, hey, instead of investing 50, 100,000 over the course of many years.
Mr. Saunders, we've reached 3 minutes. If you want to wrap up your testimony, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think that what we should do is we should do a sort of a timeshare type program, or some sort of program where we buy land and appropriate it. Just say, hey, here's your land, and give these people something to actually stand up for. Because I know that if these people had even 10 feet of space, they wouldn't leave that space. They'd build everything they could with all the help they could, and receive all the benefits of people around them, trying to help them, that set up communities around them and try to help them. So I appreciate all of you for what you do, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
So first of all, congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
I really salute you for that. And I thank you for hanging in there and giving us your testimony. Your voice matters.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're going to call an end to this. I don't see any. Oh, we do have, wait.
Morgan Miller.
Morgan Miller, only because you have those MM initials, I'm going to take you.
Am I the last one? Oh my goodness. It's been a super long day. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you. So my name is Morgan Miller. I am submitting testimony in opposition to SB 906, 907, and 909. I actually emailed, I think, each of you directly and also submitted written testimony. I am a multifamily professional here in Connecticut. I work for Wynn Residential. It's the largest provider of affordable housing in the country. I also own multifamily property in Norwich, Connecticut. I've also worked in the industry here in Connecticut for the last 20 years. I know the industry. I'm familiar with it. I've seen the good and the bad of what we do. But needless to say, I'm a big, strong supporter of providing affordable housing. So the testimony that we've heard today, and there's been a ton, and I know you've heard basically everything possible. For me, it was very eye-opening. I think what I took away from it was that there's really two sides, two groups here, both fighting for, first of all, both that we have a lot in common. We have a ton in common. That's something that I realized by listening. I've been here on this for hours. But we're both fighting for our rights, whether that's the property rights or what the other side's calling like their human rights, right? So with regards to the right to housing and the potential for rent commissions, rent controls, rent regulation, I think we can all agree that from the testimony that we've heard today, that's highly complex and a multi-layered issue. I think simply restricting or putting rent commissions in place where they haven't been to restrict rents is probably not going to solve the issue. I know the email that I sent to you guys directly really pinpointed some very specifics, New York City being one of them, but also the fact that just taking that one aspect, which is the rent, tends to make the problem worse than it actually is. And I think what we've heard today is that we really need to take a pause. And I think it was Robert Cosmo, he had great testimony, and he said, I think we should pause and see where the market really takes us. And I think what he said was spot on. I mean, this issue is extremely complicated, and I think we need to take a calculated approach to how we solve it. And I don't know if using landlords and the rights of landlords is really the best way to do that. I think you'll find that the landlords in our state are comprised of primarily small landlords like myself. I work for big landlords, and I am a small landlord. So I have both sides of the perspective. And I think you'll find that you're going to burden the people who are really just making ends meet. The National Apartment Association came out with what they're calling the value of $1 of rent. And actually 9 cents out of every dollar is considered profit on average. So when you are chipping away at our rent, our ability to raise the rent, even reasonably, and then at the same time, our expenses are going up astronomically. We all agree that there's a housing affordability crisis. And when you chip away at that,
Ms. Miller, that's you 3 minutes if you want to wrap up for the committee, please.
Yeah, so that 9 cents of every dollar, when you really start chipping away at that, I think you'll see that the average landlord in Connecticut is not out for a money, out for huge profits there. And when we make it less profitable, we really won't be able to do business here and be landlords. It's really going to be, in or out at that point. But I really thank you so much for your time. And I certainly am open to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any
I
questions?
know I'm the last one, so you guys are like, let's go.
You may not be. We're
Okay,
trying to
I'm
figure
sorry.
out, is there one more person who's waiting? Is there anyone?
He's not picking up.
All right. Well, then you are the last
Okay.
one. I want to thank all you all for your time today and the testimony and the support here from the other legislatures. And we certainly will be taking into consideration everybody's comments. Thank you and have a great day.